In a dimly lit, damp basement that served as a prison, a long trail of blood led to one of the cells. Glancing at the tortured prisoner, the girl asked him where they were. But he did not answer, only swallowing hard, trying to breathe. Then she took out a sword, pointed it at the boy, and said she had asked him a question. Exhausted and tortured, he remained silent and did not utter a word. He understood that she was determined and would seek an answer to her question at any cost. It occurred to him that who knew that this woman was the direct heir to the supreme sword. Moreover, the heiress turned out to be so powerful that she was able to defeat them all. The heiress was able to defeat hundreds of demons with just one attack. She was the divine blade named V-Soul A, who defeated the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon who started the great orthodox demonic confrontation. Lifting him up, she shouted that she was sure he knew where the surviving demons had gone. Her pupils narrowed with anger, and she asked if he felt even a hint of guilt. The boy thought he knew but couldn't say. His vocal cords were damaged, but that wasn't the only problem. His entire heart was covered in demonic runes, and this unbreakable bond was holding him back. Vi-Soul A said that this was his last chance. Everyone wanted to kill him, but if he helped her, she would do everything in her power to save him. Her tense body trembled for some reason, and she said that was why she was asking him to speak. She repeated once more that she was begging him to tell her, and tears streamed from her eyes. He thought that maybe it was because she hated the demons she had failed to catch. This seemed likely to him, but it was more likely because of Jang Sung-yeon's meteorite blade. Her fiancé had been kidnapped by demons. A slight smile twisted his lips. The boy thought that the situation seemed somewhat ridiculous. It was funny that a woman who was stronger than anyone else in the world was so upset over just one man. Noticing his smile, the girl quickly regained her composure and threw him to the floor. Clenching her fists, she hissed through her teeth that if she had known he was such a scoundrel, she would have finished him off the first time she met him. Despite the tears streaming down her cheeks, she added that she regretted not doing so. Hearing her words about their first meeting, he wondered when she thought it had happened. Recalling that day, he thought that her memories must be different from his. Where did it all go wrong? After all, he was a traitor who had stabbed countless people in the back. He was someone who had sided with demons. And finally, karma had caught up with him. Stopping at the door leading to the cell, she began to wipe away the tears that betrayed her emotions. Glancing back at the prisoner, she noticed that he was tracing the floor with his finger. She turned back and watched him. He continued to trace the floor with his finger. Then Weasel A turned to Gu Yangchun, who was behaving strangely, and asked him what he was doing. As soon as he began to write symbols on the floor, his heart, bound by demonic runes, began to tighten. A few seconds later, the boy made a strange sound and immediately vomited a stream of blood. The thing was, the curse placed on him was very strong. If he broke the terms and revealed even the slightest detail, his heart would burst and he would die. This was the demonic art of the heavenly demon. It had been used on him so that he could not betray the demonic cult. It seemed that her voice sounded like a distant echo in his head. He could barely make out that she was calling his name, trying to reach him. The boy thought that he couldn't even hear her properly. Gu Yangchun thought that if he said he had been framed, that it wasn't his own doing. Would she believe him? As if he had a bunch of excuses he could give her. But it was too late now and there was no point. He'd had enough of all this. The boy thought about what had caused him to live this life. Memories of his sister and the words she had said to him that day came flooding back. His sister gently touched his cheek and wished her brother happiness. Weasel A called his name several times and asked if Gu Yangchun could hear her. All the sorrows and grief, big and small, built his life brick by brick. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. Weasel A did not give up and kept repeating his name. Weasel A's tears fell like rain from her cheeks onto Gu Yangchun's face. Gu Yangchun of the Shanxi clan was born into a famous clan of the Orthodox faction. He lived as an Orthodox martial arts master before betraying them and switching sides to the demons. The demonic cult lost in a great Orthodox demonic confrontation, and Gu Yangchun was tortured as a prisoner until he died. When he opened his eyes, he saw a girl standing in front of him, holding out a potato and asking if he wanted it. He was very surprised because it was the same first meeting with Weasel A when they were children. The boy was so stunned that he could only ask how this was possible several times. Confused, Gu Yangchun wondered what was happening because he had broken the heavenly demon's prohibition, and when he broke the ban, his heart broke and his life ended in the hands of Weasel A. Gu Yangchun was sure that this was exactly what had happened, but he felt his heart still beating as if nothing had happened. He thought that judging by his small, clean hands, he was in his young body. Maybe it was a dream, but he didn't know why. Looking at the surprised look on the girl's face, who couldn't understand why he was so upset, Gu Yangchun thought that this must have been the first time they had met. Then the boy tried to remember what he had said to her and how he had behaved. He had hit her on the hand with which she was holding the potato, and the potato had fallen to the ground. Then he demonstratively crushed the potato with his foot in front of the frightened girl. The boy shouted that such a slut dared to come here and asked if she didn't know her place. Clasping his head in shame, the boy remembered that this was exactly what he had said to her, and since he was dreaming about it, there must be other things he regretted. Lowering her head in embarrassment, the girl asked if he didn't like potatoes. However, he took the potato from her hand. Smiling, Gu Yangchun thanked her and said he would gladly take the potato. Taking a bite, he cried out because it burned his mouth. He thought that since it was a dream, why were the potatoes so hot? She laughed at his reaction and remarked that his face looked like a tomato. Noticing the young man in the crowd, a security guard began to run toward them and call out to the young gentleman. Approaching the boy, the man said that he had disappeared so suddenly that he had almost lost him. He added that he had been very worried about him. Looking at him, Gu Yangchun remembered that this man was his bodyguard and that his name was Muen. The bodyguard noticed the hot potato in the boy's hand and his burned tongue. Grabbing his sword, the bodyguard shouted at her, asking how she dared. But Gu Yangchun said it was nothing serious and, holding out his hand, told him to give it to him. The confused guard apologized and asked what he wanted. Gu Yangchun replied that he was talking about the honey cookies and emphasized that he knew the guard had them. Giving the cookies to the boy, the guard emphasized that they were the last honey cookies. Gu Yangchun handed the cookie to the girl and asked if she wanted it. She asked if he would really give it to her. Gu Yangchun laughed and said, "Of course." The guard was impressed that the young man had shared his cookie with someone else. He said that he had enjoyed the delicious potatoes and added that he really had nothing to give her in return. Without taking her eyes off the cookie, the girl said that it was the first time she had ever received something so shiny and that it smelled so good. Someone started calling Vsol A, and she turned around when she heard her name in a familiar voice. An old man was running through the crowd toward the girl, calling her name. When she saw him, she shouted that it was her grandfather. She hugged her grandfather when he ran up to her, and he asked Weasel A if she was all right. Then he reminded her that he had asked her not to let go of his hand. Weasel A replied that everything was fine and boasted that she had even been given some potatoes. Her grandfather asked if she was hurt anywhere, and the girl replied that she was fine. She also told him that she had shared her potatoes with the boy and pointed to Gu Yangchun. The grandfather grabbed her by the hand and pulled her away. She gasped in surprise and asked where he was taking her. The old man bowed to Gu Yangchun and, without raising his head, said that his granddaughter did not yet know how the world worked and had committed a crime against a young gentleman from a large family. He apologized if she had offended him in any way. Gu Yangchun told the old man that everything was fine and remarked that, on the contrary, he should express his gratitude. Bowing, the boy explained that he had been hungry and, fortunately, she had shared her potatoes with him, which he had eaten with pleasure. He said that the only thing he could give her in return was some honey cookies, and if that was enough, he hoped they would accept them. The girl exclaimed that Weasel A was fine with that. The cookies were so sweet and shiny. Her hand was already reaching for the cookies when her grandfather shouted that they couldn't possibly accept something so valuable. Grabbing his granddaughter by the arm, he said that they would not bother the young gentleman any longer and would leave. The boy shouted for the old man to wait a moment, to which he replied that if the young gentleman was angry, he could take his anger out on him. Putting the cookies in Weasel A's hand, the boy said that was his answer. Then he told the girl that they would see each other again. The old man looked at Gu Yangchun and thought that Weasel A had found the boy. Bowing several times, the old man thanked her and told Weasel A to say goodbye. The girl waved happily in farewell. Gu Yangchun smiled as he said goodbye to Weasel A and watched them leave for a while. But as soon as they were gone, the boy sighed heavily and the guard immediately asked if something was wrong. The young man knew that until recently the old man had been the head of the Marima Alliance. He was one of the three supreme. They were considered the strongest in Marima. They struck fear and terror into the hearts of infidels. And this seemingly modest old man had the title of Supreme Sword and was called Wei Xiegun. That is why Gu Yangchun was very curious as to why the Supreme Sword could have been forgotten in such a place. It occurred to Gu Yangchun that even if it was a dream, he had already almost left this world. Despite all the old man's teachings and instructions, the girl waved to the young gentleman again and smiled. The guard turned to the young gentleman and informed him that it was time to return. He replied that in that case, they would leave. The boy thought that he had nothing left to regret and that it was time to wake up. When they approached the house, the guard informed the young man that they had arrived. He wondered why the dream wasn't ending. Shouldn't he be awake by now? And if this was all real, then it was definitely somehow connected to the curse of the heavenly demon. He recognized the voice when she said it was impressive and looked back to make sure. She remarked that just thinking about him coming instead of running away from the place where the clan leader had arrived was remarkable. Standing before him was his second-in-command sister, and the person who despised him more than anyone else, the fire sword Gu Yensu. Gu Yangchun wondered why everyone had gathered here. It was because the clan leader had come here. Noticing that the boy was lost in thought for a moment, she asked him what he was thinking this time. Approaching him, she said that if he was going to do something foolish, he'd better give it up and leave. Then she asked if he understood. He replied that he was only here because he had to be. She remarked that this was coming from a boy who knew that and had never shown up. The boy replied that he admitted his guilt and would ask the clan leader for forgiveness later. The guard was very surprised to hear that the young man was going to apologize. But his sister was angry. Calling out to Gu Yangchun, she showed her readiness for battle. She squeaked that she didn't know what he was up to this time, but that he'd better stop now, because now she was getting really angry. The sister began to say that if he continued to behave like a scoundrel, but the young man stopped her and ordered her to stop. Gu Yangchun told his sister that their father was coming, but quickly corrected himself and announced that the clan leader was on his way. Galloping up on his horse, the clan leader stopped abruptly and asked what all the commotion was about. Everyone present bowed obediently and respectfully to the clan chief, greeting him on his arrival. Feeling Gu Yangchun's gaze on him, he looked up and glanced at his father. Meeting the gaze of his younger son, the head turned his head toward the minister and called him. Dismounting from his horse, the clan leader asked the minister if the sword troops were ready. The minister replied that the first troop was resting after returning from duty, and the fourth was on standby. The clan leader ordered the minister to tell the latter to finish their preparations and come to him. Gu Yangchun wondered if he was dreaming or if this was real, but his gaze remained heavy. Turning to Gu Yangchun, the chief said that as for the third child, as soon as the meal was over, he should come to his room alone. Such an invitation from his father came as a surprise to Gu Yangchun and alarmed him. Looking at his bodyguard, the boy asked if he had any pills to improve digestion. In the evening, when the clan chief had finished his business, everyone gathered for dinner. The clan leader sat at the head table as usual and could see everyone in the hall. The boy thought that the atmosphere during dinner was the same as always, but he couldn't understand whether he was eating with his mouth or picking at his food, and he felt uncomfortable because his father had called him alone. So it would be nice if someone could lighten the mood. The clan leader turned to the second child and told her that he had heard about her achievements in martial arts. She happily exclaimed that it was true and told him that she had recently had an epiphany and had achieved 3 stars a few days ago. The clan leader said that she was making great progress for her age and that it was nice to see, so she should keep up the good work. Gu Yun-so thanked him for the praise. Looking at his sister, he thought it was impressive that she had already achieved 3 stars at her age, but it was not surprising because she was talented and trained very hard. Gu Yangchun thought to himself that his sister did know how to smile after all. She looked much better that way. But when his sister looked at him, he thought he'd take back what he said. Why was she looking at him like he was some kind of insect? His thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected call from the clan leader who called out to his third child. The clan leader said he heard he was going out for a walk. The guy confirmed it and said he had stuff to do, so he left. Hearing this answer from the third child, the clan leader chuckled thoughtfully. Then he stood up and said that he would go first and that they should finish eating. Gu Yangchun was surprised and thought that he seemed to have wanted to say something else. After all, his father had told him to come see him after dinner, so he would probably remind him about it. A maid approached and addressed the young master. She whispered that the clan leader had said to rest well today and come to him tomorrow. Sitting by the open window of his room, the boy pondered what was happening. He thought that since he hadn't woken up yet, it couldn't be a dream. Then it must be the regression he had only heard about. Clenching his fist, he decided that if that was the case, it might mean that he would be able to finish off the heavenly demon first. Although no, such an absurd statement could be dispelled in a second. How could he kill the heavenly demon when he had killed the 3 supreme beings who were above the heavens? And when he thinks about his former life, where he existed as a demon human, obeying the heavenly demon in order to survive, he realizes that he has many regrets. But his past life, filled with them, helped him understand many things. If he really was reborn, he wanted to choose a different life. He thought that in any case, the heavenly demon would fall at the hands of We Soul A. The demonic cult would also disappear. Until everything was resolved, he would live a quiet life, doing what he could. Gu Yangchun decided that he couldn't miss this opportunity. He couldn't allow the mistakes of his past life to repeat themselves. The young man said that first he needed to find his inner energy and focus on it. He managed to feel and materialize it. When he saw a small flame, the boy smiled. He thought he had searched his entire body and that was all he could find. And the sight of how little he had made him realize how superior his sister was, who was only a year older than him but already had 3 stars. But in the end, this could be fixed. He would train using a cultivation technique that was only passed down to blood relatives of the Gu clan. The art of the Gu fire wheel. Cultivate slowly as if blooming a flower. And when he reaches 4 stars, he will be able to radiate inner fire energy. And when he manages to reach 7 stars, he will be able to envelop it around his body. However, he currently only has 1 star, so Gu Yansu mocks him. He decided that he needed to gather his inner energy as quickly as possible and hone it until he reached 2 stars. Unlike in his past life, he didn't need to borrow the power of demons to continue this peaceful life. Instead, he needed to increase his own power. But there was another problem. If he tried even harder, he would surely die. Falling down exhausted, the boy thought that his abilities did not allow him to easily use his inner energy, and if he continued, an energy imbalance could occur. Smiling, he thought that he had achieved something after all. He had reached the 2nd star, albeit at an early stage. He decided that he needed to continue step by step, but not slowly. For the sake of a life different from the past, he would not do anything foolish that could negatively affect his future. Lost in thoughts about the future, the boy fell asleep until he heard the birds singing in the morning. Opening his eyes, he groaned from the pain in his body. He wondered why his body hurt so much. It was just because of training, but he was to blame for not doing it earlier. Rubbing his shoulders, the boy thought to himself that he had a long road ahead of him. Gu Yangchun decided that he would go to the clan chief's room at noon and train until then. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a girl sitting on the threshold of his room. Wei Asol smiled at Gu Yangchun and said she was glad to see him again. It was already late in the evening. He was asked where he was looking and if he was going home. Looking up at the sky, the man noticed that it was not a star and asked if it had always been there. Once upon a time, monsters broke through the empty space, also known as the Gate of the Demon Realm. Each faction sought to create groups capable of fighting the monsters, later called sword squads. Each faction had to have at least 1 squad. The Gu clan had 5 such squads. Gu Huibi's eldest sister was the commander of the 5th sword squad. and he, a rebel, spent half his life under her strict command. It was there, while serving in the squad, that he officially met Wee Sol A. Their meeting after the potato incident was supposed to take place 6 months later. However, that morning, she unexpectedly appeared at his doorstep. Surprised, the young man turned back and said that he had not slept well that night, but Wee Sol A did not let him leave. She grabbed him by his clothes and told him to stop. The girl said she was pleased to meet him. She wanted to say something else when the old man appeared. The old man said that he had already told her not to behave like that with the young gentleman. The old man ordered Wee Sola to apologize immediately, and she bowed her head and apologized. Gu Yangchun couldn't understand what was going on. Bowing his head, the old man said his name was Wee Moon. From that moment on, he would serve him as a sign of loyalty to the clan leader. He added that perhaps serving as an old servant would not be a pleasure for him, but he would do his best. The boy was surprised to hear that the old man's name was Wei Moon and not Wei He-gun. The girl said her name was Wee Sol A and that she would help her grandfather. She added that she was pleased to meet him. He thought that if this was an order from the clan leader, then it must have come from his father himself. For some reason, he had a feeling that from the very beginning of this life, he was already in deep trouble. Gu Yangchun sat on the porch and watched the yard being swept. He asked if the broom was real. Old Wei Moon glanced at the boy and looked at him quite seriously. Then he softened a little and nodded approvingly at the boy's question about the broom. The boy thought that he had said the right thing, but there were more important things to worry about. The girls told Sol A that it was dangerous to try to carry so much at once, but she replied that she could manage. One of the girls offered to help Sol A carry the things, but the girl replied that Sol A could manage on her own. A few seconds later, the clothes flew up and Sol A began to fall to the ground. Vi Sol A sprawled on the ground, and the clothes fell to the ground in front of the girl. To make matters worse, the basket in which the girl was carrying the clothes also fell. The basket fell right on her head. Gu Yangchun thought how she could be so bad at housework. After all, she was supposed to be talented in martial arts. How could she be so clumsy? She heard the boy sigh and say that his head hurt. Then he turned away. When she approached him, Gu Yangchun asked if she wanted to finish what she was doing. Sol A replied that she had been told to follow him everywhere. Then the guy asked who had ordered her to do so. She got angry but replied that her grandfather had told her to. The boy thought that it meant that Wee Sol A was his personal servant. Probably those girls had assigned her this role because they didn't want to deal with him. But he was still the son of a good clan. Was it normal for his personal servant to be chosen at random? Looking at Wee Sol A, he thought that she was okay, but the supreme sword weighed too heavily on him. Tying the belt on his robe with a girl's bow, Wee Sol A exclaimed happily that everything was ready. But the boy said he would do it himself. It occurred to him whether his father knew who they were, or maybe he just didn't care because too many servants had quit. As he put on his shoes, Gu Yangchun thought that they should meet with his father today. The boy decided that when he saw his father, he would ask him personally what was going on. Noticing that Gu Yangchun was heading for the exit, she called out to the young master to wait and ran after him. He indignantly asked her where she was going and ordered her to stay there and finish her work. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes at the young man's harsh tone. She replied sadly that she understood. At the gate, the young man said that in any case, she had to figure out how to do her job. Vi Sol A remained standing with her head bowed, sadly watching him leave. He felt sorry for her and said that when he returned, he would bring her a treat so she should try her best. She immediately cheered up when she heard that the boy would treat her to something tasty. Stopping in front of the door, the boy thought that he was scared. They had never been close in their past life. In fact, they had hardly ever spoken to each other. And what should he say? Surely he wanted to talk about something if he called her. The boy decided that he would listen to him first and then ask him what Wee Sola and Wee Hye-gun had forgotten at his place. The clan leader asked why he wasn't coming in. Gu Yangchun jumped up in surprise and shouted that he had scared him. He was ashamed that he had sworn in front of the clan leader and wanted to sink through the floor. His father asked him if he had seen the new servants yet. Gu Yangchun replied that he had met them that morning. Then his father asked him what he thought of them. Gu Yangchun replied that he was grateful that the clan leader had assigned servants to him for his convenience, but he was a little curious. After drinking his tea, the clan leader told him not to ask, and added that he would find out everything when the time came. The young man thought that his father had appointed them as servants, even though he knew everything. Did he have some kind of agreement with Wei Hung? The clan leader told him not to worry about such trifles. Instead, he should prepare for tomorrow's Dragon Union meeting. The boy replied that he would do so. He tried to remember what had happened at the last Dragon Convention, but when he remembered, his face changed. Leaving his father, he told his bodyguard to slit his throat right now. The guard asked him if he really didn't want to attend the Dragon Union convention. The boy simply grunted in dissatisfaction. This was an important event at which the members of the Sword Squad were chosen. It was held twice a year for the Sword Squads working to close the gates of the Demon Realm, risking their lives for the Gu clan and the inhabitants of Shanxi. It goes without saying that those who belong to the Gu clan must be present at such an event. The boy repeated that he had been ordered to cut his throat, as he could only escape death by dying. The guard asked if the clan chief would not finish him off himself. Gu Yangchun showed his dissatisfaction. Then the guard said that even Elder Li would be there, and that he would finish him off himself if he tried to escape again. The young man cursed silently. He wondered who it could be. Among the elders, Elder Li was particularly unpleasant. The elder always believed that he had to adhere to the norms of decency because he was the only son in the family. Because of this, he was responsible for the honor and authority of the clan. He was the one he should have been grateful to, but he was a very busy man. Despite this, he managed to teach him when he had time. All his instructions and punishments made the boy avoid him as much as possible. Gu Yangchun thought to himself that even his father had not been so attentive to him. He noted that it was strange that despite his lessons, he had managed to become such a failure. Hearing what the boy said, the guard asked him what he was talking about. Gu Yangchun replied that he was just thinking out loud and asked when they were leaving. The guard replied that they would set off as soon as everyone was ready. He called out to Manhwa and asked if she was ready yet. She apologized to the young master and said that she had been with Sol Ah. Hearing this, the young man was surprised and asked if Sula had done something again. The girls took a step back, and Wee Sola stepped forward. She was dressed in beautiful new clothes that were meant to be worn by the servants in the house. When he saw her dressed as Gu Yangchun, a blush appeared on his cheeks. The girl came closer and addressed the young master. The boy tensed up when she approached him. She told him that everyone said she was very beautiful, then asked if he thought she was beautiful. He was annoyed by such questions and, to avoid answering, shouted that they should all hurry up. They had to leave immediately. Vi Sol leaned out of the window of the carriage, which was speeding down the road, and exclaimed that the carriage was going so fast and that it was so cool. One of the girls asked if she had ever ridden in a carriage, and Sola replied that she had never done so. She thought that horses were only for food, but she did not know that they could run so fast. Gu Yangchun asked Moina where the meeting would take place, and he replied that it would be at the Heavenly Exchange. The boy thought that this was the most famous shopping district in Shensi. It seemed that Elder Li had put a lot of effort into organizing it. The guard informed him that the trip would take 4 hours and suggested that the young man take a nap. Gu Yangchun replied that it was a good idea because he couldn't sleep due to his training the previous night. He glanced at Wei Sol A, who was talking loudly about how horse meat smelled a little strange but tasted good. She wanted to say something else, but suddenly a cookie ended up in her mouth, and Gu Yangchun told her to shut up and eat. The girl started chewing the cookie, and Gu Yangchun thought that it was finally quiet and he could take a nap. Sol Ah began to wake the young master. He mumbled in his sleep that the cookies were obviously gone. He heard one of the maids ask if Sol Ah had told them that they had arrived. Getting out of the carriage, the boy thought that there must be a big festival going on in Shensi because there were so many people. He began to stretch near the carriage when he heard someone say that he must be tired after a long journey. The man introduced himself as Chun Ishiel and said that he was the head of the Heavenly Exchange. He emphasized that it was a great honor for him to meet the rising star of the Gu clan. The young man replied that his name was Gu Yangchun from the Gu clan and added that he was also pleased to meet him. Chun Ishiel said that thanks to the efforts of Elder Li and Miss Gu, his first day there had gone smoothly. He noticed that the young man looked tired and offered to show him to his room. Remembering his sister's dissatisfied face, the young man hoped that he would not run into her. But within a few minutes, the boy realized that his fears were not unfounded. Meeting her at the door, he greeted his sister. She said that he didn't deserve a greeting because he annoyed her. She remarked that although she didn't think he could do anything at the Dragon Union convention, he should keep his jokes to himself. After all, there was nothing more disgusting than embarrassing one's family. Gu Yangchun replied that he would behave as quietly as a mouse, so she needn't worry about him. The boy's answer clearly did not satisfy his sister, and she shouted that she wasn't worried about him. Wee Sola caught Gu Yonso's angry gaze and immediately hid behind the young master. She said she thought old habits were showing. Then she asked if he was going to behave as usual here. Not understanding what his sister was hinting at, the boy asked what she was talking about. Gu Yonso replied that she thought he had changed, but apparently people don't change. After that, she entered the room and closed the door behind her. The guy asked what was wrong with her and immediately apologized for what had just happened. Then he suggested they move on. Chun Isol said there was no need to apologize because he had heard that brothers and sisters often quarrel. Seeing the size of the festival arena, Wee Sola exclaimed that it was simply amazing. The girl remarked enthusiastically that the arena was so big and added that she had never seen such large buildings in her life. He thought he had heard before that merchants judge each other's financial power by how much money they spend on festivals, but wasn't this too much? Today, they were honoring the sword troops of the Gu clan and their incredible efforts. According to the festival program, tomorrow there would be duels to select new members for the units. Smiling, he thought it was good that those who belonged to the noble families were not participating. The only thing he could do here was watch. Nothing was going to happen during that time. The boy heard a familiar voice behind him and turned around. The elder noticed that this time he hadn't run away and quickly ruffled his hair. He asked if something had happened. After all, the boy had always run away when he saw the old man before. Gu Yangchun replied that someone had said they would bend him in half if he ran away. The old man asked who had said such a cruel thing, and the boy replied that it was the other elder. Then the old man laughed and remarked that the boy knew how to argue. The second elder had always been obsessed with him. Perhaps it was because he was the only son of the clan chief. Wee Sola exclaimed, "Wow," again when she saw the bear. She joyfully exclaimed that it was a bear, and bears are as delicious as horses. The elder gave her a serious and even angry look. Even Gu Yangchun glanced at her sideways. The girl immediately fell silent and trembled. She was clearly frightened by the elder's stern gaze. Hiding behind Gu Yangchun, she whispered that she would never eat bears again. The boy told the elder that his glare could scare people. The elder grunted and said he was worried about him. Then he asked if she was his concubine. Gu Yangchun asked him what he was talking about and told him to look at her clothes. He said that the girl was his servant. The elder clicked his tongue and replied that if that was what he said, then so be it. He then reminded him that tomorrow was the Dragon Union meeting. The young man would only be an observer, but he had better go to sleep. After all, he would have to participate in the event. The young man noticed that Sol A had already hidden away from the elder and was looking at him. Gu Yangchun replied to the elder that he would do so and wished him a good night. The elder called out to the boy who had already walked away and emphasized that if he ran away, he would do so. Noticing that he had pointed at the boy, Sol A asked if the old man was going to eat him. The boy replied that he would strangle her first. Moving a little further away, the elder looked back at the children and chuckled thoughtfully. Looking at these children, the elder said that there was something special about that child after all. The day of the Dragon Union convention had arrived. A large crowd had gathered to watch. Gu Yangchun said that he thought the Dragon Union convention would start early in the morning, but judging by the queue, it was unlikely to start before noon. He said that representatives of numerous clans of Shensi were allowed to participate. Anyone who could confirm their identity could also participate, but he did not expect so many people to come. The young man said that becoming a member of the Sword Squad meant a lot, and the guard agreed with him. Noticing the elder Sol A in the crowd, she pressed herself against Gu Yangchun and whispered that the bear grandfather would come for her head. She asked if he could be ordered to go into hibernation. Gu Yangchun said that she could stay at home if she was so scared. She replied that her grandfather had told her to stay with him. He thought that he couldn't tell her to disobey the supreme sword. He told Sol A that everything was fine and that his guard would be able to defeat the old bear. She immediately rejoiced and asked if it was true. The guard asked who the bear grandfather was. Gu Yangchun replied that he was the second elder. The guard whispered that he didn't even dare to touch him and emphasized that the boy should speak of him in a more respectful manner. Then Gu Yangchun told Sol that they would have to give him her head. The frightened girl replied that she did not agree, but if her head would bring him happiness, then so be it. The young man realized that she did not understand that he was joking, so he told her that it was a joke. But she stubbornly continued that if she lost her head, her grandfather had said that spirits who died with a full stomach were more beautiful, especially those who ate dumplings before they died. The guard noticed that the young man was fond of this servant girl. Gu Yangchun asked if he was talking about her, and asked if he had seen the servant girl begging him for pelmeni. He thought she was doing this because she didn't know how to talk to him. After all, they had constantly clashed in his past life. Smiling, the guard remarked that she obviously did not understand what it meant to be a maid, but he bought her what she asked for anyway. Muen remarked that he was different from the image described in the rumors. Therefore, they probably shouldn't be trusted. Then he added that he still had a lot to learn. Gu Yangchun replied that he was taking the purchase of dumplings for his maid too seriously. He then asked what he meant by rumors and how long he had been his bodyguard. The bodyguard replied that it had been about 2 weeks. Gu Yangchun thought that he had obviously been appointed before his regression, which was why he could speak like that. In that case, it was unclear who was luckier, him or Mu Yen. They heard a woman call the lady and say that it was too dangerous to wander around the city right now. The girl replied that her fears were unfounded. A Dragon Union convention was currently taking place, so anything could happen with so many people from the Gu clan around. His voice sounded familiar, but that couldn't be, or could it? The woman said that was exactly why she was worried. What if she accidentally met the heir to the Gu clan? Gu Yangchun wondered if she was talking about him, but surely not. There were many men in the Gu clan. The girl asked the woman if she really thought that could happen, and emphasized that there were many people here. The guy thought it sounded ominous when the girl looked around and saw him nearby. They froze for a moment when they saw the boy just a few steps away from them. The guard whispered that the girl and her bodyguard looked as if they had seen something terrible. Then he asked if the boy knew who they were. The guy thought he would never forget it. Her hair falling on her shoulders and her black beady eyes, and the ring on her hand with a symbol on it was only visible when looked at closely. However, he already knew the name engraved on the ring. It was the Hebei Pen clan, and that dark-haired girl was his former fiancée. Marriage to a girl from one of the 4 great clans was arranged for one reason. The Gu clan is as prestigious as the 4 clans. They also have a child of the same age. Gu Yangchun would have become the heir if nothing had happened. The Pen clan also saw the benefit of marrying into the Gu clan. But the problem was the trouble he had caused. All the bad rumors about him skipping training to cause even more trouble did not sound very favorable for the Pen clan, and what really ruined their relationship were the words he said to her. The girl took a few steps closer to the boy and asked indignantly why he was there. The boy said that was exactly what he wanted to ask her, and asked her what she was doing there. She replied that she had some business here. Then she declared that they did not have power over all of Shensi. Did she have to report her every move to them? He replied that if that was how she felt. Without letting him finish, she shouted at him for talking to her so rudely. Had he forgotten that she was a year older than him? Smiling, the boy replied that he had indeed forgotten and asked if everything was okay now. Gu Yangchuk called out to Sol A and told her to come back if she had bought dumplings. The girl laughed and said, "Okay." The boy told his ex-fiancée that he didn't know why she had come here and wished her happiness. As he was leaving, he said that they were in a hurry and would see her later. She thought how lucky she was to have run into him while she was busy with her brother. The girl watched Gu Yangchun walk away for a while, thinking about their sudden meeting. She noticed that she had never seen this girl with him before. Perhaps she was his maid. She found her very cute. Had he really changed so much around such a lovely girl? Gu Yangchun shouted at her, asking who she was. She was just a simple servant girl. His words hurt and angered the girl. She jumped up and grabbed the boy by his clothes. Her eyes filled with anger, and she asked threateningly what he had just said about her. But Gu Yangchun just smiled in response and remarked with satisfaction that he had not been mistaken. Unable to control her emotions, the girl hit the boy hard on his smug face. She shouted that she was ready to endure anything, even if it was a marriage of convenience. The girl emphasized that even if there were terrible rumors about him, she would agree to it for the sake of the Pen Clan. Her maid turned to the enraged young lady and asked her to calm down. However, the young lady did not listen to the maid and simply pushed her out of the way. Swinging a chair at the boy, she shouted that he should go away, that she wanted nothing to do with this marriage, and that this idiot should just disappear. Sighing, she thought that nothing had changed since then. Suddenly, she heard him ask the maid if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine. Gu Yangchun said that everything was not fine and that he would help her. The bodyguard said he would also help, but Gu Yangchun told him to focus on his duties as a bodyguard. If there was anything left, they would give it to Manhwa. Looking at her former fiancé, she thought that something had changed in him. But that couldn't be. Maybe he was just in a good mood. Could this bastard have grown up? That couldn't be. Seeing how he was helping the maid, the girl thought that maybe it was possible after all. They looked sharply in the direction of the scream. The man asked loudly what he meant. The guard asked if the young gentleman was all right when he jumped up in surprise. The boy replied that he was fine and asked them to be quiet. The man replied that shouting would not solve anything and asked him to calm down. But the boy shouted that he had already said he had little time and that the man would have to answer for him if he was caught. Then the man asked what he meant when he said he would be caught. Banging on the table, the unknown man shouted that they should just let him participate. Gu Yangchun asked if he should intervene. The security guard asked if they had to do that. Then the young man said that anyone who wanted to could participate if they confirmed their identity. The security guard said he wondered if they should allow him to put on a show. The young man replied that quarrels over recordings at the Dragon Union Convention were not uncommon. The martial arts masters of the Gu clan would take care of it. As Gu Yangchun had said, one of the masters approached the man and told him to end the performance, but the young man simply grabbed the martial artist by the arm and threw him over himself. When a second master ran up to him, the young man did the same thing to him. The man who was registering the participants became angry and shouted that he was taking liberties. The young man replied that he was just demonstrating his abilities and asked if he could now participate. The registrar shouted that after that he definitely couldn't participate. The boy asked why he was refusing since he had demonstrated his skills. The security guard asked if they could intervene now. Soleil shouted that the guy had just thrown one master and then another, and that it was amazing. Gu Yangchun replied that they were leaving. The security guard asked in surprise if they were leaving the boy there. The guy explained that he didn't want to get involved, so they would just move on and the masters would take care of it themselves. The registrar shouted that he couldn't do as he pleased. They had rules. He couldn't go in without identification. But the guy stood his ground and asked if his skills weren't enough proof. The registrar replied that this would cause even more problems. Then the guy shouted that the registrar was disrespecting the head of the Pen Clan. Hearing the name of the guy arguing at the registration desk, Gu Yangchun turned around. The girl also paid attention to him when she heard the name of her clan. She thought it was him who had just said it. The guy had called himself the head of the Pen Clan. This happened on a cold winter day on the grounds of the Pen Clan's estate. That day, the girl came out of the house and asked the boy what he was doing there. Smiling, he wished her good morning and said that it was very cold, so he decided to warm himself by the fire. He also said that he was roasting potatoes. She said she wouldn't ask why he was doing this right in front of her room, but she was curious what he was going to do with that board. Showing her the board, the guy asked if she meant this one. He said that the potatoes had been baking for so long that he thought he needed to make the fire stronger. She hit him and shouted, asking if he even knew what he was holding in his hand. The boy replied that it was kindling and asked why she was hitting her older brother. She said that it was a commemorative board from the Pen Clan, presented to him personally by the head of the clan. It was an award for graduating from the Academy of Divine Dragons as the best in his class and becoming the youngest successor in history. When she asked him if he knew what the plaque was for, he replied that it was to make the fire burn brighter. She took the potatoes from him and swung at him. The girl told her brother that he needed to behave like the successor to the clan chief. Warming herself by the fire next to him, the girl said that she did not understand what was going on in his head. He was talented and possessed all the necessary skills despite his young age. He had even been chosen as the successor, but he was still dissatisfied with something. Looking up at the sky, he replied that he wasn't. He just wanted to leave this place. Then she told her brother that he could go and come back later. The boy sighed. When she received his note saying that he would be gone for a short while, she crumpled it up angrily. She shouted that it seemed like her older brother thought 4 months wasn't a long time. Her maid informed her that there was news for her from the beggars faction. The girl exclaimed that she would finally be able to find that bastard and asked where he was. The maid whispered that he had been seen in Shensi. The girl asked in surprise why he had gone so far. He shouted that why now, when he had shown them everything he could. so they had to let him attend the Dragon Union convention. The registrar asked him to calm down. The guy shouted that he didn't have much time and asked if he had to show them the Blade of Darkness so they would believe him. The guard asked the young man if he had heard that. Gu Yangchun said that only the main branch of the Ping clan possessed this technique. The boy thought that maybe he really was who he claimed to be. He decided that one way or another, he had to get out of there before he got himself into trouble. At that moment, a second elder appeared and said that since he had mentioned the Blade of Darkness, he didn't seem to be a liar. Then he noticed that the boy obviously had enough experience and told the registrar to give him permission to participate. The guy said his name was Pen Wujin and that he was the successor to the Pen clan. He emphasized that it was a great honor for him to meet the great master Fist of Purifier of the renowned Gu clan. The elder laughed and said that he hadn't been called that in a long time. He told the guy that he could participate and not to worry about it. The registrar shouted that they couldn't be sure if he was really the successor to the Pen clan. But the elder replied that he was certain of this because the boy was a copy of his father. Moreover, his physique was exactly like that of the Pens. He also pointed to the black ring on his finger and noted that this was also enough to confirm his identity. Gu Yangchun thought that the ring was the same as Pen Ahui's, so the shithead was really the heir to the Pen clan. The elder asked him to explain why the heir to the Pen clan wanted to participate in this competition if its purpose was to select new members for the Gu clan's sword squad. Pen Wujin smiled and said that he was here because the Pen clan was too boring. Laughing at what he heard, the elder said that was a good reason and asked if his family had given him permission. Gu Yangchun thought he must be out of his mind. The boy said that they wouldn't let him, so he just ran away from home. The elder laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. He repeated what the boy had said and asked Yangchun if he had heard him. The boy thought that the elder must be slow. Then the elder remarked that the boy seemed well educated and asked how old he was. He replied that he would be 23 this year. The elder said that he was young and jokingly asked if the Pang clan was raising a monster. Then he quietly added that he would like their little idiot to study with him. The guard whispered that he was sure the elder wasn't talking about him. Wisola said that the old man had called him a fool and asked why. Gu Yangchun told them both to shut up, because they were only making things worse. Gu Yangchun thought that if this was really Pen Wujin, then he was truly a monster, and in the near future he would receive the title of Emperor of Blades. Pen Wujin, the boy thought to himself, so he was from the Pen clan. And there was someone else from the same clan here. Pen Ahui rushed forward when she recognized her brother. She went up to him and called out to him. Hearing his sister's voice, he turned around and shouted that they were just looking around. In an instant, he received a kick to his satisfied face from his sister. To avoid another blow, the boy began to run away from his angry sister. She shouted after him that he was a sick bastard. He claimed to be the heir but ran away from home, leaving only a note. Pen Wujin shouted for her to stop for a moment and listen to him. Her eyes burned with anger. She asked threateningly if he had something to say to her now. He shouted that he was begging for mercy. She asked if he had run away from home to join a group of swordsmen from another clan. Had he completely lost his mind? He shouted at Ahui that she would kill him, to which she replied that a little shit like him deserved it. Gu Yangchun said that he thought she really would kill him, and asked if he should intervene. The elder told him to leave them alone. The penny were strong. He would not die even if beaten with a metal rod. The boy turned to the Grand Master and asked for his help. The elder told Gu Yangchun that maybe he was right after all. The elder said that was enough because she would really kill him. She asked who dared to interfere. But looking around, she saw the elder and exclaimed that it was the great Master Gu. Jumping up, she apologized for not introducing herself right away and said her name was Pen Avi. She added that she was very sorry that the great master of the Pure Fire Fist had to witness their quarrel. He replied that he was pleased to meet such an amusing young man. She said that she would not forget this incident and would definitely repay him. She said that they were leaving now, and Pen Wujin said that she should go without him. Ahui asked if he had gotten enough, but the boy was no longer joking. He showed his intention with his whole demeanor and asked if it looked like he was joking. Avi asked him why, and he replied that the Pen clan was boring. She said that it seemed like the Gu clan was more fun. The boy replied that it was definitely more fun than his clan. Putting her hand on his shoulder, she said she was asking him. He should grow up already because he was the successor. He replied that this was why he wanted to have fun before becoming the clan leader. The only way to avoid this was to become crippled or die, but he didn't like either option. Pen Wujin said he didn't want to become the head of the clan, but everyone except them were just animals bearing their name. The boy added that one day he would have to. After all, he couldn't let her become the head of the clan. That's why he agreed to become the successor even though he didn't want to. Gu Yangchun asked if the elder would really allow him to be present, and added that he didn't think getting involved in a conflict with the Pen clan was a good idea. He replied that he would like to, but given the situation the Pen clan was in, he didn't even know. The elder said that he would allow him to participate if the young man defeated him. She exclaimed that this was nonsense. Gu Yangchun turned to the elder and asked if he had lost his mind, but the elder said that there would only be 10 attempts to determine the winner, and asked what the young man thought about it. When the boy asked incredulously if that was all, the elder asked if he had ever lied. Well, the rules need to be thought through. Ah Hui shouted at Ebby to grab the bastard. The maid asked if she meant the heir. The elder asked what he would say about that. If he could touch him in 10 strikes, he would count it as his victory. He barely had time to finish speaking when the boy instantly appeared behind the elder's back. But to his great surprise, the elder laughed and remarked that he was very impatient, preparing his fist. The competition began. The announcer declared that the honorable audience had been waiting a long time for this and that the time had come. The host announced that a battle between 2 stars who would lead the future of the Gu clan was about to take place. He announced that on one side was the Fire Sword and the incredibly beautiful Gu Yenso. On the other side was the young Mr. Gu Yangchun, the first heir to the great Gu clan. The boy wondered why he had to fight her, especially since she was his sister. The elder's fist met Pen Wujin's face. The blow was strong and knocked the boy back. The elder joyfully exclaimed that he had won when the boy fell from the blow. Gu Yachin asked the elder if he wasn't supposed to just dodge the boy's blows. He replied that in any case, it was just sparring that they had both agreed to. He emphasized that he had controlled his strength so that the boy would soon come to his senses. He said that if the Pen clan started knocking on his door, he had nothing to do with it, so there was no need to worry. The elder added that if he didn't die alone while he was here, Gu Yangchun said that he wished for a lonely death. Gu Yangchun said that he was talking about Avi, and that it was definitely the elder's fault. Avi replied that everything was fine and that it was even easier with him. She said that who knows what trouble he could have caused. That's why this sparring match was held. Laughing, the elder asked if the young daughter of the Pen clan really thought so. He said he agreed because he thought it would be funny. Sol A ran up to him and he said that they would now go away from the big bear. Sol A's eyes lit up and she exclaimed excitedly that Grandpa Bear had just gone bang, boom, bang. And then the wind blew and the man fell to the ground. Gu Yangchun wondered how this little girl had managed to save the world and why the world hadn't just disappeared. The elder laughed and remarked that the little girl's eyes were brighter than anyone else's. He said that the old man had a gift for her. He took out the honey cookies she liked so much from his pocket and she exclaimed, "Wow!" Soleil said that she liked Grandpa Bear from the very beginning, and the elder remarked that he knew she would say that. Looking at the gloomy Gu Yangchun, the elder asked if he was upset that he had given a gift to his servant. Then he added that he actually had something for him too. The boy said he didn't like sweets. But the elder announced that after the Dragon Union convention, he would have to participate in a duel. And then the moment came. He stood in the arena with his older sister. Looking at her younger brother, Gu Yenso asked if he didn't need a sword. Warming up, Gu Yangchun thought about the sword and whether he had ever used it. Gu's fire magic can be used with various types of weapons, but it is especially effective when combined with a sword or fists. In the end, he realized that his fists worked best and stopped using the sword. Gu Yensu said that it didn't matter to her whether he used a sword, his fists, or something else. He thought that her unpleasant character was finally proving useful. With a sly smile, she said she was so grateful and happy to have this opportunity. The boy was surprised when he heard her mention the opportunity and asked her to repeat herself. Her eyes sparkled and she said that was exactly what she meant. She now had a chance to legally beat her younger brother, and what's more, she could do it in front of many people. When the elder announced the duel, the young man asked why he should participate in a duel, especially with his sister. The elder told him not to make a fuss. He explained that he didn't want people to go home thinking that the Gu clan was boring. Gu Yangchun thought he was a crazy weirdo, but it was written all over his face that he thought it would be funny. But it didn't matter because he would just give up. Pointing to Peng Wujin, who still hadn't come to his senses, the elder said that if he decided to give up, he would also get beaten up. The boy asked if he really wanted to watch him get beaten in front of a large crowd. Then the elder turned to Yangchun and asked if he really intended to lose. He thought that he was not willing to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not want to waste his strength on a battle that he had never even experienced in his past life. Gu Yenzuo called him her dear brother and pointed out that he was the future head of the clan only because he was a man. She shouted that she despised him and was ready to begin. The girl attacked him with a sword, but Gu Yuncheng dodged her blow. She tried again from the other side, but the guy dodged the attack again. After trying several times, she wondered how he, with only 2 stars, could dodge her 3-star attacks. Gu Yangchun thought that for now he could still move half a beat faster than her, but soon he would tire. This meant that he lacked training. He tried to think of a way to end the fight, perhaps by simply letting her hit him, but he didn't know if he would remain unharmed if he let her hit him. She shouted at him that all he could do was dodge her blows. Enraged, Gu Yonso grabbed her brother by his robe so that he couldn't dodge the blow. Holding him by his clothes, she swung her sword to strike him. But the boy managed to maneuver and pull off his robe, which she eventually cut in half with her sword. Gu Yangchun said that if she swung so hard, it would be easier to dodge her. Then he asked if maybe it was enough. He thought to himself that she had struck him very hard. Was it really necessary to tear his clothes? She said that she had forced herself to accept that she would never become the head of the clan because she was a woman, even though she had worked herself to exhaustion. However, thinking that he was living his life as a scoundrel could push her off the path simply because he was a man. Whether he could understand that was unknown. He noticed that she had cast a spell on her sword. Now it was dangerous, and it was much more serious than 3 stars. The girl continued her attacks, but Gu Yangchun still managed to dodge her blows. She shouted that he was doing it again and again. He always just ran away and did nothing. Attacking him, she shouted that he had no talent and wasn't even trying. Gu Yansong shouted that if he planned to continue living such a worthless life, he should just disappear. Striking him with a sword imbued with fire magic, she shouted that he should disappear like his mother. He grabbed her arm with which she was swinging the sword and prevented her from striking. His eyes filled with rage, and Gu Yahun asked her to repeat what she had just said. Her sister was the best person she knew. At the age of 15, she received the title of Phoenix Sword. At 20, she graduated from the Academy of Divine Dragons with the highest marks and was appointed head of the 5th Sword Squad of the Gu clan. She was recognized by all, but she would not be able to become the head of the Gu clan. Instead, the child of Gu Yangchun's concubine would become the head. But she did not hate him. Even though they were only half-siblings, Gu Yangchun's mother was kind to her, and she liked him too. So she came to terms with his existence, until one day she disappeared. Her father gave orders not to look for her, so no one did. That's when it all started. Yangchun behaved harshly towards everyone. Rumors that he was ruining the lives of the maidservants began to surface. And yet this did not change the fact that he would become the head of the Gu clan, because it had always been a man. He paid no attention to her, who worked so hard, or to her outstanding sister. She resented Gu Yanchun, who, without knowing it, enjoyed such privilege. She did not hate him. The reminder of his mother changed his expression the moment he heard it. Realizing that she had awakened a lot of anger in him, she thought it was dangerous. The boy first pushed her several steps away from him. He pushed so hard that she barely managed to stay on her feet. She hadn't even fallen yet when Gu Yangchun instantly appeared behind her. His fist was almost at her face when she noticed that he was attacking from the other side. Penavi noticed that she and Gu Yensu were the same age, but that girl was so talented. The girl said that she shouldn't tell everyone that she was from the Pen clan. The maid said that the young lady was doing well. She noticed that they were muttering something but couldn't make out what it was. Ahui asked Ebi if she could hear what they were saying. He told her that she wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on their conversation. The second elder adjusted his inner energy. Naturally, she couldn't hear anything. Avi told him not to walk around with that face and tell people he was from the Pen clan. He asked if she was ashamed of her older brother. She exclaimed, "Of course not," and added that he should stay at the Dragon Union convention until the bruise went away. Wujin said that the younger Phoenix Sword would be participating in the duel. Avi said that she was amazing and already had 3 stars. Her sword movements were very smooth and her internal energy was no worse. Then Wujin said that he was not talking about her and said that he was asking if it was the youngest Phoenix Sword who was dodging. The maid informed Wujin that they were both the younger brother and sister of Phoenix Sword. Smiling, he said that was how it was. So there was not only one Phoenix Sword in the Gu clan. Looking at his smiling face, she thought sadly that when he became the head of the clan, he would no longer have that look. Wujin said that they were done. Gu Yensu thought that she needed to dodge the blow somehow. Just turn away. At the same time, she saw what she thought was a great opportunity to strike back. Yanchun said he understood. It was okay if she hated him. He had lived his life that way. Her words annoyed him, but he understood. And so she must also understand why he was doing this. Enveloping his fist in fire magic, Gu Yangchun delivered a powerful blow to his sister. The girl fell from the blow and was unable to get up. The announcer declared the fight over. Gu Yangchun was the winner. The boy said that it turned out well and that he hadn't planned to win the fight. He didn't think that her 2-star internal energy would cause her nose to bleed and her to lose consciousness. He hoped that she would be okay. Gu Yangchun thought about the words she had shouted at him. His sister had shouted that he'd better disappear. A security guard was already running towards him and asked if he was okay and not injured. Gu Yangchun replied that everything was fine and asked how things were going inside. The security guard replied that he might be upset, but since everyone had assumed he would lose, they were now simply amazed by his victory. The young man said that made sense. The scoundrel had defeated the future star. Muen reported that the atmosphere had calmed down because the second elder had immediately proceeded to conclude the affairs of the Dragon Union convention. Sighing, Gu Yangchong said that this was what he was busy with now. He had to leave before they met. Sol A exclaimed that the young master's hand was bleeding. The boy said that this proved that he was not yet able to control his inner energy. The boy said it was nothing, but Sol A disagreed and began to bandage his hand. She tried very hard, but she didn't do it well and asked if she should do it that way. She answered herself that it didn't seem right. Tears welled up in her eyes and she said she couldn't do it. The girl apologized and said that Sol A couldn't do it properly, so he shouldn't be injured anymore. Suddenly, Wu Jin appeared and said that he also didn't like that young Mr. Gu had been injured. Gu Yangchun told him to watch the atmosphere and called Wu Jin a piece of shit. The boy said that he was pleased to meet the young Mr. Peng and told him that his name was Gu Yangkun. The latter said in surprise that he had just been swearing, but when he noticed his sister, he said that he was also pleased to meet him. Hiding behind her maid, she turned to her brother and asked them to finally leave. Smiling, Wu Jin said he understood. He said that she was probably embarrassed because she had once been engaged to the young Mr. Guo. Then he added that they could take advantage of the situation and get back together. Gu Yangchun asked what he was talking about. Wu Jin explained that as powerful people, shouldn't they take advantage of this opportunity to establish ties and become friends? He suggested that they call him Brother Pen. The young man replied that getting close to someone like him would not benefit them in any way. Wu Jin laughed and asked what he meant by someone like him. He said that he thought the only member of the Gu clan was Gu Huibi, the Phoenix Sword. Wu Jin exclaimed that who would have thought that such talent was hidden in the Gu clan. Yangchun remarked that since he mentioned Huibi, he assumed that they were acquainted with his sister. He replied that of course they were and emphasized that they were very close, but he didn't know what she thought of them. Yangchun thought that they weren't that close after all. Saying that it was late and they should return, Wu Jin headed away, but his sister remained standing where she was. Gu Yangchun asked if she had anything to say. She said that on the day the engagement was broken off, she was very angry and hit him with a chair. Finally, looking at Yangchun, she said she was asking him for forgiveness. He reminded her that he had called her a concubine or something similar, and noted that he still lacked maturity and had none at all at that time. He had done something that deserved to be hit, so she didn't need to apologize. Feeling that he was being sincere, Pen Ahui smiled and replied that it was fine. As she was leaving, she told him not to lose what his brother had given him. The boy asked her what she was talking about, then suddenly noticed that he was holding a commemorative plaque with the name Pen on it. Looking after them, Gu Yangchun said goodbye and stared at the starry sky for a while. The boy thought about how many things he still had to fix. The Dragon Union meeting ended and they set off in a carriage to return home. The maid tried to wake up Weasel Ah, who was fast asleep, leaning on her. He thought about how no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't remember fighting his sister in his past life, let alone defeating her. Looking at the girl, he thought that since Weesola became a maid, many things had changed from the past he remembered. Gu Yangchun thought that when they returned, he would have to move faster than he had expected. Something caught his attention and he had a strange, familiar feeling. He immediately looked out the window. Gu Yangchun called out to Mu Yen to check the demon-detecting amulet. Mu Yen was surprised but immediately reached for the amulet. When he got the amulet, Mu Yen shouted that there were no changes. He added that he didn't know what he had sensed, but that the amulet would start glowing if the gates of the demon realm opened nearby, so there was no need to worry. Mu Yen shouted that the young lord could relax, and the amulet in his hands immediately lit up. Raising the amulet so that everyone could see it, the guard shouted for everyone to stop. He shouted that the gates of the demon realm were here and ordered everyone to take up their positions. The young master's safety was paramount. Suddenly, he noticed Yangchun warming up near him and asked him what he was doing there. The guard said that it would be better for the young master to hide. Gu Yangchun told him to keep his instructions to himself. Gu Yangchun pointed to the gate and told the guard to look. The boy noticed that they were glowing green. A pack of demon wolves emerged from the gates of the demon kingdom and immediately headed for their carriage. The boy knew that green meant the lowest level of danger. The task was not easy, but it was doable. Activating his fire magic, the boy struck one of the demon wolves that had attacked them. He knew where to strike the wolf because all monsters have one weakness. These were demonic stones. They were somewhat similar to hearts. When removed, the monsters died instantly. Pulling out a demonic stone is the easiest way to fight monsters. After getting another stone, the boy cursed silently. His magic was dissipating and it was quite difficult to maintain it. However, if he wanted to survive, he would have to use the magic of the Ring of Fire. The guard called out to the young master and instantly appeared between him and the demon wolves. With a few swings of his sword, Mu Yen dealt with the wolves that had surrounded Yangchun. Seeing how quickly and skillfully Mu Yen dealt with the wolves, Yangchun wondered if he had always been so strong. Turning to the young master, the guard asked if he was all right. Yangchun replied that he was and thanked him for saving him. The boy asked if Mu Yen was done, and he replied that he was because there weren't that many monsters, and fortunately, they were of the lowest level. Mu Yen asked Yangchun what he was thinking when he started fighting the monsters, and what would have happened if he had been injured. Gu Yangchun replied that what's done is done. His hand began to tingle strangely. He looked down at his hand. Mu Yen said that in any case, next time he'd better retreat to a safer place. The guard emphasized that he didn't need to remember that he was the heir. Suddenly, Yangchun fell to the ground and screamed loudly. Everyone rushed to him. The guard asked the young master what was wrong, but he only groaned in response. The boy thought it was a curse. Where did this bad feeling come from? It was the magic of the heavenly demons that absorbed demonic energy, the source of demonic absorption magic. The bloodied man looked at him and asked him why he had done it. Sitting among a mountain of mutilated bodies, he asked what they had done to him, and why he had done this to them. Then he asked Blossom Blade if these words would be his last. The gates of the demon realm opened, and a giant dragon emerged, and she sat on its head. He immediately fell to his knees and bowed his head when the head of the sect appeared. The sect leader slowly descended from the dragon's head to the ground in front of them. She said that the Blade of Blossom wasn't so bad, but not enough to satisfy her. She added that nevertheless it had amused her enough that he could raise his head. His fire magic absorbed the demonic energy coming from the monsters that had invaded this world. Gu Yangchun thought that the fire was purifying the demonic energy, but upon closer inspection he realized that the fire was absorbing it. It seemed that this had not happened in his past life. Saul A ran up to him and asked the young master if he was all right. He replied that he seemed to be. The boy said that nothing special had happened. It seemed to be the aftermath of the sparring. Mu Yen said that in that case he would find a doctor to treat him, but the boy said that he was fine and there was no need to look for a doctor. He thought he would keep it a secret for now. Nothing good would come of people finding out that he had absorbed demonic energy. Sol A said that the young man looked bad and asked if he was in pain. He asked in surprise if she was serious and added that he didn't think it was that serious. But Wee Sol A noticed that his face looked strange. He asked her what she said. An older maid approached her and told Sol A that she should help the young master instead of bothering him. She shouted that she was worried. Muon said that if the young master was feeling unwell, they could stop by the nearest pharmacy. Gu Yangchun replied that it wasn't that bad and there was no need to worry. He said he just needed to get some sleep so it would be better to hit the road. Muon replied that if that was what he thought, then so be it. While everyone was getting ready to leave, Gu Yangchun looked at his hand and thought about how he no longer felt any demonic energy in his body. Could Gu's fire ring magic really have helped? Judging by the fact that the color of the demonic stone had faded, the demonic energy had been absorbed. Crushing the demonic stone in his hand, he thought that he still needed to move on. They were walking leisurely through the market when Wee Sol A stopped at one of the stalls. Sol A called out to the young master and told him that they were selling honey cookies here. Without even stopping, he replied that they could sell them. Sol A asked indignantly why he had brought her along if he had no intention of buying sweets. The young man asked her what she was talking about. He reminded her that he had told her he had business at the market, but she had followed him, using her grandfather as an excuse. Then Muyen asked the young gentleman why he had come to the market. After all, he had not yet recovered from the shock. If there was no reason to do this immediately after the Dragon Union meeting, then in his opinion, it would be better to return home. The guard asked again if he was looking for something, and emphasized that if so, he would help him. Gu Yangchun replied that he understood that he wanted to help, but now was not the time. Stopping at one row, the young man said that he thought they should go there. Noticing how the young man was looking, Mu Yen asked what was in that alley. But the young man did not answer. He told Sol A to go home and told Moon to follow him. Sol A asked pitifully why. Yangchun told her to return to the clan and tell the servants that he would be back after noon. Wai Sola began to say that her grandfather had told her to stay with the young master, but he stopped her. He said he would give her 10 honey cookies if she went home right away. Smiling, she said she would do so if he also bought dumplings. Gu Yangchun agreed and they shook hands to seal the deal. Muen asked the young master where they were going. Gu Yangchun replied that he would find out soon. Stopping in front of one of the houses, the boy said that he thought this was the place. Mu Yen said that it was dangerous here. The boy replied that he knew that. Pointing to the house, the boy said he had found it and added that he was worried it wasn't here. The guard asked the young gentleman why he had come here. The young man asked if the house looked suspicious. He replied that, to be honest, it did. It wasn't the appearance, but rather the building itself that gave him a bad feeling. Yangchun noted that he had a keen sense of smell. When they entered the building, it was quite dark. Someone asked who the kid was standing by the door. Someone else said that the kid must have gotten the wrong door. Another noticed that the guy behind the kid had a sword. The man turned to the kid and said that this was no place for him to stick his nose in. He asked the boy what he was doing there. Gu Yangchun asked what he meant. Then he said he had come as a buyer. The man remarked that the kid seemed to have a temper and asked if he thought that could be cured by cutting out his tongue. The guard immediately grabbed his sword and shouted at him for daring to threaten him. Gu Yangchun stopped him and told him not to interfere. The young man said that as soon as he entered, they recognized him. He asked if they were worried that the Gu clan would raze the place to the ground. He then added that there was no reason for that. Besides, they would also suffer losses. Gu Yangchun said that before what they feared happened, they had to bring their leader to him. The man said he didn't know where the kid got his stupidity, but he lacked what was called respect. Looking at the men who made no secret of their intentions, Gu Yangchun said that they were not polite either. He laughed at his remark and then ordered his men to deal with him. When they moved in their direction, Mu Yen shouted that they should not even dare to touch the young master's body. The bodyguard instantly drew his sword and disarmed everyone who dared to approach them. Muen stopped when several attackers were already on the floor. Gu Yangchun didn't even move while he was dealing with the men. The man said that this young man was indeed the heir to the great Gu clan. Looking at the boy, he thought that he should have expected some crazy bodyguard to be assigned to him. But he couldn't bring this guy to the boss either, and he didn't know what to do. A man came out of the room and, nodding to Keepa, said that the boss had asked him to pass something on. Keepa cursed silently. If the boss already knew about this, he was finished. Then the man asked what the boss had told him to pass on. He began to whisper the boss's words to him. Gu Yangchun saw that they were whispering about something. He thought that they were definitely up to something and decided that he had no choice. The young man shouted to Mu Yen to deal with everyone there, but suddenly the man called him over. The man asked him to put away his sword and told Gu Yangchun that the boss wanted to see him. Gu Yangchun clicked his tongue and said that he should have said so earlier, and ordered Mu Yen to hide the sword. He asked if they could leave, but Mu Yen asked him to stop and said he just didn't understand. The young man replied that it was nothing serious. He was going to join the beggars faction, but some problems had arisen. The beggars faction had managed to secure a place among the 10 largest associations. However, as part of the orthodox faction, they did not take on work that promised problems. The young man thought that the request he was going to make was a little problematic, so he went somewhere else. If the beggars are the best among the orthodox factions at obtaining information, then the unorthodox factions are the place to be. This is the Hao faction. The man led them to a well-hidden room in the basement. The leader welcomed them when they entered. He introduced himself as the head of the factions branch in Shenxi. He explained that they weren't expecting someone like him and apologized for their aggressive behavior. The young man said there was no need to apologize and asked if they would take on the task. The leader said that first of all, he wanted to know why he had not turned to the beggars of the large Gu clan, but had turned to them, a small and unorthodox group. Gu Yangchun replied that it was because they would not be able to handle the task, unlike the Hao faction. He then asked why they were continuing to question him. The man said he apologized for making him feel uncomfortable, but because of his surname, they had no choice but to be cautious, and he asked him to understand his position. The young man replied that he understood and asked again if they would take on his task. The leader replied that the Hao faction never refuses. He then added that this was true as long as the price was right. He said he would take that as a yes and told him he was looking for someone. It was a boy a little over 10 years old. Taking the description of the boy, the leader read it carefully and hummed thoughtfully. He then said that he apologized to the young gentleman but had to take back his words. He added that he didn't think they could take on this task. The manager said that the person who had come to him was not looking for a child, but for the whereabouts of the person protecting him. Therefore, he asked for their understanding. Gu Yangchun said that was just as he thought and asked if the reward would be information about the head of the Hao faction. Everyone immediately drew their swords upon hearing the young man's words, showing that they were ready to finish him off. Muen also reacted instantly and blocked their weapons with his sword. Gu Yangchun said that he thought they would not behave aggressively. The leader's eyes flashed menacingly and he asked the young man how he knew about this. He replied that this was not the time for riddles. He asked if it wasn't more important that they both had information that was useful to each other. Thinking for a moment, the leader asked Gu Yangchun if he could confirm his words. Gu Yangchun told him to do it himself. When you're in a tough spot, you gotta think things through carefully. The young man said that if they weren't interested, they could forget about it. Then he would go to the beggars faction. There, he might share some facts about the head of the faction, Hao. The leader said he understood. Then Gu Yangchun said okay and asked how long it would take. The leader replied that according to rough estimates, it would take about 3 months. Gu Yangchun said that was great. On his way out, he said that they would exchange information when they found him. Noticing how upset the manager was, Gu Yangchun mentioned the sharp mountain rain. The manager immediately raised his head when he heard that the young man had given them a clue. Gu Yangchun said that this was their deposit. When the young man left, he asked the manager if he believed that they should search the sharp mountain rain. The manager replied that since the young man knew such secret information about the clan leader's disappearance, he had no choice but to believe him. The manager wondered what the young man was thinking. Judging by the bodyguard who came with him, he knew that they would behave aggressively. He thought to himself that this information could not have been known only by a young man, so the head of the Go clan was also involved. After cursing, the leader slowly removed the mask that hid his true face. The captain asked if it was okay for the boss to take it off. She replied that it was stuffy. Besides, no one was looking anymore. In the Hao faction, they usually don't trust, respect, or follow their leader. That's why he was hiding from those who were hunting him. The leader of the faction she was looking for was her father, and she wanted very much to find him. As soon as they left the Hao faction's house, Gu Yangchun sighed, thinking what a relief it was. The boy thought that if it came to that, he would tell him to attack. But how lucky that this piece of information came in handy. He knew that the head of the Hao faction had been held captive in the Dark Knight Castle for more than 5 years. As a result, the Hao faction and the Dark Knight Castle entered into battle. The Murim Alliance launched a surprise attack, destroying the Dark Knight Castle and bringing the battle to an end. However, the leader of the Hao faction was killed in battle, leading to the disappearance of the organization. However, the problem was that he did not know the exact location of the Dark Knight Castle. He was lucky that this information worked. This was made possible by the Hao faction's branch in Shenxi and his meeting with its leader. It's annoying, but it's necessary to find him. A young man who at an early age obtained the position of senior leader of a demonic cult. He is a tactician known as the mastermind of their sect, heavenly called Jagal Hyok. Gu Yangchun wants to find him and finish him off. Even Sol A suffered from his tactics. If he doesn't deal with him sooner, he will contribute to the success of the demonic cult. Muen approached him and said that he didn't know who he was looking for, but if the search took 3 months, he would be able to find out the results closer to summer. It seems that the people in the faction are not as informed as rumors suggest. Gu Yangchun confirmed that he would only be able to obtain the information in the summer. The young man paused and chuckled thoughtfully. He asked why he had only thought of this now. Wasn't it around this time that the secret room of the Yejin Chuan clan, which was run by the First Trade Association, was found? The numerous riches hidden in the secret room were of no importance to him. The only thing that mattered to him were the priceless spiritual pills that were also hidden in that secret room among the treasures. Those who rise to the highest level through the power of the spiritual pills will eventually turn into demonic beings, becoming a great source of power for the heavenly demons. Jagal Hyok is a problem, just like the secret room, but even if he wants to avert it, the secret lies in Sichuan. He decided there was nothing he could do. He would have to give up. He had no way of getting to Sichuan, and how could he find such a well-hidden place? Her eyes grew even wider, and Wee Sola asked in surprise what he was talking about. The boy reminded her that he had asked if she wanted to move in with him and emphasized that he would make her happier. Thus, a way to get to Sichuan appeared right on his doorstep. Seeing Wei Mun with a broom, he laughed sarcastically and said that he had missed one leaf. The man said that he had come all this way because Yang Chun was causing problems. But who would have thought that the cause of all the problems was this old man? Wei Mun laughed at him. Then he told him to stop laughing and get to work. Gripping the broom so tightly that it creaked, Wei Mun asked Gu Ryun what he was doing. Gu Ryun replied that he was just helping him disguise himself as a servant of the Gu clan. Then Wei Mun said that in that case, he should help sweep the floor. Gu Ryun pointed out that he had broken the last broom. He told Gu Ryun that he doubted he had come all this way just to see this boy. He looked back and glanced at Wei Mun, asking if he felt it too. Gu Ryun remarked that the boy who refused to train his legs and the one who ran away 6 months ago had surpassed his sister. He emphasized that the boy had also managed to stabilize his fire ring magic. Smiling, he asked if he thought the boy had great talent and added that they couldn't pass up this opportunity. Wei Mun replied that he didn't know if it could be called talent and said that he had never seen anyone improve so quickly in his life. Taking another sip of tea from his cup, Wei Mun said that there was something wrong with this boy. He said that the first elder would not stand aside if he found out. Perhaps he had already begun to take action. The other confirmed that the first elder was like that and asked where the boy was now. He added that it was unlikely that he would cause much trouble while so many people were watching him. Sol A appeared and said she had something for them. If they wanted to know what had happened, Sol A would tell them everything. She said that Sol A had a dream last night, but it was not a good dream. In her dream, Sol A hurt many other people. Her grandfather knew how much Sol A hated wielding a sword, but he forced her to kill many people. Sol A wanted to stop, but she still entered the house to hurt people. But there was one man there. He said that if he had more time, and that man pierced her body with a sword. She recognized him and quietly asked Chun for forgiveness. The girl said that Sola had seen such a nightmare and woke up immediately. Sol A wanted to see the young master because she was very scared, but Hyunghwa told her to quickly go to the courtyard. However, Sol A arrived before the young master. There was someone else in the courtyard, and that guy said he would make Sol A happy, but Sol A was happy with the young master. Then the young master saw what was happening and made a scary face again. Gu Yangchun told him to apologize, saying that she was his servant and asked who he was. He was curious about the boy who was interested in Sol A. The guy thought to himself that he had turned red. He didn't know where he came from, but he didn't care. He said he apologized for insulting young Master Guao. Yangchun asked in surprise if he knew him. Bowing, he replied that of course he knew him. He then said that his name was Gu Yuliop. He said that he would like to ask for a sparring match with the head of the family. Gu Yangchun didn't even listen and shouted that he refused. Then he emphasized that he was not going to participate in this. Gu Juliop asked if he was running away, and the young man replied that he was. Gu Juliop then asked if he was afraid, and Yangchun simply grunted in response. Laughing, Gu Juliop said that it was so pathetic to run away at a time like this. But Yangchun smiled in response and said that he clearly had a black eye because he was indeed worthless. He thought that he had already caused enough trouble in the fight with his sister. Besides, it would be pointless to spar with the first guy he came across. Gu Yangchun told the guy that in that case he would leave and turn to go. However, he bumped into the village head. The latter said that he wasn't going anywhere and asked why he had refused, since the guy had come from far away for this. Yangchun asked in surprise what he was doing here. The guest immediately bowed his head and greeted the elder. He replied to Ju Leo that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Then Yangchun asked if the elder knew him. The elder asked in surprise if he didn't remember, and said that he was the grandson of the first elder. Turning to Huleo, the elder asked if he wanted to fight the boy. Huleo replied that he did, but Yangchun said he was scared. Then Yangchun said that it seemed like he had come here to bother the old man. At the same time, he asked the boy if this was an order from the first elder. He thought he knew what was going on. He thought he was interested in martial arts, but it was obviously about politics. It was known that the first elder was ambitious and was waiting for someone useless like him to inherit the clan. However, seeing how the one he considered useless defeated Gu Yonsu and ruined his plans, he was probably trying to use his grandson to crush him again. Gu Yangchun said that, as he had already said, he had no intention of fighting him. The elder said that if the boy had come this far, it could be just one match. The young man objected and explained that it was obvious he would lose, so what was the point? Smiling, the elder said that the old man was sure that Yangchun would not lose. Then Yangchun said that it was obvious to the naked eye that the young man was stronger than his sister. He did not want to participate in a battle he was sure to lose or get involved in politics. He started to walk away, pulling Sul with him, but Yuliop grabbed her by the arm and told her to wait. Juliop said that he felt that Yangchun was not worthy of her. He said that if she went with him instead of this cowardly freak, but Yangchun stopped him. Yangchun told him to let go of her hand and follow him. He would fight him. Seeing Juliop preparing for battle and already drawing his sword, Yangchun said he already regretted it. The elder asked him why and pointed out that a duel with the new martial arts master would help improve his skills. The young man told the elder that since everything had turned out the way he wanted, he should do him a favor, regardless of whether he won or lost. The elder replied that he had no reason to do so. The loss would be his alone and no one else's. After all, he was still the head of the clan. Gu Yangchun told the elder that he seemed to have made a mistake and declared that he had no intention of becoming the head of the clan. The elder immediately shouted at him, asking who else could become the head of the clan. Yangchun thought that in his past life, he had already given up any hope of becoming the head of the clan, but it seemed that people thought he wanted it. With a sly smile, Yangchun said that if the elder did not do him a favor, he would immediately throw himself to the ground and surrender. The elder sighed and remarked that he was not so cute after all. He agreed, but on one condition. The young man asked what the condition was. He replied that he would only do him a favor if he won a fight against Yuliop. Juliop asked Yangchun if he had warmed up yet. The young man replied that he had. Then Yuliop said he apologized for that. The young man asked what he was talking about. Smiling, he said that he had gone too far in last year's duel. Who would have thought that after that he would be bedridden for a whole month? The boy thought that it was so long ago that he didn't remember anything. Juliop said that at the time he thought the boy was weak, but he had heard about his victory over the second daughter and thought it was a fluke. However, his grandfather did not agree. He told him he didn't like bullying the weak, but he hated it even more when weaklings became clan leaders. As he started to walk away, Juliop turned to the second elder, who was watching them closely. Juliop shouted that he would also like to receive something if he emerged victorious from this duel. The elder agreed and said that it would be fair. He asked what Juliop wanted. Juliop pointed at Weasel A and shouted that he wanted this servant as a reward. Hearing this, Gu Yangchun laughed and called him a petty shit. The boy began to prepare his fists. The elder laughed and said that was fine, then announced that the fight would begin. Both boys released their inner energy. Yangchun asked why he was hesitating. He replied that he would be polite and allow the weaker one to attack first. Yangchun asked if he was weak and if that was why he was afraid. Juliop thought to himself that he was sure he was stronger than him in every way. It was his inner energy, speed, and strength. Looking at his aura, Juliop thought that maybe it was because of his aura, but he decided that it definitely wasn't. After all, he was full of flaws from head to toe. He was sure that Yangchun was struggling to cope with the inner energy he was emitting. And that meant only one thing: it wouldn't last long. In a moment, he smiled and thought that he knew it all along. Of course, Yangchun's internal energy would run out faster because he had less of it, and now there was none left at all. Gu Yangchun asked if he had said he could attack first. He confirmed and told him to attack. Having received his opponent's consent, Yangchun instantly appeared behind him and aimed to strike. The other noticed his maneuver and quickly dodged Yangchun's attack without letting him touch him. Gu Juliop noted that the attempt was not bad, but Yangchun was too slow. While he was distracted by the conversation, Gu Yangchun activated his fiery fist and hit the guy hard. Unable to withstand the unexpected blow, Gu Juliop lost his footing and fell to the floor. The blow was so strong that the boy hit the floor and left a bloody mark. Yangchun told him to get up while he was allowing him to, so that he wouldn't say later that he had hit him secretly. Then he asked if he was done. Getting up, Juliop said he was sorry for underestimating him, and added that he lacked discipline. Yangchun said that since they were done, they could leave. But Juliop didn't let him finish and shouted that he hadn't attacked yet. He thought that in that case it would not be possible to finish quickly. He did not have much time. Usually he used his internal energy by emitting it like Juliop. But to fight someone stronger, he needed to channel his internal energy inside himself to strengthen his body. However, he was not yet able to control it. If he crossed the line, an energy imbalance would occur. The boy thought he only had 7 minutes. He had to finish the fight in that time. The sword technique he uses begins and ends with the use of friction between the sword and the scabbard. He had to watch out for that. Noticing the attack in time, Juliopa Yangchun managed to dodge the sword strike. While dodging the attacks, Gu Yangchun thought that Juliopa's movements were so coordinated and natural, he must have trained a lot. But that also meant that he would be unable to do anything if he interrupted him. After accumulating a large amount of internal energy, the young man struck his chest and emitted a powerful shockwave. Gu Yangchun thought that the moment he released all his heat energy, it would be enough to end the fight. One more blow was enough to knock Juliopa, who was surprised by his strength, off his feet. The decisive blow was a fiery fist that sent Juliopa far beyond the boundaries of the arena. Yangchun asked Juliopa, who was barely holding on, if he knew what pissed him off the most. Then he answered himself that Juliopa was slandering him, behaving like a piece of shit, or trying to take his place as clan leader. But he didn't care. However, he had dared to do something he didn't even dare to wish for, and that drove him crazy. The young man thought that he was dissatisfied with the fact that he had tried to take what he did not deserve so easily. Gu Yangchun thought that maybe he could break the guy's arm so that he would never think about it again. Something told him that it wasn't a bad idea, and he thought that the right would be just right. He had almost reached the boy's arm when the elder grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he was young. The elder stopped the boy and said that was enough, and Yangchun had won. Later, the elder told Yangchun that he had been too cruel to the boy. Yangchun replied that he should have been prepared for that. He got up and walked home on his own 2 feet. Doesn't that mean he's okay? The elder asked if he wasn't worried about what the first elder would say about this. The boy replied that it didn't matter because he didn't plan to become the head of the clan. The elder shouted at him not to say that. The elder asked who else, if not him, was a descendant of the main branch. Yangchun replied that anyone could be, and pointing to Sol A, asked if she could be. The girl asked if she would be given food for that, and Yangchun replied that she could have as much as she wanted. She said that now Sol A dreams of becoming a captain. Yangchun asked what difference it made, and the elder emphasized that this was no joke. Looking at Sol A, who was already dreaming of mountains of cookies, Yangchun wondered when she would learn to wield a sword. If Sola was called the direct disciple of the Supreme Sword, then he himself had taught her. But she spent all day learning about farming. He had never seen her even come close to a sword. And in his opinion, she hadn't always been so silly. He tried to remember what Sol A was like when they met in winter. He didn't understand why he couldn't remember. It wasn't something that could be easily forgotten. Sol A asked the young master if he was all right. She said she knew he had hurt his head in battle, so he should make her captain before he went to heaven. For these words, she received a slap on the back of the head. Sighing, the elder said they would talk about it later because he was sure they were tired and could go rest. He asked where the elder was going and emphasized that he must keep his promises. The elder clicked his tongue and asked what he wanted. Maybe money or food. The young man laughed and said that it wasn't that simple. Yangchun said that he was powerful enough to fulfill a serious request. The elder asked with interest what he was going to ask for. Then Gu Yanchen said to send him to Sichuan. The elder was surprised when he heard about Sichuan. The young man asked if it was too much for him. After all, he was a powerful elder. The elder interrupted the young man and said that he could go. Not expecting it to be so easy, Gu Yangchun was surprised and asked him to repeat what he had said. The elder said that he was worried that he would ask for something, but apparently in vain. Yangchun emphasized that he had said Sichuan, not the market in the city or a picnic, and he obviously understood that the only son of the clan could not go wherever he wanted. Yangchun said he was sure he understood that he must have a serious reason to go so far. Then the elder told him to just visit the Tang Weapon Exhibition. The Tang Weapon Exhibition was an annual event where the Tang clan invited other families to show off weapons made by craftsmen. The elder said it wasn't necessary, but he could use it as an excuse to go. He hesitated, not wanting to ask him for that, but the boy interrupted him and said he was just joking. The boy said he'd rather ask for money. The elder said he understood that he really wanted to go. Sighing, the elder said that he had no idea. So old age really is no fun. Yangchun said that if it wasn't money, then at least a spiritual pill. The elder exclaimed that in that case he would send him to Sichuan as soon as possible, and shouted that he should see the power of the elders. Yangchun turned to the elder and said that he took back his words. He asked the elder to give him something else, but the elder exclaimed that he would send him to Sichuan immediately. The young man insisted that it was impossible right now. He first needed to report this and prepare himself. The elder shouted that it was an urgent order from the chief. Young Master Gu Yanchun was to be sent to Sichuan immediately. A few minutes later, Mu Yen reported that everything was ready for his departure. The elder waved to the carriage and shouted that he should have a good time and rest. When the carriage disappeared from view, Wei Mun said that it was time to return to work. The elder asked if he was coming too. Wei Mun said, of course, and asked if he wanted an old man like him to do everything. Taking the broom from him, the elder said that there were only the two of them here, and he was already feeling lonely. Then he asked him to listen to his experiences. The old man replied that it seemed he had sent the boy away so quickly just to share his experiences. The elder said that a few days ago the clan chief had asked him about the divine doctor. He assumed that the clan chief had done so because someone had asked him to. He then asked why a divine doctor. The elder then emphasized that if he didn't want to talk about it, he would change the subject. His granddaughter, Wei Sol A. The elder exclaimed that she did not look like a human being and asked who this child was. Wei Mun shouted angrily that Gu Riyun was crossing the line and told him to watch his tongue. But the elder did not stop and said that if she were human, he would feel her presence just as he felt his own. Of course, everyone's senses manifest themselves differently. However, when he first met her at the Dragon Union convention, he felt nothing. He remarked that if he thought that a divine doctor could take pity on her and cure her with divine powers, he should give up hope. He knew very well what kind of illness she had. Hearing these words, Wei Mun shouted that enough was enough and emphasized that this girl was human. The elder replied that so be it. If he wanted to protect her, then let him protect her. His intentions were irrelevant. What if she was not human after all? He only needed to fill in what she lacked as a human being. Wei Mun said that if necessary, he would give his life for her. He asked Sol A to grow up healthy and safe. A few hours later, the Supreme Sword found that Wei Sol A had disappeared. She was not even in the room. It was already dark, so they stopped to rest. After lighting a fire, Mu Yun said that they still had to prepare food. The maid said that they would have to ration the food for the next few days. Muan asked where the young master had gone. She replied that he had decided to train while they were cooking. Muan said that he must be bored. She laughed and said that they should have taken Sol A with them. A little further from where they had stopped, Gu Yangchun was trying to practice martial arts. However, he didn't have enough stamina to continue for long. Sitting under a tree, he thought that he had only done a couple of moves, and already his internal energy was depleted. It had been almost 10 days since they left, and despite constant training, he had not noticed any significant progress. The main problem he faced during the fight with Yuliop was the amount of internal energy. Internal energy is the foundation of all martial arts. Therefore, he needed to increase its volume as quickly as possible. The art of demonic absorption is a way of absorbing internal energy from a demonic stone as if it were a spiritual pill. However, in doing so, the demonic energy enters the body, destroying the user. For some reason, the art of the Fire Wheel of the Gu clan purified this demonic energy. Considering that he did not feel it, he thought he could increase his internal energy without any serious consequences. But it was still the martial art of a heavenly demon. It was better not to use it. He barely managed to escape. He could no longer follow this cursed demonic path. His thoughts were interrupted by a frantic scream coming from where they had stopped for the night. It was the voice of her maid. The boy sighed and asked what was going on this time. Returning to the camp, Yangchun asked his guard what had happened. Muan pointed to the carriage and said it was there. The maid was lying near the carriage, having fallen in fright when she jumped out. When the young man looked into the carriage, Sol A jumped out of the luggage box. The girl smiled broadly and told the young master that Sol A had arrived. On the day when Yangchun was supposed to leave, his grandfather said that she would not be going. Sol A said that she also really wanted to go, but he refused and said that she was still not doing her housework well enough. She snorted in dissatisfaction and asked why he had let her go last time. He asked if she was referring to the Dragon Union meeting. He explained that there were people there who could protect her from making mistakes, but there would be no one in Sichuan. He said that if she understood, she could help him carry everything. She thought that Yangchun had said he would not be back for at least a month, but housework was really not her thing. The young master could not stand useless people, so she had no choice. The girl heard someone tell her to wait. Looking around, Sol A said that there was no one there, but she had heard a voice coming from the box. Suddenly, someone pushed her hard in the back and she fell into the chest. Soleil asked who was there and who had pushed her, saying that it was not appropriate to joke like that. She said that Soleil was scared and needed help, but before she could finish, she fell asleep. So the girl fell asleep in the luggage box of a carriage that was about to leave for Sichuan. Then a voice apologized and said that she was leaving it up to her. Sol A emphasized that this was exactly what had happened. Yanchun asked if that meant she had gotten into the carriage and been led there by a ghost. She confirmed this. He told her to go back. The boy thought he should do so, but Wisola left with them anyway. She leaned out of the window and said she could see an owl. Once she had tasted one, it turned out to be very juicy. Sol Ah shouted that there was a squirrel on a branch. Yangchun asked if she had eaten the squirrel. She indignantly asked how anyone could eat a squirrel and called Yangchun cruel. Then he said there would be no more cookies. He thought he should ask the guard to take her home, but they were already too far away, and they didn't have enough food to give them for the journey. Now they were just traveling together. Turning to the young gentleman, she offered to trade him that item for a cookie. However, the boy, offended by her, simply threw the honey cookies out the window, and Sul A cried sadly that they were her favorite cookies. Leaning out of the window even further, the boy said that she should have been sent home. Suddenly, the boy felt demonic energy approaching from several sources. He called out to Muan, who showed him his amulet and replied that he already knew. Muan ordered everyone to stop. Sighing, the boy said that he knew it would be too quiet, and it looked like there were 4 of them. Before he could finish, he sensed that there were fewer monsters. The boy shouted that there seemed to be 3 of them. A moment later, he could only sense the energy of 2 monsters. Finally, only 1 monster remained, and it was already very close to the carriage window. The boy was about to strike the demonic monster, but he heard someone tell him to stay back. It turned out that the monsters were being destroyed one by one by a girl who was skillfully wielding a sword. The girl said that she couldn't deal with them properly because she was alone. Sol A asked who he was talking to. Yangchun told her not to ask, but Sol A, as always, did not listen to Yangchun and waved her hand to call the lady. When the girl returned, the boy cursed silently because he recognized her immediately. Yangchun remembered her from the pool of human blood and the pile of chopped-up bodies. She said that they seemed to be heading for Sichuan and asked if she could go with them. The girl said her name was Namgung Bi-ea. Yangchun wondered what this crazy woman was doing here. When he appeared, he saw her in a field full of dead soldiers, their mutilated bodies being pecked at by crows. The boy noticed that she was the only survivor and asked if she had killed them all. Without answering, she hid her sword and asked what the cult leader had said. He replied that the leader had told him to bring her here and that she would act like a madwoman. She asked if he had added the last part of the sentence himself. He replied that he thought she was intelligent enough to understand it herself. Then he told her to go. She started walking, and he told her she was going the wrong way. She asked if she should go left or right. The guy sighed and told her to just get out of his way and follow him. Then he added that he was tired of all this. She said she had one question. She wanted to know how strong the supreme sword was. He replied that the cult leader would deal with it. She continued to ask how he wielded the sword. Was he stronger than her or stronger than the cult leader? Then the guy threw fire at her and yelled that she was a crazy bitch. With a single swing of her sword, the girl split his fireball in 2. Without even moving, she asked why he was looking for a fight. The guy replied that it was wrong and that if she understood him, she should shut up and just follow him. He warned that if he heard about the 3 supreme beings one more time, he would tear her to pieces. Pointing to one of the streets, she said that it looked like a shortcut. Looking back, he shouted, asking why she was babbling again. But she was already gone. The guy said again that she was a crazy bitch. He reached his destination in a day while Namgung Ba took 4 times as long. Looking at Yangchun, she said that she assumed they were going to Sichuan. She asked him not to take her offer to accompany them as rudeness. Yangchun objected and said that they weren't going to Sichuan. Then he added that it was indeed rude. The guy thought he would go crazy if he had to deal with that bitch again. The guy added in his mind that, to be honest, he still had a lot he wanted to say to her. But he said out loud that, besides, they couldn't take her word that she was from the Namgung clan. Hearing the guy's reasoning for his refusal, Namgung Ba said, "So that's how it is." The girl concentrated and released her inner energy in the form of a sword to prove her identity. Yangchun thought that this was the form of a sword master, and if she was using it, then she was telling the truth. She said that this was all she could demonstrate as she had not yet adapted. She asked if this proof would be sufficient. Gu Yangchun said that she was indeed from the Namgung clan. He apologized and said that he didn't think they should accompany anyone, especially someone with such great magic. After lighting a fire, Namgung Bi warmed herself by the fire and prepared dinner from what she had hunted. Sol A said that it looked like she was going to sleep there. Yangchun remarked that it was obvious. The boy was glad she didn't say anything when he refused her, but he didn't even think she would follow them. The question arose as to why she was following them, even though he had said they weren't going to Sichuan. In his opinion, ignoring her was the best thing he could do. He should treat her as if she didn't exist. Yangchun said there was no point in doing useless things like talking to her when he noticed that Sol A had disappeared. The girl was already sitting next to Namgun Bia and saying that before cooking, it was necessary to remove the skin from the frog. Pulling on her collar, Sol Yangchun asked what she was doing. She replied that the girl wanted to eat the frog and Sol A decided to help her. Then Yangchun reminded her that he told her not to approach the girl. Sol A asked in surprise if he really said that. Sighing, the boy said that he understood that she was a member of the Namgung clan, but he didn't understand why she wanted to accompany them so much. At the same time, he wondered why the daughter of such a prestigious clan had gone so far alone. The girl blushed and looked away, saying that they had left together but she had gotten lost. The boy thought he knew why. In her past life, she also had a poor sense of direction, so why did he think the reason was something else? He said that they weren't even going to Sichuan, so why was she following them? She replied that she had assumed they were heading to Sichuan, but it seemed they weren't really going there. After listening to their conversation, Sol A looked at Yangchun, who shook his head in disagreement. Then Sol A looked again at the upset girl, who repeated that they weren't going there. Then she exclaimed in surprise that they weren't going to Sichuan. Yangchun thought again that he should send her home. He said that they couldn't stop her and were going in the same direction, but he couldn't help her either. The girl repeated that her name was Namgung Bi, and the boy replied that he knew. She said that since she had introduced herself, could he do the same? The guy hesitated, but after a moment's thought, he said his name was Gu Juliop from the Gu clan. In his mind, the guy apologized to Juliop for using his name. 2 days after the incident that made him feel guilty towards Juliop, Wee Sola got out of the carriage and joined Namgung Bia. Sola exclaimed that there was a squirrel and asked if she had ever tasted one. She replied that she had not. They slowed down and Yangchun called Sola back to the carriage. Sola asked if he would let Namgun Bia in, and he replied that there was no way. Then Sol A replied that she didn't want to. The boy asked who she thought she was. At the same time, Namgung Ba asked if she could get in. Gu Yangchun asked Muyon how much longer it would take. He replied that if they continued at the same pace, they would arrive in a day. Yangchun asked how long it would take at their current pace, and Muyon said 3 days. Muyon turned to the young master and said that he didn't know why he was so afraid of her, and asked why he wouldn't take her with him. The young man snorted in dissatisfaction and asked sarcastically if he had a choice. Gu Yangchun said that they would discuss all their options in the neighboring village. Stretching, Yangchun asked Muyan if there was still 1 day left. He confirmed that there was and remarked that it was good that they wouldn't have to set up camp today. Sol Ah happily offered the girl to sleep together. She asked in surprise if that was okay. Sol Ah replied that she had already given her permission. The boy shouted at Sol Ah to get off her. Then he asked the girl why she was carrying the maid on her back. Namgun Bia replied that she had complained that her legs hurt. Yangchun said that if her legs hurt, she should sit in the carriage. Gu Yangchun shouted that she should stop being such a nuisance and ordered her to get off the girl immediately. Namgung Bia asked Sol Ah if she was finally going to get down. Sol Ah shouted that people dressed like her were coming toward them. Noticing Namgung Bia, the boy rushed toward her and shouted that she was his sister. The boy asked her where she had been and if she knew how he had tried to find her. The girl apologized and said she had gotten lost. He said that was why he had told her to tie them together with a string. She remarked that it would be inconvenient. Then the boy asked if that was why she had disappeared without staying here for a day, adding that he had been so worried about her. Looking at the people who had arrived with her, he asked who they were. The girl said her name was Sul A, and that this was her young master. Yangchun ordered her to get down immediately. Yangchun thought that if he was her younger brother, then he must be the future Lightning Blade, one of the 5 great swordsmen of Murim. But when the boy apologized for not introducing himself right away and said his name was Namgung Chunjung from the Namgung clan, Yangchun realized that he was the current Lightning Dragon. The boy had already started to say that his name was Gu Yang, but he corrected himself and introduced himself as Gu Juleop from the Gu clan. He said that it was an honor to meet him. The latter smiled shyly and said that Good Yuliop was too kind to him. After exchanging pleasantries, Namgung Chunjung asked what his sister was doing with them. Yangchun replied that they had met by chance on their way to Sichuan and had come together. Namgun Bia remarked that he had said he wasn't going there and that she was just passing by. Namgung Chunjung said that it seemed his sister had intruded on their group. He offered that if they wanted, they could stay in one of the rooms they had booked, adding that they had several. The guy replied that it wasn't necessary because they hadn't done anything wrong. Yangchun decided that he didn't want to have anything more to do with this crazy bitch. Besides, they would surely be able to find another place to stay. Muen approached him and said that, judging by the looks of it, there were no vacancies. Yangchun replied that they would sleep under the open sky then. Sighing, Mu Yun told the young master that they were tired of sleeping on the streets these past few days, and he wanted to make them camp out again. Of course, they would do it, but still. Considering that it was already late and feeling sorry for everyone, Gu Yangchun told Namgung Chungjun that they would accept their invitation. First, Namgung Ba, having become a demonic martial arts master, neutralized her own clan, killing her brother, the clan leader, and all their disciples. After that, she received the title of Empress of the Demonic Blade and went on her path to glory. He wondered how much she hated them to treat them so cruelly, but it was not apparent that she had a bad relationship with the Lightning Dragon. What interests him most is the secret technique of the Namgung clan, the sword ruler form. It seemed that with it, she should be stronger than the Lightning Dragon. But at the moment, Namgung Ba has neither title nor fame, and her brother Chunjung seems normal. Maybe he doesn't notice anything. Leaving the room, the boy saw Namgung Chunjun walking down the corridor. Gu Yangchun asked if he had slept well and began to thank him for the opportunity to rest. However, he didn't even stop to answer and pushed the boy with his shoulder. Giving him a sidelong glance, Namgung Chunjung told him to know his place. He said that he was just trying to be polite, but that he didn't know his place. Chunjung said that he was not worthy of communicating with Namgung Bia. Namgung Chunjung remarked that he didn't understand how he could have captured his sister, but if he did it again, he would cut him to pieces. And along with him, the bitch sitting on her back. But as soon as his sister appeared in the corridor, he smiled and said he was very glad they had managed to get some sleep. He also expressed his gratitude for being able to be of service to the Gu clan. Saying that it was time to go to breakfast, he pulled his sister along. She asked him to wait, but he didn't give her a chance to talk to Yanchun. The boy thought they were all crazy. Muyan greeted him and asked if he had rested well. Muen started talking about the Namgun clan, but Yangchun told him not to talk about them and asked when they were leaving. He replied that they had finished their preparations and could leave right after breakfast. Yangchun remarked that it was good that at least he was normal. Muen thanked him uncertainly. Gu Yangchun said they needed to hurry up and added silently that he wanted to get away from these crazy people as soon as possible. Noticing him, Sul happily exclaimed that the young master had arrived. Namgung Bia apologized for not greeting him earlier. Namgung Bia said that the dumplings were very tasty. Sola offered to share hers. Yangchun asked irritably if they had to eat breakfast together. Sitting down next to Sola, the boy said that Sola could eat with him, but that she didn't belong there. Gu Yangchun asked if she wasn't supposed to have breakfast with them, and said that her brother was looking at him as if he wanted to kill him. Namgung Bia said that she sat where it was closer and looked at her brother, saying that this couldn't be happening. He immediately started smiling, and Namgun Bia said that he didn't look like himself. Yangchun thought that something was wrong with him. The boy didn't understand what she was trying to do, but hoped that this was the last time he would see them before the Tan exhibition. Standing up, Gu Yangchun said that he was leaving. The girl noticed that he had hardly eaten anything, but the boy replied that he was full. He silently decided never to see her again. At the exit, Yangchun wished everyone bon appetit. Sol A, finishing her dumplings on the go, asked him to wait for her. She sat back down at the table and fell into thought. Her musings were interrupted by her brother's voice. He turned to his sister and asked why she was sitting there when everyone else was sitting over there. She felt that there was some kind of scary aura around her brother, so she looked away and said that it was more comfortable that way. The girl immediately got up and headed for the exit. He told her to sit with them next time. His sister agreed and apologized again. Namgung Chunjung asked his sister where she was going, as she hadn't finished breakfast yet. She replied that she was going to the carriage to rest. Noticing that Namgung Bi Sol was approaching them, she shouted happily. Yangchun was curious why she was following them. Snapping his fingers in anger, Namgung Chunjung said that he hated it when others interfered in their relationship. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Yangchun asked why she was still following them. In response to his complaint, the girl replied that she was not following them, but accompanying them. The boy snorted and said that, regardless, why did she get into the carriage with them when her companions were there? She wanted to say something, but then Sol A jumped out and said that she had brought her there. Enraged, Yangchun leaned out of the window and shouted at Muen to throw them both out. Muen laughed and said that sooner or later they would get out on their own. Muen happily informed Yangchun that they had just arrived in the city of Sichuan. The Sichuan Tang clan was an incredibly influential Orthodox clan with roots in the Sichuan region, dating back centuries. The insight of the Namgung family, the energy of the Hebei Pen clan, the precision of the Mu Yen clan. The Tang clan may seem weaker compared to other families, but they are known as the best masters of steelwork and poisons. The result of this confidence was the Tang weapon exhibition. He thought he had 3 days left. He needed to find the treasure trove within 3 days after the exhibition ended. Gu Yangchun only knew that it was in Sichuan and the approximate area where it was located. Looking at the city from the balcony, the young man wondered how he would find it in such a big city. If he failed, he would have to give the beggars clan a tip, so he had to hurry if possible. His thoughts were interrupted by the excited cry of Sol A, who had already run out onto the balcony. The boy thought she had scared him and wondered what she was doing there. She shouted happily that she had never been so high up before, and the wind was so cool here. Sol A called out to the young gentleman and told him to look at the fireflies dancing in the moonlight. The girl said that Namgung Ba had told her about a beautiful and large lake. She took him by the hand and asked him to go and see it. When they finally reached the lake, it was indeed very beautiful. The light of the full moon softly illuminated the water, over which swarms of fireflies were circling. Gu Yangchun dryly remarked that the lake was indeed large, just as she had said. Sol A just held her head sadly where a large bump had appeared. He asked how big a clan had to have a forest inside it. She laughed and called out to the young master, asking where he thought Sol A was hiding. The boy told her to stop. The young man said that she couldn't do anything here, so there was no need to worry. She said that maybe if he told her, she could help. Yanchin said to go ahead and asked where someone would hide valuable things on such a large piece of land. Sol A frowned and asked why they would hide them and called them beggars. The young man replied that he wasn't asking for emotional support. Suddenly, they heard someone ask what they were doing there and turned around. The girl said that strangers were not allowed here and began to slowly descend toward them. Gu Yangchun thought that remembering the Tang clan, he had somehow completely forgotten about her. She was the one who single-handedly stopped the attack of several thousand demons that had attacked Sichuan. The Queen of Poisons, Tang Soel. Tang Soel was also the woman he had killed in his past life. Approaching her, he called her the Queen of Poisons and asked if that was all. Smiling, she said that it was him. He said that the spectacle looked ridiculous. After all, her family was long gone. He asked her if she thought anything would change if she guarded this place alone. She replied that nothing would change, and the guy asked her why she was there. Then Tan Soel, also smiling, asked him why not and what had brought him here. Grabbing her by the throat, he said it was a stupid question and told her he had come to end her miserable life. Continuing to smile, she said that was just how it was and added that she was very sorry. He asked if she was apologizing to a demon and calling her the Queen of Poison, said that she was out of her mind. She said it seemed like it. It seemed like her mind had finally snapped. She could see so much now that she had lost her eyes. She should have let go sooner. The boy said that the time for delusions was over and asked if that was all she wanted to say. Tansol said she knew it was selfish to ask, but if there was any time left in this world, she would tell him he was a monster. Finished with her, he simply left her decapitated body and walked away. Looking at his bloodied hand, her last words echoed in his head. He's a monster. Coming down to them, Tansol asked if he was going to answer at all. Seeing how angry she was, Gu Yangchun assumed that she had more poison. Tansol shouted that if he didn't tell her his name, she would call security. Namgung Bia called her, appearing right behind her and whispering something in her ear. Tan So-yeol gasped and asked why she had only found out about it now. Namgung Bia replied that she hadn't asked. She said that she was Tan So-yeol from the Tan clan and apologized for raising her voice to their family guest. He replied that his name was Gu Ju-yeop and apologized for not answering right away because he was very surprised. Looking at him seriously, she asked what had brought him here. The girl said that those who were not in the clan were not allowed here. He asked if Namgung Bi was an exception. She muttered that her family had given permission so she could. He thought that she had not allowed him to enter, so he asked to leave. It was so petty. And in any case, he was about to leave. So the guy politely said it was time for him to go and, taking Sol Ah with him, headed away. She said that Gu Ju-yeop was such a rude guy. Namgung Bia asked So-yeol why she looked at him so sternly. She replied that she didn't like that he didn't apologize even when she pointed out his mistake. So-yeol said that just because he had a pretty face, he thought he could do whatever he wanted. She said she hated guys who acted rude just because they were a little cute. Realizing what she had said, she blushed and exclaimed that she didn't mean it when she said he was handsome. Namgung Ba chuckled thoughtfully. Remembering his face, she couldn't decide if he was handsome. Jumping forward, So-yeol said that modest guys, even if they're a little ugly, are the best. Waking up in the morning, the boy thought that the weapon exhibition was tomorrow. So while he still had time, he needed to practice. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Namgung Ba and her brother standing there. Disappointed to see them again, Gu Yangchun immediately asked what they wanted from him today. The girl said it was food. Gu Yangchun was surprised when he heard about food and asked what kind of food. Namgung Chunjun explained that the Tang clan had invited them to dinner. His sister suggested inviting him too. That was why they had come. The young man replied that he was very grateful for the offer, but he was too modest and would feel uncomfortable. He hoped that the two would understand that he was declining and would leave, but Namgung Chunjung said it was no big deal and grabbed his arm, saying he would go with them. Gu Yangchun wondered why, since he had said he didn't want to go. Was he really willing to threaten him just to get him there? Showing him his angry aura, Gu Yangchun asked if he really meant it. He was speechless when he saw Gu Yangchun's fiery aura. The guy thought that he should probably go to the so-called dinner. So Yangchun said that he thought he couldn't refuse such a well-thought-out offer and would go with them. Pretending to sincerely hug the boy, Yangchun whispered something to him. He whispered to Mr. Namgun to smile. Yangchun said that his sister was watching and asked if he understood. Namgun muttered through clenched teeth that he was very grateful that he had agreed. Yangchun replied that it was no big deal and that he couldn't refuse such an offer. Gu Yangchun looked at the table laden with various dishes, but there was something that bothered him about this meal. He knew that Sichuan was famous for its spicy dishes, but if they were all hot, what would he eat? The son of Sichuan's leader, Tang Jue, said that there was nothing special here, but he hoped they would like it. The boy wondered what he might like here. Maybe these dumplings. They didn't look as red as the others. Gu Yangchun was about to try the dumplings when he felt someone looking at him. Tang So-yol was looking at him. Her gaze was like that of a predator targeting its prey. He remembered that in his past life, when they had met, she had looked at him strangely. He thought he couldn't believe he had to endure that look again. Taking a bite, the boy wondered why it was so hot and where he could spit it out. The boy thought it was too spicy. She handed him a glass and said it was water. Gu Yangchun immediately reached for the glass of water to ease the burning sensation a little. While he was washing down the dumplings with water, she put a piece of fish on his plate. Namgung Bia told him to try it and said that the dish wasn't spicy. He replied that he understood and asked why she was acting so casually. The girl immediately apologized. Watching his sister and the young master, Namgun Chunjung clenched his chopsticks so tightly that they broke. Tan Juelk apologized and suggested that perhaps the chopsticks were defective. He replied that it was his fault and said that he had a habit of gripping them a little too tightly. He noticed that Tan So-yol was starting to get upset. She seemed a little strange. The boy asked if she wanted to say something. So-yol jumped up and said yes, then no. Finally, she replied that nothing was wrong, but Yangchun noticed that she looked like she really wanted to say something. It was obvious that she was nervous. So-yol hesitated and then quickly asked if he liked something. Namgung Chunjun turned to the son of the head of Jubeok and asked if it was a training ground. He replied that it was and that it belonged exclusively to their family. Then he asked if he hadn't shown him the playground last time. They keep it tidy, but no one uses it because everyone has their own. The boy chuckled and said he would like to go there and asked if Juk didn't mind. Juk said that it seemed like everyone had finished talking and they could all go together. Gu Yangchun became curious about what he was thinking and why he needed a training ground. Looking at the training ground, Chunjun noticed that it was quite spacious. Yangchun thought it was damn big. Tang Chue said that their ancestors believed that the bigger, the better, but to be honest, he didn't understand that. Chun said that, in his opinion, they must have had some deep meaning behind it. Smiling Zhu said that Sol often tried to beat him here, but now she had grown up and no longer wanted to fight him. She called her brother over indignantly, making it clear that he should not talk about it. Embarrassed by her brother's remark, she glanced at Yangchun. He thought he understood everything and was glad he didn't have a sister like her. Pulling out his sword, Chunjun said that since they had already eaten, he suggested they take a walk to help digest their food. Glancing at Yangchun, he asked if he wanted to spar with him. Gu Yangchun thought he knew it all along. It was written all over his face that he wanted to beat him up. Did he really think he would play along with his plan? The young man laughed and said he was sorry, but a third star like him fighting the lightning dragon was out of the question. He didn't even have time to finish before Sol shouted that it was unacceptable. She emphasized that there was a big difference in their ages and skills. What if he hurt his face? Chunjun said it was no big deal. None of them would use their inner energy. If they set it up as a training match, everything would be fine. Throwing a sly glance at Yangchun, Chunjun asked what he thought of the idea. He also smiled slyly in response. Yangchun wondered who he was going to mentor, especially using internal energy. Just look at him. Gu Yangchun asked if he could handle it, in the sense of whether he had enough skills. Tang Hui noted that the young man had expressed himself rather rudely. After all, he was older than him. However, no one paid any attention to his remark. Chunchun approached Yangchun and laughed, saying that it was fine. His eyes lit up in anticipation of the fight, and he said they would see how skilled he was. After getting ready, Chunchun began to say that he would let him, but Yangchun interrupted him with a grunt and said that he would let him attack first. A sly smile appeared on Chunchun's face, and he replied that he would not refuse. Saying that he would strike first, Chunjun set out to attack the boy with his sword. Gu Yangchun easily dodged the first attack. It was quite simple and obvious. The next attack was just as simple as the previous one, so Yangchun easily dodged it as well. He thought that both attacks were just for show. Now it must be the real thing. The guy was right in his guess. Chunchong stepped back to gather strength and speed. Then after making a maneuver, he attacked Yangchun, but Yangchun, anticipating this, managed to dodge the blow. The girl watched closely as they fought. Tan So-yol had always been a little different from others, even as a child. While children her age played with kittens and puppies, Tan Sol played with animals such as wolves and tigers. Their fierce eyes and roars revealed sharp fangs. As higher predators, they exuded an aura of inaccessibility. This power, which distinguished them from other helpless animals, was what attracted her most. Because of this peculiar advantage, it was difficult for the girl to find love. She said she wondered if there was a boy like Danlin, and she hoped to meet someone at the Tan weapon exhibition this time. She said she didn't understand why other girls liked Chunjun's feminine face. Hugging Danlin's wolf tighter, she asked if there really wasn't a boy like him, and then she finally met the love of her life, whom she never expected. Soel asked herself why her heart was beating so fast and told herself that it wasn't good. She must be confused. It was all the cold morning wind making her scatterbrained. That boy would be just as ugly when she woke up tomorrow. And the next day, she couldn't take her eyes off Yanchun. She thought his eyes were so beautiful. When the boy tasted the dumplings and found them too spicy, she thought it was so cool that he couldn't eat spicy food. Even when he greedily gulped down water to extinguish the pepper, Sol thought that even the way he drank water seemed cute. To get a better look at him, she sat down next to him at dinner without even thinking about it. But when he asked if she wanted to say something to him, she came to her senses and realized that she didn't even understand how she had managed to move there. She thought that if this was what love felt like, then maybe she could take another step. Suddenly, a piece of a sword stuck in the floor right next to her feet, and the girls looked at him in surprise. Looking at what was happening on the training ground, they couldn't believe their eyes. Chunjun looked at his broken sword in amazement, not understanding how this could have happened. Overwhelmed by the wave of emotions that flooded her, Sol collapsed to her knees in an instant. They watched the fight between the boys on the training ground with fascination. Gripping the hilt of his broken sword, the boy wondered what the hell had broken it. He thought that he had let him react to the first 2 attacks to play with this creature, but then he had given it his all. Yanchun said that so-called geniuses have a habit of daydreaming in the middle of battle. If this were a real battle, he would have died 3 times already. Swinging his sword, Yanchun asked if he understood what he was saying. The guy immediately attacked Chunjun, but he quickly jumped out of the way. Chunjun cursed silently. He thought that the dirty bastard was attacking an unarmed opponent. He looked back when the other said he was coming after him. Yanchun told him to go get a real sword. Sarcastically, Yanchun reminded him that he had said this was to be a training match. Wasn't that right? Then he should teach him a lesson. To tease him even more, Yanchun said that obviously he was teaching him. Laughing, he said that teaching lessons was not his strong suit. Hearing his mockery, Chunjun did not hold back his inner energy. Enraged, he attacked Yanchun with lightning speed, but Yanchun managed to dodge him. Yanchun thought that since the bastard was using his inner energy, he would beat him. Gathering momentum, Chunjun performed a complex combination of several moves to attack the boy. But Yanchun managed to block and repel the lightning dragon's cunning attack. He thought it couldn't be that an imbecile like him was stronger than him. Calling him a fucking idiot, Yanchun said that he had let him get away with it long enough. To finally end this senseless fight and teach the arrogant guy a lesson, Yanchun simply kicked him in the groin. Namgung Chunjung had probably never felt such pain in his life. The boy simply fell to his knees trying to cope with the unbearable pain. Crouching down next to him, Yanchun asked mockingly if it had finally burst. In response, he called Yanchun a freak. Then Yanchun said that since he could still talk, it must not have burst. Chunjun called Yanchun a coward and said that he had no right to call himself a martial artist. As soon as the other clans found out about this, he would have to walk around with his head bowed. Gu Yanchun asked him how many he had already killed. He was surprised when he heard the question. The young man said at least 10 and asked if he was right. Chunjun asked what he was talking about. Then Yanchun grabbed his arm and twisted it. Chunjun howled in pain. Tangjue came over and shouted that it was enough and ordered Huleo to stop the fight immediately, to which Yanchun replied that he had not only infused energy into his sword, and asked if Juok had also felt his thirst for blood. Did he think that he had made such a mistake because he was immature? But this moron was older than him. After listening to the boy's explanation, Juok asked if Chungjun from the Namgung clan didn't know what would happen if he didn't stop. Yanchun said that he was holding back because he was from the Namgung clan. If they switched places, what would happen then? Tang Jue asked what he intended to do, but he didn't even have time to finish before Chunjun howled in pain. Leaving them on the training ground, Yanchun walked away, shaking his hands as if he had touched something dirty. The victory did not lift his spirits. On the contrary, the boy thought he was in big trouble. He wondered what the second elder would say if he told him that he had beaten someone from the Namgung clan. The elder probably wouldn't have thought much of it if he had explained everything in general terms. He might even have praised him. The boy decided that, after all, he had witnesses and that the other guy was in the wrong from the start. He wanted to leave when he felt someone grab his arm, so he looked back. It turned out that it was Namgung B.A. She asked him to tell her his name. Taking his hand away, he replied that he had already told her. His name was Gu Juliop. The girl said that was a lie. He wondered how she could have found out. The boy asked her why she wanted his name. Did she want to avenge her brother? Looking at her reaction, he thought that her expression hadn't changed, even though he had beaten her brother badly. She came closer to him and repeated that he should tell her his name. The boy indignantly asked why she was talking to him as if they were friends. She immediately apologized for that. When he asked if she would stop following him if he told her his name, she nodded in agreement. After thinking for a few seconds, the boy told her that his name was Gu Yangchun. After repeating his name, she looked as if she was trying to remember it. On his way back, Yangchun thought that he didn't think he would be able to attend the Tang Weapon exhibition after beating up the Namgun brat. That was even better. He would have one more day to search for treasure. Feeling achy all over, he thought he must be tired after the fight. He needed to rest a little first. He imagined meeting Muun. He would yell when he heard that he had sent young Master Namgung flying, but it wouldn't work. From that day on, he would follow him everywhere until they returned so that he wouldn't get into trouble again. So the boy stopped near the place where he had rented a room and wondered what to do next. Wee Sol Ah, whom he had left in the room, was standing on the balcony enjoying the view from the window. At that moment, a security guard ran into the room and started calling for young Mr. Yangchun. Noticing Sol A, he asked her what she was doing there. He corrected himself and said that he meant to ask if she had seen young master Gu Young Chun. She replied that she had not. She asked what was wrong. Then Muyen asked in confusion where the young master could have gone. Muyen said that after lunch with the other clans, he still hadn't returned. On top of that, he had beaten young master Namgung. How could he report this? She left the room and began to peer into the streets of the city and its surroundings. The Yen clan from Jinchuan, a martial arts clan that had been the best merchant clan for several centuries. This clan had the strongest masters and a flow of money that they strictly controlled. However, even the Yen clan, which seemed unbreakable, disappeared after a bloodbath. No one knows the reason why the Yen clan suddenly disappeared. But according to the surviving records, all the secrets of the Yen clan are hidden under a snow-white maple tree. Yanshin said that the devil take that snow-white maple tree. Sighing, he noted that he couldn't even see any ordinary maple trees nearby. He said that it wasn't even autumn. Where could he find a maple tree now? By now it must have dried up, and it had to be under a white maple tree. Maybe someone spread this rumor as a prank. The boy realized that he had hardly eaten anything all day and had spent all his energy in the fight, and now he was climbing a mountain in the middle of the night. Hearing his words, Sol A asked if he would like some honey cookies. Savoring the cookies, the boy said that her piggy appetite helped in situations like this. She snorted and said she wasn't a pig. He asked if the big bag was full of food. Sol A said yes. He said that it was a relief because he was about to turn back due to severe hunger. She happily asked if she had been helpful. Yanchun replied that she had and then shouted that she had no business being there. She laughed and replied that she would tell him when they had dinner. He summed up that she was saying that everyone had rushed to look for him when they realized he was missing, and she had come all this way just to find him. She replied that it was all true. Then he asked how she knew he would be in the mountains. Maybe it was intuition. Sol jumped up and said that now that she was here, he could relax. The boy told her to sit down because she was covering the food with sand. Yanchun thought that even if there was no problem with food, it didn't change the fact that he couldn't find the tree. Even if they searched for 3 days, there was no guarantee they would find it. He asked where there could be a white maple tree in early summer, and added that it was a blatant lie. Sol A said it wasn't a lie. The girl said it looked very beautiful when she saw it. He nodded and said it must be very beautiful. Only a few seconds later did he realize what she had just said, and it hit him like a bolt of lightning. The guy jumped up and asked what she had just said and wondered if she had seen him. She confirmed that she had. Fagisole said she saw a white tree next to him. He asked in surprise how it was next to him. She happily replied that she had. She had seen it next to the young man. At his request, Sol A led him to the place where she had seen the beautiful white tree. Gu Youngchun asked if it was the same tree and the same snow-white maple. She nodded in response. He told her to go back and she asked why. He replied that she should have her eyes checked by a doctor. How could it be a snow-white maple tree? Then she asked the young gentleman what was wrong with his eyes because it was indeed a snow-white maple tree. Turning to leave, he said okay. It was his mistake to believe her. Watching him leave, she said sadly that Sol A was not lying to the young gentleman. Someone whispered to her that she was not mistaken, and she joyfully exclaimed that everything was correct. He thought he had come after her because he had no other leads. Would he even be able to find him in such a large area in time? Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to go back and train with the second elder, although he didn't know if he would train him properly. Hearing a noise, he looked around. The boy noticed that Sol A was reaching for something bright near the tree. He thought he didn't know what it was, but it looked dangerous. He shouted at her to stop and get away from that thing immediately. But despite his warning, Sol A continued to reach for it. Yanchun shouted that she was crazy and rushed towards her to stop her. However, her finger had already touched the mysterious glow that was drawing her so strongly. As soon as she touched it, the glow began to grow as if forming a rift in the air. The bright light blinded Yangchun, who was still running towards Sol A, and he tried to cover his eyes with his hand. He stopped abruptly and seemed to lose the power of speech. The boy stood there in a daze for a few seconds. Sol A was standing next to the same snow-white maple tree that looked like a fairy tale tree. Turning to the boy, Sol A asked if he could see her now. Delighted that she had proven herself right, she asked if the tree was not real. The boy did not understand what had happened. After all, it had just been a dry tree, but she had done something and everything had changed. Then it appeared here. It was a mechanism designed to protect treasures. He was curious how she did it, so he asked her. She asked him in surprise what she had done. He said that she had done something and the tree had appeared. She asked what Sol A had done. He said that she had done it and asked again what exactly she had done. She was surprised, and Yangchun told her that she had approached the tree and touched it. Hearing this, she asked in surprise if Sol A had done that. Yangchun began to get nervous. Yangchun said he didn't think it was her. Then she asked what had happened. Sighing, the boy decided to ask her later. The boy thought he had found the snow-white maple tree, so where were the hidden treasures? It didn't look like they were lying on the surface. Gu Yangchun decided to take a look behind the maple tree and saw something. He approached the edge of the precipice that began behind the tree and saw something that looked like a glowing hole. After cursing, Yangchun said that this was what the phrase under the snow-white maple tree meant. She said that it was an entrance and stepped into the abyss. After jumping, she shouted that she was the first. Yangchun shouted after her that she was crazy. Looking at him, she said that now it was the young master's turn to jump, saying that since he had no other choice, he should also jump into the abyss. The man stopped nearby and watched what was happening near the white maple tree. The man chuckled, came out of the bushes where he was hiding, and said that these were the ones who were not up to the task. Landing, Yangchun said that fortunately for such a height, the fall was soft. The boy noticed that Sul A had already started to walk further into this mysterious underground passage. He touched her shoulder to stop her and warned her that it could be dangerous. They saw that the room was divided into 2 long tunnels. The boy said that it was a fork in the road. Yanchun was sure that this was definitely a treasure chamber, but he didn't know which tunnel to take. Pointing her finger at one of the tunnels, Sul A said that they should go there, and that she was sure of it. The guy wanted to ask how she could know, but then he remembered the white maple tree. So he said that they would go there. She exclaimed happily that the young man had agreed with Sol A. The man followed them and also found himself in a room in front of 2 tunnels. Sol A's bangs pointed in the direction they should go, like antennas. The boy asked if they were sure they were going the right way. After all, no matter how far they walked, they couldn't see the end. The glowing stones were becoming fewer and fewer, and it was getting darker. He asked again if they were on the right path. She replied that they were on the right track and asked the young man to simply trust her. Finally, the tunnel ended and she announced that they had arrived, but the room seemed empty. The annoyed boy slapped her on the back of the head and said that she was driving him crazy. Holding her head, Sule looked at the boy indignantly. He looked back and snorted. Looking at the stones on the walls, he noticed that they were no longer glowing. Looking inside the room, the boy said disappointedly that it was so empty. He wondered if it was really a treasure chamber. Touching his shoulder, she turned to the young man. She said that there was something there and suddenly pressed herself against him with a cry of fear. They heard a rustling sound, and then a huge white snake appeared out of the darkness. Its head hung over them. Clinging to his back, the girl turned to the young gentleman again with a trembling voice. In a frightened voice, she could barely utter that it was a demonic beast. Yanchun told her to be quiet. He was surprised to find a demonic beast in such a place. He thought that the room had been empty just a minute ago, so where could it have come from? And with its size, the monster must have been at least blue rank. Looking closer, he noticed that fortunately the snake didn't seem to have woken up. Looking around to see how far the exit was, the boy thought that if they slipped out quietly, they might get lucky. But at that moment, the snake's yellow eyes opened and it was looking right at them. The boy wondered why it had woken up just then. Yanchun couldn't see her eyes, which met the snake's gaze. He thought that he would probably have to fight. Considering its size and level of danger, the boy thought he probably couldn't defeat it. But he couldn't let his chance for a peaceful life slip away so hopelessly. Thinking that even if he died, he would die in battle, Yangchun activated his fiery fist. The snake called him a child and asked him to calm down. The boy asked in surprise if the demonic beast had spoken. The giant snake hissed that he had no intention of harming young people. Surprised, Yangchun asked how a demonic beast could speak human language. It let out something like a laugh when it heard itself called a demonic beast. The snake said that it was very interesting. How did a child who was not from the Yen clan end up here? The boy replied that he was just looking around. The snake hissed that he understood. He said that was what had happened, and then asked again why the boy had come here. Yanchun called the snake Sir and replied that he had come here by accident. He thought that if the snake was connected to the Yen clan of Jinchuan, he should not tell him why he was here. The snake laughed and said that he was sorry to say so, but there was nothing else left here that they could want. The snake turned to him and asked him to let him ask him one question. He asked the young man what he thought fate was. Without even thinking for a moment, the boy replied, "What kind of stupid question is that?" Hearing what the boy said, the snake burst out laughing and couldn't stop. Seeing the snake's reaction, the boy thought that there was something wrong with him. Maybe he was crazy or something. The snake apologized, saying that he had indeed asked a stupid question. Then he hissed that since a child from the Yen clan had ended up here, it meant that the Yen clan had disappeared. He hissed that he regretted the things that were destined to disappear, and for what he had endured. Yanchun smiled and said that they would leave then. Suddenly he saw a golden ball and asked what it was. Zime replied that it was payment for helping the old man, and if it fell into someone's hands, let it be him. The snake said that someone like him with this thing inside would be able to handle it better than anyone else. The boy thought it didn't look like a demonic stone. Taking the ball in his hands, he asked what he could handle. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his hand and thought that he hadn't been able to tell that it was a demonic stone. The devilish art of demonic absorption. However, this feeling was different from the demonic stone he had absorbed. Saul gently touched him to calm the boy who was trying to cope with the pain. Trying to look around, Yangchun began to ask who, but everything blurred before his eyes. His head spun and he fell unconscious to the ground next to Soleil. Looking at the girl, the snake asked if she was satisfied. She replied that it was not a question of her satisfaction. The snake said that she should hide her aura. Such a strong aura this time could lead to something much worse than losing consciousness. Sitting down next to him, she replied that she knew. The snake remarked that for someone who knew, she had already done a lot. She asked if he thought it was possible to understand. He replied that it was not and that he felt even more sorry for her because he understood. Soul A asked why he had given her such an important crystal, especially to someone he had just met. The snake replied that he wanted to. There is nothing lonelier than waiting for someone who will never come. With these words, he said that he also had to let go of everything, and the snake's body began to crumble into petals. Trying to catch a petal with her hand, Sul A thoughtfully said that this was the emptiness of fate. Touching his hair, she said that looking at him made her forget about such things. What a sad man. He was afraid of losing his second chance at life, but still covered her with his body to protect her. She whispered his name softly and asked him to let go now. Wiping away her tears, Wisola apologized and said that there was just a little bit left. It was still dangerous. Entering the room, the man said that it seemed she had noticed and asked when. The girl replied that it wasn't that hard to notice the presence of an imbecile doing the dirty work of the Namgung clan. He snorted and said that brats like them go to the mountains and hide in strange places. He said he couldn't believe that their master had lost to a brat who was exhausted just getting here. He said that he had been ordered to deal with everything quietly, so he would let her go if she betrayed him. She asked if this was the will of the Namgung clan. He shouted that she was not yet an adult, and that someone like her had no right to tarnish his name. Sol A pushed his sword away from her shoulder with her finger. He said he understood. The man told the girl that if this was what she wanted, then it was inevitable. He didn't even have time to finish before his hand holding the sword fell to the ground along with him. Having lost his hand, the man groaned in pain, but she put her finger to her lips to silence him. Looking sternly at him, Sol A told him to be quiet and not wake him up. That night, the sky was clear and starry, and the full moon softly illuminated everything around them. A light mist rose from the warm stones, which helped to ease the pain a little. The angry boy slammed his fist and cursed. He couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Chung Chung creaked that he must have used some trick, otherwise it couldn't be. Otherwise, some fool could have defeated him. After all, he was the great Namgung Chuncheon. Making a sudden movement, he again felt the excruciating pain in his shoulder that Yangchun had dislocated and groaned. The young man called his faithful servant Machel, who arrived immediately. Namgung Chungjun sat down and asked what he should do. The servant understood what he was talking about. Machel said that the Gu clan's bodyguard was more powerful than they had thought, and they would not have time to deal with him. But now, for some reason, that guy was walking alone without his bodyguard. The man said that in that case, they might have a chance to get even. His face broke into a smile, and he told Macho that he had always trusted him. He knew that this time, too, he would bring him good news. He turned to the young master and remarked that they were all members of the Gu clan after all. Then he asked how far he should go. Namgung Chunjung told Macho that he wanted the life of that bastard in exchange for his shoulder. In his opinion, it would be fair. Saying that he understood him, Macho left the room of the young master Namgung. Grabbing his sword with his other hand, Mehul asked the girl with the swords who she was. She pretended to think about his question for a moment, then said that he didn't need to know. The man asked why someone like her was there, but he couldn't finish his question. He fell to his knees next to his severed hands and howled. Soleil said that she would not answer his questions. The girl noted that she didn't have much time and approached Yanchun again. As he got up, he thought he should run away while she was busy with this freak. Macho thought he had only one chance. He needed to return to the Namgung clan to survive. He thought he had never heard of such a terrifying woman, but the next moment he noticed that the floor was rising. Those were his last thoughts. Because it wasn't the floor that rose, but his head that flew off his shoulders. She said she wanted to leave the first life that would take this body at her discretion. But an uninvited guest like her had decided so, and she asked for forgiveness. The voice ordered her to hand him over immediately, but the girl asked for forgiveness again. Soleil said that it might seem selfish of her, but could she stay a little longer? The voice said again that it was her body, and they clenched their fists and said that she was right. The girl stood up and said sadly that even the present belonged to her. The snake asked if she was leaving, and the girl replied that she needed a rest. She had done a lot in a child's body. He turned to the girl and hissed, asking if she knew what kind of creature she was. Soleil replied that she knew a little. She sat down next to the boy again. Her swords began to slowly dissipate. Then the snake said that her path would be difficult. She replied that she knew. The snake hissed that this was how it was and wished the girl blessings on her difficult path. The girl said sadly that if she had the opportunity. Then she smiled and continued that she wanted to meet Yanchun again. The snake was gone and the girl looked at her body. It became dark and quiet around her. Gu Yanchun suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath as if he had been suffocating. The boy immediately saw the beautiful starry night sky when he came to his senses. In a moment, Sol A's smiling face appeared in front of him, and she exclaimed that he had come to his senses. He screamed as if he had just woken up from a terrible dream and sat up. Yangchun looked at Sol A. Then he began to look around to understand where he was. It turned out that the boy had come to his senses near a dry tree standing over a precipice. Yangchun couldn't understand if it was real and asked Sol A what had happened. When she didn't answer, Yangchun began to tell her that they had accidentally found a snow-white maple tree. Then Sol A led him to a treasure chamber in the dungeon, but the treasure chamber was empty. Suddenly, a giant snake that could talk appeared in the treasury. He touched a strange sphere that the snake gave him, and this sphere unexpectedly merged into his body. Yangchun shouted that this was exactly what had happened. He remembered it all very well. But what happened next? Looking at him with eyes wide with surprise, Sol A asked if the snake and the sphere were just a dream. He shouted, asking if she was saying she didn't remember. The girl replied that Sol A didn't remember. Yangchun shouted at her not to lie. She shouted back that how could Sol A believe that she had found a snow-white maple tree, talked to a snake, and received a sphere? Who would believe such a thing? He asked why she had decided to think logically now. The boy asked who had brought them here. She replied that she didn't know because she had woken up here. Suddenly, the boy cried out in pain. She called out to him in concern. Looking back, Yangchun told her that everything was fine. It was just his core that hurt. Sol A asked if it hurt a lot. The guy thought about what he had said about the core. Deciding to check his suspicions, the guy concentrated on his inner energy. When Yangchun felt the energy, he mentally noted that everything was as he had thought. After he absorbed the sphere, the amount of energy flowing through his body changed. Clenching his fist, he thought that this amount would be enough to reach the 4th star. This meant that his memories were real. It was the snake that brought them here and erased Sol A's memory. Most likely that was the case. The girl suggested that if he was in pain, they could go back. Yangchun replied that everything was fine, but delaying would make Muena's lessons even longer. The boy thought about how to get to the city as quickly as possible and came up with an idea. He crouched down and told her to sit on his back. The girl asked why. Yangchun replied that if they walked, it would take at least 2 hours, but this way would be faster. The girl replied that Sol A had eaten a lot yesterday. Yangchun gritted his teeth in irritation and asked if she was going to sit down. A little embarrassed, she said she thought she needed to go to the bathroom. Climbing onto his back, she asked if Sol A was heavy. Yangchun replied that she was definitely not light. She said she would get off then. He thought that with his 3-star firewheel technique and his oversaturated energy, he could do it. Activating his inner energy, the boy pushed off the ground and jumped across the chasm. Now his body, which had once seemed heavy, felt as light as a feather. They easily jumped from one rock to another, covering incredible distances. Jumping from peak to peak, they met the sun, which signaled the beginning of a new day. The sunrise on the peaks looked amazing, so they enjoyed the beauty and the feeling of flying. Meanwhile, the guard bit his nails, worrying about his master's fate. Muen thought he hadn't seen his master for a day. He was worried if everything was okay. The guard prayed that everything would be fine with his young master, otherwise his head would be cut off. Suddenly, they appeared on the balcony. Yangchun told Sol A to come down because they were back. Then the boy asked Muyen what he was doing there. Without holding back, Muyen asked where he had been all this time. He emphasized that the young master had left for the whole day without saying anything to him. The young man apologized and immediately added that they should focus on the fact that he had returned safe and sound. The guard said he was very worried that something had happened to the young master. Then he asked where they had been. Sol A interrupted and said that the young master had encountered a snake, but she couldn't finish because Yangchun covered her mouth. He said that Sol A was fantasizing again and said that they had just gone for a walk. Muen asked what kind of walk it was. He asked again what had happened to them. Smiling, Yangchun said it was just a happy accident, but he thought to himself that Muen had noticed quickly. After all, he was on the verge of reaching the 1st rank. Yangchun said it was nothing and asked why he sensed the presence of 2 other people. Muen looked away, a little embarrassed. The boy saw that Tan So-yeol and Namgung Ba were already having breakfast in his room. Noticing that Yangchun had entered the room, Tan So-yeol dropped her food from her chopsticks. He asked if Ms. Tan was waiting for him. Then he asked Ms. Namgung if she hadn't promised not to disturb him. Tan So-yeol exclaimed that she wasn't really waiting for him. With her mouth full of noodles, Namgung Ba barely managed to say that she wasn't bothering him. Clutching his head, Yangchun silently asked God to save him. Then he asked why they were both there. Namgung Ba replied that she just hadn't said goodbye. Tan So-yeol said that she had also come to wish him a safe journey. Then the boy asked if Namgung's heir was also there. He thought that would make everything even more annoying. She replied that he hadn't come and told him that she had told her brother she was going to see Mr. Gu, but he had replied that Mr. Gu would not return. The girl politely asked Yangchun to answer her question now. Pointing at him with her chopsticks, Namgung Ba asked what had happened to him. Not wanting to say anything, the boy looked away and said that something had happened. She released her inner energy and said that she wanted to have a duel. Sighing, the boy said that he felt he would lose consciousness from excessive training. Muen was surprised to hear this from the boy, but he winked at him, and Muen understood what he meant. The guard led the girls to the exit and said he was very sorry, but they should leave because the young gentleman needed rest. At the exit, Tan Sol called out for him to wait. She wanted to give him something. Handing him an envelope, she said it was an invitation to Tan's weapon exhibition next year. It was up to him whether he wanted to come or not. Yangchun thanked her and said they would meet again next year, however he thought that was unlikely. Tan So-yeol said that she just wanted their families to have a good relationship and asked him not to misunderstand her. When the door closed, Tan So-yeol said that she was worried about that jerk, but it seemed like everything was fine with him. Namgung Ba nodded at her remark. Thinking that nothing bad had happened to Yangchun, Namgung Ba smiled. When Tan So-yeol noticed her reaction, she became suspicious. She returned to her friend and asked if she liked the heir to the Gu clan. The girl asked her what she meant by like. So-yeol hesitated, embarrassed to talk about such things. Tan So-yeol looked confused and couldn't explain. She said it was like loving someone. Finally, the girl sighed and told her not to pay attention and forget about it. Then Namgung Ba asked So-yeol about her invitation to the exhibition. She replied that she had wanted to give her the invitation she had given to the heir of the Gu clan. She said sadly that she should have prepared 2 invitations. Noticing that her friend was upset, Namgung Ba said that everything was fine and that So-yeol was doing well. She laughed and told her friend that she was the best. Tan So-yeol exclaimed that she would make sure that she was given the most delicious poison instead. Looking at Tan So-yeol, Namgung Ba noticed how her aura had turned into a dark mist. Her hands trembled and she quietly told herself that she could endure anything. A slight smile appeared on her face and the girl said that she felt that they would soon meet Gu Yangchun again. Late that evening, Namgung Chunjun arrived at a meeting with the head of the Namgung clan. The clan leader emphasized that he had only asked him to look after his younger sister. Instead, he had lost one of his guards. Chunjung didn't understand what was going on. Could Makhol really not have returned? Could he have failed? He thought it was impossible. Machol was a master of martial arts, but then why hadn't he returned yet? The clan chief turned to Chunjung, who replied that he was listening to his father. Releasing his energy, the clan leader asked if he knew how he had disappointed him. His father said that he was not disappointed that he had lost to some nameless boy, nor was he disappointed that he had used fatal techniques in a training match. Filled with anger, the clan leader said that he was disappointed that the boy had not been able to hide it all. He then added that he did not blame him, but that he must retreat to the Golden Jade Gallery for a while. The boy obediently replied to his father that he understood everything. He began to talk about the Gu clan, but his father stopped him. Clan leader Namgung told him to forget what had happened. Chunjung was very surprised when he heard his father's words. Unable to contain his emotions, Chunjung indignantly asked his father what he meant. His father looked back and glanced at the boy. His gaze spoke louder than words. So the boy lowered his head and said nothing more so as not to anger his father even more. At the exit, his father said that he would understand when he became the head of the clan. Until then, he was not to touch the Gu clan. The boy replied that he understood. His father added that it was even possible that they would become one family. Hearing such news from his father, the boy was very surprised and asked him what he meant. Stunned by what he heard, Gu Yangchun asked the elder what he had just said. The second elder asked if the boy had not heard him and repeated that he would soon be married. Yangchun said that he was very tired after his trip to Sichuan and was not in the mood for jokes. What did it mean to get married? The young man asked anxiously if they had broken off their engagement with the Peng clan. The elder confirmed this and remarked that he had heard it was because the young man had been wandering around. How could such a young man find his beloved again? He asked if he was going to spend the rest of his life alone. Yangchun said that this conversation was going in the wrong direction. The elder stood his ground and told him to just agree, saying that he had already arranged everything for him. Sol A asked the young man in a disappointed voice if he would have a bride. He asked in return if she really believed the old man. He added that the crazy old man was just mocking him. Muen approached him and said that the old man was probably telling the truth. Surprised, he exclaimed that he didn't want to hear the truth. Muyen said that after reporting on their trip to Sichuan, he noticed that the entire Gu clan already knew about their engagement. Yang Chun exclaimed that it meant he himself was unaware of the rumors about him. The young man thought that after what he had done to Peng Ahui, there were obviously bad rumors about him among the clans. But even so, someone still wanted to marry their daughter to him. What kind of crazy clan would do such a thing? He asked the elder which clan he was engaged to, and more importantly, who exactly. The elder laughed and told the young man not to be surprised. He began to say that it was the Nam clan. Hearing what the elder said, Nam Yangchun and the young man said Gung at the same time. The elder remarked that he had wanted to say that himself. Yangchun asked in surprise why the Nam clan needed him. He thought that since that was the case, it meant that one of their daughters had agreed to become his bride. Yangchun asked if the Namgun clan had only one daughter. The second elder confirmed this and said that Yangchun might have met her at the Tang weapon exhibition. The young man realized that the elder must be talking about Namgung B.A. Gu Yangchun shouted that he couldn't possibly marry this crazy fool. The elder reprimanded Yangchun and told him not to call his bride that. The young man replied that he would not. After that, the elder said that such a decision was up to the clan, so he should go and find someone else because there were more important things to do. Yangchun asked what could be more important. Then the second elder happily announced that Yangchun's sister had returned. This news alarmed the young man. Once, one of the three supreme auras said that the era of meteorites had begun. Stars pierced the sky and began to fall more and more often onto the mortal earth. With each fall, more and more talented people were born. And he, being in this era, was born at the wrong time. He was undoubtedly talented, but compared to his sister, his talent was mediocre. His sister Gu Huibi was a natural genius and possessed a level of skill that he could never achieve. That was why he hated her so much. The boy thought he should run away when he heard about his sister's return. The question was where. But Yangchun didn't care where he ran. The main thing was to get away from his sister. However, the elder grabbed him by the shoulder. The second elder asked him what he was trying to do. The boy asked if he would let him go. The elder asked what Yangchun was talking about, since his sister had arrived. He asked the boy if he was really going to ignore her. Yangchun replied that he was, and that was why he was asking him to let him go. Yangchun asked how he could meet her when he had no idea what she would do to him. He said he would disappear for a few months and asked them not to look for him. The elder asked if he had picked something up in Sichuan and why he was behaving so childishly. He remarked that he was so annoyed with him that he wanted to beat him up. Yangchun asked him to beat him up and knock him out for a month. Her fiery red aura was visible from afar. The boy shouted in a frightened voice that she was coming. Immediately after that, he shouted for Muen to lock the door immediately. He advised him to use a bolt or something or come up with something else. Surprised, Muen asked how he could block them. In the end, he couldn't think of anything quicker than using a broom as a bar. Muen asked if he really wanted him to close the gate right before his sister arrived. There was laughter behind the gate, and a girl said that his sister had just returned and he was closing the door. She touched the gate and it began to burn. Without thinking twice, she simply blew up the gate with her fiery energy. The gate flew open and she entered the courtyard. Gu Huibi turned to her brother and remarked that it was very rude. Hiding her powerful fiery inner energy, Gu Huibi waved to her brother. The elder was still holding the boy by the shoulder to keep him from running away. Yangchun didn't know where to go. She asked if he wasn't going to greet his older sister. The boy greeted her in a frightened voice. Gu Huibi said she was glad to see that he was well, but she could see that he was still on his feet. The boy replied that he was and asked why he shouldn't be on his feet. But then he suddenly understood what his sister meant. Gu Yangchun knelt down and bowed his head to his older sister. She stroked his head and said that he was a good boy. The girl said that she greeted the second elder. He laughed and said that it was always nice to see such a friendly family. Yangchun thought that he must be blind. The elder said that he was glad to see that she was doing well. Then he said that he had heard that she was doing an excellent job as the leader of the sword squad. She laughed and said that he was embarrassing her. She said that it was all thanks to the hard work of the squad members themselves. Listening to them, Yangchun thought that this was exactly why he wanted to run away. Gu Huibi called her brother and asked if he knew where he had gone wrong. He asked if it was because he had tried to block the door. She asked what else. The boy replied that he had also wanted to run away. Looking back at the boy, she indignantly asked if he wanted to run away. Yangchun thought he had made a mistake when he blurted it out. Looking at Huibi, he asked if he had made a mistake when he defeated his second sister. The girl was surprised when he mentioned his sister and asked if he had defeated Yenso. Surprised, Yangchun asked if that wasn't the reason. Where else could he have made a mistake? She told him that it was an engagement and asked why he hadn't told her about his engagement first, and why he hadn't asked for her consent. The boy shouted that he had only heard about it today. Then he asked why he had to get her consent. Gu Huibi swung at him and asked if he had grown balls to talk back to her. Yangchun cursed silently. He shouted to Muyan to save him. Muyan turned to Mrs. Huibi and asked her to spare him. His sister said that in her opinion, he needed another lesson in good manners. Yangchun shouted for her to wait. She was already swinging at Yangchun when Sol A shouted not to and grabbed her arm. Yangchun asked what she was doing and then told his sister that she was his maid. She had not been working there long and did not know what was acceptable. Wee Sola held her hand tightly and asked her not to hit the young master. Huibi's fiery inner energy flared up again as she looked at the girl who was squeezing her hand so tightly. Gu Huibi turned to her brother and asked who she was. She tried to pull her hand away, but the girl wouldn't let go. The boy repeated that she was his servant and had only been there for a short time. Huibi began to clench her fist. He mentally called his sister stupid. Yangchun was about to jump on his sister to stop her. But Huibi didn't hit the girl as he had thought. She grabbed her plump cheeks and pinched them a little. She said that her cheeks looked so soft, and in fact, they were even softer. Yangchun asked if she really used that much energy just to pinch her. She confirmed it and asked why he didn't tell her he had such a maid. Gu Huibi turned to her brother and asked him to give the maid to her. Yangchun immediately replied that he would not. Then she said that it was very interesting. The guy started to get up and asked what exactly was interesting. She said that her dear brother, who always fulfilled every whim of his beloved older sister, had just refused her. The guy confirmed it. The sister asked who had allowed him to stand up. Yangchun immediately knelt down again and apologized. Noticing her brother's inner energy, Huibi asked the elder if it was his doing. The boy thought that his sister had noticed after all. It was inevitable. The elder said that the old man had nothing to do with it. Huibi asked why he had changed so much in a few months. She waved her hand at him and said that he could leave. Then she told him that the clan leader wanted to see him. She also wanted to give him a beating, but she had lost the mood. Gu Yangchun thought what a relief it was and asked if he could leave. His sister remembered something, shouted for him to wait, and threw him something small. Catching the object, the boy saw that it was some kind of pendant made of a strange stone. Looking at the ball, he thought it might be a demonic stone. Although he felt absolutely nothing. He asked what it was. She replied that it was a souvenir. She said that the merchant had told her it was a good luck charm. Then she added that she would be angry if he didn't take care of it. The boy thought it was just junk. His sister, as if reading his thoughts, said that if he accidentally lost it thinking it was trash, she would get angry. Squeezing his shoulder, she concluded that then she might become an even kinder sister. Taking her hand off his shoulder, Yangchun said uncertainly that he understood her hint. Smiling at her brother, Gu Huibi said that she could see how much he had already achieved. At that moment, he remembered his sister from his past life. Back then, she had also smiled and wished him happiness. He felt a little uncomfortable with those memories and just grunted in response. Huibi asked the elder if he really had nothing to do with it. The elder replied, asking why an old man would lie. She thought that last winter he was barely at the level of a single star. Unlike Yenso, he could neither emit energy nor move normally, but now his energy had stabilized, his chi had doubled, and his body had grown stronger. When she learned that Yenso had gone into seclusion after his defeat by Yangchun, she had her doubts. She wondered how her brother had managed to achieve such heights so quickly. The elder said it was incredible and asked if she agreed with him. He said that he was also surprised. He had no idea that the boy had such talent. Hui asked the elder what he thought had happened. He asked why she hadn't asked him herself. The girl replied that she knew he wouldn't tell her, so she didn't try. The elder remarked that perhaps he would tell his sister. Huibi replied that he was her brother and she understood him perfectly just by looking into his eyes. Vibi inquired about the servant Yangchun. She asked the elder if he had noticed anything unusual. He replied that he hadn't and asked what was wrong with her. She said she asked because she thought it might just be her imagination. She said she wasn't entirely sure, so she just looked at her, but in her opinion, she seemed a little plump. The elder said that he thought she was being too suspicious. He emphasized that the girl was just an ordinary maid. She snorted and said that was possible. After months of fighting demonic beasts, she could have become a little distrustful. He smiled but thought about what she had sensed. He thought that she and Yangchun were truly talented. The second elder said that since the whole family and the entire clan were against Yangchun, he should thank her for being the only one who cared about him. The elder noted that he had no reason to worry about her. She replied that someone had to look after her silly little brother. At the same time, the elder said that she needed to be a little softer. Wasn't it too much to be angry with him because of his engagement? He emphasized that it seemed like she was actually angry with him for the fact itself. Remembering the engagement, her fiery energy burst out. She asked who dared to seduce her brother. Then she added that, in her opinion, she was probably not quite normal either. Meanwhile, Yangchun arrived at the clan chief's house, where his father was already waiting for him. The clan leader said he had heard that he had broken the lightning dragon's arm. Looking away, Yangchun said that he hadn't broken it, just grazed it a little. After taking a few sips, the clan leader put down his glass and asked why he had broken her arm. The boy thought that was all he wanted to ask. Sighing, the boy decided to tell him. He said that the dragon had challenged him to a fight but was clearly trying to hurt him, so he responded in kind. The clan leader asked in surprise if the lightning dragon had wanted to hurt him. He asked if there were any witnesses. Yangchun replied that there were. His father said that he had noticed that Yangchun had significantly improved his skills. He said he was pleased and wished Yangchun to continue in the same vein. The boy simply said, "Okay." The boy thought that he had defeated the lightning dragon and achieved the 3rd star, but his father was not impressed at all, and he was probably always like that. The clan leader noted that if he had met representatives of the Namgung clan, he should have met his bride as well. Clenching his fists under the table, the boy thought that it had finally come to this. Yangchun said somewhat hesitantly that he wanted to talk about the engagement. He said he was curious who had arranged it. The other replied that it was the elder's decision, and by the way, it wasn't the worst option for him. The clan chief said that since trouble with Pen Aoi was inevitable, this time he would rely on his good judgment. The young man thought that there would probably be no second chance. The conflict with the Pen clan was his fault, so he had no grounds to argue. His father said that the Hua festival would begin sometime in the middle of summer on Mount Hua. When Yangchun asked what he wanted from him, the clan chief handed him a folded piece of paper. Unfolding the piece of paper, the boy began to read carefully what it said. After reading it, Yangchun asked why he was being told this. His father said that he should bring her back. The clan leader said that everything had already been prepared and that he could leave in 10 days. The boy said he was sorry, but he had just arrived from Sichuan. Then the clan leader said that he could refuse. Yangchun was delighted and said that then he would certainly refuse. Despite his words, the clan chief continued that if he agreed, he would open their treasury and give him the pill of the great sage. Sol A asked when the young master would return. Muyan said that he was talking to the clan chief, so probably in a few hours. Savoring the cookies, Sol A said she was tired from the journey. Muan said he was too, but as his personal bodyguard and maid, they had to accompany him wherever he went. The girl asked if they could just hide and have a snack. Muan replied that in his opinion they could until they were caught. Muan almost had a heart attack when Yangchun suddenly appeared and asked what they were waiting for and ordered them to go. Yangchun announced that they were leaving for Mount Hua in 10 days, so they needed to prepare. She asked in a sad voice if Sola would have to travel again, and added that Sola was very tired. Yangchun replied that it was the clan chief's order, so she should complain to him. Noticing the sheet of paper in the boy's hands, Muan asked what the reason for the trip was this time. The boy replied that the clan chief wanted him to bring his sister back. Arriving at his gate, Yangchun cautiously peeked inside to see if his older sister was still there. Seeing that the elders and his sisters were not there, the boy entered his courtyard. He thought about Namgun in Sichuan and his older sister returning home. He had hoped to rest, but now he would have to climb Mount Hua again. As soon as he settled into bed, the boy thought about dinner. He needed to get a good night's sleep. Yangchun was already fast asleep when his older sister entered his room. She exclaimed that she had brought him dumplings. Hearing her voice, the boy opened his eyes and saw his sister standing right over him. She instantly grabbed the boy so that he couldn't escape from her hands. Yangchun screamed in surprise. Stuffing a dumpling into his mouth, she asked if he knew that a young body needed to eat properly and not skip dinner. Huibi ordered him to eat the dumplings. With his mouth full, the boy called for help. Finally, she let him go and he immediately jumped away. Yangchun asked his sister why she was there. She asked in surprise if she wasn't allowed to be there. He shouted that of course she wasn't because it was his room. Huibi said that was true, but it was also her room. Yangchun asked her if she was drunk and what she was talking about. His sister replied that she wasn't yet. Then she showed him the bottle and said she would be soon. Yangchun cursed silently. Huibi said she was worried when he didn't come to dinner. That's why she brought him dumplings. Then she said disappointedly that Yangchun was so cold to her. She said that she was still angry about his marriage to some girl from Namgun. Hearing this, the guy choked. Yangchun asked why she even mentioned her. Huibi asked if he liked her so much that he choked at the mere memory of her. Was she more important than her? Yangchun told her to save her nonsense for later. The girl cursed and said that she had put so much effort into raising him. Huibi started drinking again and Yangchun asked if she could get drunk somewhere else. Shuibi asked if he meant that he wanted to sleep with his older sister tonight. Yangchun muttered that it was fine. She could sleep here and he would sleep outside. She said it was cold out there and started drinking from the bottle again. Yangchun said they weren't at that age anymore. His sister replied that he was still a child to her. Yangchun asked his sister to leave as soon as she finished drinking. She tore herself away from the bottle and said it was good. Looking at the evening sky through the open window, she asked Yangchun if he wanted to try some. Surprised, the boy asked her to repeat herself because he probably hadn't heard her. Hui asked if he wanted to do it with his sister. The boy said that he still hadn't heard her. He told his sister that she seemed to have had too much to drink because she was talking nonsense. In his opinion, it was time for her to go. His sister asked if he was sure. The boy asked what exactly he should be sure about. The girl pointed her finger right at his chest and replied that he should be sure about that. She noted that she didn't know how he trained, but the energy accumulated in his body was unstable. Habibi asked if he understood that it could harm him. Yangchun thought that it seemed like the jade had not been fully absorbed. It was important to understand that accumulating so much energy in a growing body was a bad idea. Gu Huibi said that was why he needed to release the excess energy immediately. The boy felt relieved and said that she just wanted to spar. She turned away from him and said no. She seemed upset. But suddenly she looked back at her brother and said happily that she just wanted to beat him up. Hearing this, Yangchun wondered why he didn't have any normal sisters. While warming up, she said that it had been a long time since she had fought with her brother. Noticing that he was warming up but didn't have a weapon, she asked if he was going to use a sword. Yangchun replied that he wouldn't anymore. She was surprised and asked if he was serious. She thought that until recently he had only used a sword. Maybe he was tired of it. It also occurred to her that maybe he had just become conceited. Pointing her sword at him, she asked if he was even going to attack. He reminded her that he needed to release his energy and asked if she remembered. Gu Huibi laughed and said she would make sure he didn't accidentally kill himself. She told him not to be afraid because she was just a woman. She didn't get to finish because Yangchun had already attacked her. Taking advantage of the moment when his sister wasn't expecting it, Yangchun was able to strike her. Turning around immediately, the boy prepared to strike his sister again. He put a lot of fiery energy into his fist and hit his sister hard. There was a lot of dust where his sister had flown, and he couldn't see her, so he called out to her. From that place, he heard wild laughter, and her fiery energy seemed to burn everything around her. She told her brother that it wasn't bad. The boy thought that she was already at the 5th star level. They were mocking him. His sister had probably surpassed him. Seeing his sister burst into laughter, the boy thought that he had attacked her with all his strength. So why wasn't she even scratched? Yangchun turned to his sister and suggested they end their sparring. His sister moved towards Yangchun and asked what nonsense he was talking about. After all, the fun was just beginning. The girl just stamped her foot and a powerful stream of fiery energy nearly knocked the boy off his feet. In an instant, she was next to him and immediately attacked her brother. Yangchun managed to react to her attack. Holding back her blow, Yangchun slid across almost the entire training ground. The boy thought that if he hadn't managed to block it, he would have been seriously injured. He barely had time to recover from the first blow when his sister threw her sword at him. Yangchun noticed and dodged it. Huibi burst into wild laughter. A predatory fire lit up in her eyes and she moved to attack her brother. Yangchun thought she was really crazy. Preparing to block the blow, Yangchun thought, not again. She gathered momentum and attacked Yangchun with a kick, but he blocked it. Then Huibi switched to punching, but Yangchun dodged her attack again. She made several more attempts to attack Yangchun, but he either blocked or dodged them. Her attacks forced Yangchun to retreat to the wall where her sword was stuck, and she tried to reach it. The girl attacked her brother again to buy time to get the sword out of the wall. The next moment, Yangchun felt the blade of the sword on his neck and glanced at his sister wearily. His sister grabbed him by the hair and swung her sword. Huibi told him to shut his mouth or he might lose his lower jaw. The head of the Namgung clan read the note nervously and exclaimed, "What is this note?" A servant reported that the lady had left it and fled to an unknown location. The enraged clan chief slowly crumpled the piece of paper and ordered that she be brought back immediately. A man was walking around his farmland, assessing this season's harvest. Pulling out one of the carrots, he twisted it in his hand and looked closely at the fruit. Disappointed, the man threw the carrot away and said that it was also unsellable. The man clicked his tongue and said that this year was a cursed season. When would it finally end? At that moment, young lady Namgung Ba flew past him like a bird. The girl landed near the man and headed in his direction. Looking at the young white-haired beauty, the man thought she was an angel. Namgung Ba called out to the man and asked him which way Shanxi was. Hearing her voice, the man thought that the angel could actually speak. He was surprised but replied that if you look from here, Shanxi is in the east. The girl thanked the man for his help and quickly set off again. Everything happened so quickly that the man asked in surprise what had happened. He noticed something shiny where the girl had been standing. Picking up the object, the man exclaimed that it was a silver ingot. It would be enough to feed their family for months. The man sincerely thanked the beautiful angel for appearing to him with such a blessing. Stunned, the man asked in surprise why the angel had gone north instead of east. The second elder said that he had heard that the divine doctor had left for Manhwa. He asked what he was going to do. Wei Mun said that it meant that he had already left Anhui and was heading for the mountain. Wei Mun remarked that the man was as free as the wind and would not stay in one place for long. Gu Rong said he did not understand why he was trying so hard to find him. The information might not be accurate. Therefore, he could stay and send someone else to Yangchun. He emphasized that it made no sense to reveal his identity after all his efforts, and that the risk might not be worth it. Old Wei Mun thoughtfully grunted and then replied that perhaps it was imprudent. Sitting down in the driver's seat, Wei Mun informed Yang Chun that he would accompany them. Therefore, he could rely on him. Yang Chun froze in surprise when he heard the news. Watching him harness the horses, Yang Chun thought that the driver had suddenly left and the Supreme Sword had taken his place. Earlier, he had already made sure that Soul A and the Supreme would not go with him to Mount Hua. But something had changed overnight. The young man felt that something was wrong. It all seemed too suspicious. The second elder noticed the worried look on Yang Chun's face and asked him what he was thinking about. The boy replied curtly that it was nothing. Then the elder said that since that was the case, he should take care of himself and try not to break other people's children's arms this time. Sighing, the boy replied that he would try. The elder said that was fine. Reaching under his robe to get something, the elder said he would entrust him with something. He told the boy to take it. Looking at the bag, Yang Chun asked what it was. Smelling it, the boy thought it smelled nice and very sweet. He felt a surge of strength as he inhaled its vapors. The boy said that it looked very valuable. The elder replied that it was nothing of the sort. It was just an ordinary stone. Then the boy asked if he was sure it was just an ordinary stone. The elder said that it was called a flowering stone. It had once been one of the 4 treasures of the Hua Mountain faction. Smiling, the old man said that it was nothing special. Surprised, Yang Chun exclaimed that it was nothing special. Yang Chun asked where the elder got the stone and, more importantly, why he gave it to him. The elder said that he had won it in a bet and forgot to return it. Yang Chun was even more surprised and exclaimed that someone must have bet something very valuable on it. The young man said that such things must be carried with great care. The elder said that was why he trusted him with the stone. He asked how much it weighed and noticed that the elder was looking toward the carriage. Yang Chun thought that if the elder knew about the Supreme Sword, then it must be safe. Muen appeared behind him and informed the young master that all the preparations had been completed. Sighing, the young man thought that he had neither the time nor the opportunity nor a good reason to refuse. The young man said he would return. The elder said he would inform Lady Huibi that he had set off safely. He asked the elder where she had gone. The elder replied that she was probably crying somewhere after hearing the news of his departure. Yang Chun waved his hand and said that was definitely not the case. The carriage had already started moving, and Yang Chun shouted that the elder should say goodbye to her for him. The elder looked back and noticed that she had heard him. He then asked why she hadn't come out to say goodbye to him herself. Huibi hid again and said quietly that she couldn't show him her tears. Gu Ryun said that Yang Chun was no longer 3 years old. She shouted indignantly that he was still so sensitive. Yang Chun leaned out of the carriage window and asked Muen how long it would take to get there. He smiled and told the young master that he had asked him that question 30 times already. Yang Chun asked if that was true and added that he thought it was more. Muen said he would repeat it again. The road they had traveled was several times longer than the distance they had already covered. Yang Chun said it sounded pitiful every time he heard it. When Wei Mun laughed, Yang Chun suddenly realized that the Supreme Sword was also listening to his complaints. Wei Mun turned to the young master and asked if he was uncomfortable. Yang Chun replied awkwardly that of course not. The boy thought to himself that he was the reason for the discomfort. How could he feel relaxed traveling with the Supreme Sword of the country? Looking back at Sol A, who was eating cookies, Yang Chun said that she had shared them and not been stingy. He also needed to eat to relax. Sol A replied that Hanghua had given them to her, so he would need her permission. Hanghua said that first of all they were the young master's honey cookies. Hearing this, Sola's eyes widened. Yang Chun took a cookie from the bag and leaned out the window again. Sola whispered with relief that she thought he was going to take them all for himself. While Yang Chun was thinking about going home, the girl reached his house. Noticing her, Huibi, who was resting in the yard, asked the girl who she was. Fixing her tousled hair, the girl said her name was Namgung B.A. Looking closely at the girl, Huibi thought that she must be Yang Chun's fiancée. She noticed that she was quite hot. Gu Huibi's gaze became stern and she asked why she had come here looking so disheveled. Namgung Bia sighed and said that she had taken a wrong turn. Huibi then asked how she had managed to take a wrong turn. Watching the girl remove leaves from her hair, Huibi asked why she had gone through all this to get here. The girl replied that she had come here to meet her fiancé. Huibi laughed when she heard her mention her fiancé. She pointed out that it still wasn't official. Then she sighed and asked what she was going to do next. She then said that her younger brother wasn't there right now. When Namgung Bia asked in surprise about her younger brother, Huibi solemnly announced that she was Yang Chun's older sister. Hearing this, Namgung Bia immediately sat up straight. Huibi thought to herself that this was the right thing to do. The girl politely asked his older sister if she knew where Gu Yang Chun had gone. She replied that he had gone to Mount Hua. That's far away, isn't it? It seems that their paths will not cross. The girl's face flushed and she repeated that he had gone to Mount Hua. Huibi confirmed and emphasized that now this lovely girl Namgung would have to return home immediately. Looking at her in surprise, Huibi said she hoped so and headed home. She added that the girl hadn't even said goodbye properly. It was already quite late and they were fast asleep in the camp they had set up for the night and to rest. Even his guard Muon fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Old Vai Mun sat on guard by the fire, occasionally throwing wood on it to keep it from going out. The Supreme Swordsman glanced discreetly toward the forest where Yang Chun had gone, as if for training. The young man thought that watching the energy mix with his breath, he knew that he would soon reach the 4th star. But here was the problem. When a certain amount of energy circulated in his body, it moved against his will. He needed to break the limitations of the third star. He could barely release his energy, although his sister had no problem unleashing hers. The importance of talent was so disgusting. Yanchun ordered himself to pull himself together and train instead of making excuses. The boy stopped and stood in a pose, telling himself to breathe and relax. Taking a deep breath, Yangchun smelled the scent of the flowering stone that the elder had given him. After scolding himself, the boy took out the stone and said that he couldn't throw it away or anything like that. He wondered why old Gu Ryun wanted him to deliver this strange stone. The scent seemed stronger than when he first received it, and he couldn't concentrate because of the plum aroma. What could have changed? The boy thought it was a shame, but he would probably have to end his training there. Suddenly, petals from the plum tree began to fall on him, and he could smell the scent he had just smelled. The boy asked in surprise how it could be plum blossoms in the middle of summer. What was he looking at? While Yangchun was looking at the petals falling from nowhere, someone said that he didn't seem like a child of Manhwa. Gu Yangchun began to look around to see who had said it, but seeing no one, the boy asked who was there. He turned around again, but no one appeared. Yangchun said he was sure he heard a voice. The boy heard someone ask again how a child who was not from Manhwa could absorb all this energy. After turning around, Yangchun exclaimed that he had definitely heard it. It was the voice of an old man. The boy asked what he was saying and what he had absorbed. The voice asked what kind of family this child was from that had so greedily absorbed all that energy and added that he would be in trouble. The boy again smelled the bright aroma of plums emanating from the flowering stone. Yangchun wondered why she was getting dressed again. His eyes began to close slowly. He heard someone calling his name and slowly opened his eyes. Sul A and Mu Yun were leaning over him. Noticing that the boy had finally opened his eyes, Sul A happily called out to the young master. The boy slowly sat up and saw that he was already in the camp and everyone was sitting around him. Yangchun asked Muen what had happened. Excited Sul A rushed to hug the young master. Muen pointed to Weimun and told him that he had found him unconscious in the forest and brought him here. He thanked Weimun, but Weimun said that he should not thank him, as it was his duty as a servant. Noticing the strange look on the Supreme Sword's face, Yangchun suddenly realized that Sul A was hanging around his neck. The boy immediately pushed the girl away. Muen turned to the young master and asked if anything had happened to him last night. Holding back Sul A, who was trying to hug him again, Yangchun said that he had been training last night. The boy thought that the stone had been glowing, so he took it out to check. Looking at the stone, he noticed that nothing had changed on the outside. Unfolding the bag, Yangchun felt that the stone no longer smelled the same. He thought it was the art of demonic absorption. This thing had absorbed the power of the stone, and he lost consciousness. Yangchun assumed that there was something special about the relic of Manhwa, but for it to absorb him like that, could that really be true? Yangchun concentrated to feel the internal energy and felt it circulating around him. The young man was amazed because he felt that he had finally reached the fourth star. Setting off on his journey, Weimun constantly looked back to watch the young master. Muen also glanced curiously at the young master after what had happened last night. He thought he knew and understood how strange it was for him to suddenly reach the fourth star, but he couldn't stop glancing at him. Sol A's little nose approached his hand and she took a deep breath to smell it. Pulling his hand away, Yangchun asked what she was doing. Sol A replied that the young master smelled of something. The boy indignantly said that he had changed his clothes and washed more often than she did. He asked what she meant when she said he smelled. Sol A said that he didn't smell the same as before. Now he smelled nice like flowers. Yangchun said that perhaps the scent of flowers had drifted in through the open window. The girl thoughtfully hummed and said no. She emphasized that the smell of flowers definitely came from the young man. He thought that if even she could sense him, then his energy reserves must have really increased. All he could do at the third star level was emit heat, but now with the fourth star, he felt like he could shoot fire. He wondered if he could do what his older sister did, but he couldn't say for sure until he tried. Maybe he would have a chance to beat someone up. The carriage suddenly and sharply began to brake, and they bumped into each other in surprise. Then they both fell to the floor, unable to hold on to the bench. The boy fell right on top of Sol A. The maid asked the young master if he was all right, and he replied that, in a sense, he was. The boy leaned out of the window and asked Muen what had happened again. He called out to Muen several times, but he did not answer. The boy asked why he was standing there. Then the boy leaned out of the window to see for himself what was happening. Noticing the man, the boy asked who he was. The man bowed and said he apologized for his sudden intrusion. Looking closely at the man's clothes, Yangchun noticed a crest and recognized it. He introduced himself as Yang Feng, a third-generation disciple of Manhwa. He said he had stopped at the carriage because he needed to ask them something. Yangchun remembered him well from his past life. His last question was what they had done to him. He thought he had to face the truth. Yang Feng was a warrior of Manhwa whom he had personally killed in his past life. Muen shouted that how could someone as famous as the Blooming Dragon Sword do something so irresponsible? The man apologized and emphasized that he did not want to block their way, but wanted to check something, so he stopped them. Muyan asked what he was talking about. The man replied that he wanted to know if one of their disciples was in the carriage. Yangchun hoped that it wasn't him. The boy assured himself that the man wasn't talking about him. Yangfeng said that he felt a familiar aura and was very glad that everything seemed to be going well. However, he had one question. He began to say that if none of their people were there, but Mu Yen interrupted him and threatened that if he came closer, he would use force. At that moment, Yangchun saw a flower petal slowly falling to the ground. The boy noticed that these flower petals seemed to be circling around Yangfeng. The man asked why he could feel the aura of Mount Hua emanating from him. Yangchun realized that he was in deep trouble and cursed silently. He heard someone remark that he was indeed in deep trouble. He glanced to the side where he heard the remark and noticed a strange old man standing next to him. Noticing that the young man was looking directly at him, the old man gasped and asked if the young man could see him. Thinking he was seeing things, the guy rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them again. But the old man hadn't disappeared. He asked if the boy was going to greet his elder. Yangchun asked if he had been training too hard. Because he had started to see things and even hear something, the small, translucent old man emphasized that he couldn't see anything and that he was still young. Yangfeng asked what had happened. Yangchun sighed and asked if he couldn't see it. When the man asked what he meant, Yangchun said he meant the old man the size of a bug. The smile disappeared from the man's face and he looked closely at the boy, not understanding who he was talking about. Then Yangchun turned to Muen and asked if he could also see the little old man. Muen looked closely but saw no one. He didn't understand if Yangchun really saw someone but decided to play along. Muen exclaimed that he saw him too. The young man asked in surprise if he really could see him. Muen replied that he could and described the red-haired old man. Yangchun denied it. Then Muen asked if he could see the blue one. Yangchun asked if they were playing 20 questions. Yangchun exclaimed that he couldn't be the only one who could see him and told him to look closer. The old man told Yangchun to shut up. Grabbing his head, Yangchun screamed. It was a ghost. Since when had he become possessed? The old man told Yangchun that he wasn't possessed, then asked if he had forgotten what he had eaten. The boy asked what he had eaten. Suddenly he remembered how he had taken out the stone and trusted to him. Noticing the boy's reaction, the old man asked if he remembered now. He pointed out that the problem was that he had eaten the Hua family's treasure without being one of them. He said that he had helped him by removing the blockage in his chi after all he had eaten. But what? The boy called him an old bug and a ghost. Yangchun asked who the old man was. He asked in return if he didn't recognize him. The old man exclaimed that God, my boy, he knows nothing about this world. Yangchun said that if he didn't recognize him, then he couldn't be famous. Then the old man said that he would introduce himself only once, so he should listen carefully. He called himself the great 8th leader of the Hua mountain family. His name was Shin Chiol, the eternal sword of Hua mountain. A great battle took place before the appearance of the heavenly demon. A great bloody battle of demons. 5 experienced martial arts masters turned the bloody battle around. Even after centuries, their names are still remembered in the history of Zonggyam Murim. Yangchun thought that the most respected person in the Hua family was this tiny old bug. He indignantly asked if the boy would continue to compare him to a beetle. Yangchun mentally noted that he had only thought about it. The old man said that he could hear him anyway. Shin Kaol emphasized that he should watch his manners now that he understood who he was. The boy wondered who would believe that and why the old man was inside the stone. The old man replied that he didn't know why he was there. Yangchun thought that the old man was of no help. Shin Chul emphasized that he had already said he could hear him. He exclaimed that he felt like the old man knew better than him. Yangchun thought that he knew nothing. Shin Chiol asked how it was possible that someone who was not a child of the Hua family was able to absorb the energy of the plum blossom stone. Yangchun tried not to think about it so that the old man wouldn't read his thoughts and discover his secret. The old man noticed that the boy knew something, but that was okay. There were always things that people wanted to hide, especially young people like him. Yangchun silently thanked the old man. Then Shin Chiol said that something more important was coming, so the boy should pay attention to it. Suddenly, several more men jumped out of their hiding places in the thick tree canopy. They landed near the carriage. Their clothes and insignia indicated that they were also from Mount Hua. Yangchun asked about these people. Yangfeng replied that they were not a threat and that the boy should ignore them. At that moment, Yangfeng felt a blow to his leg and immediately began to fall to the ground. Muen reacted instantly to the appearance of the men and took Yang Feng hostage. He asked the young master to be careful. Looking at the number of armed men, Muen said that he thought it was an ambush. However, Yangchun told him to let him go. Yang Feng told the boy not to worry, that he would take care of it. Yang Feng approached the men, waving his hand in a friendly manner to indicate that everything was fine. They listened to the man's story for a few minutes, but still kept their swords at the ready. Suddenly, one of them struck Yang Feng, which greatly disturbed Yanchun and his bodyguard. Hiding their swords to show their peaceful intentions, they moved toward the young man's carriage. After greeting them respectfully, the man apologized and added that they thought they were in danger because of the other man. Yangchun responded to the greeting and told them not to worry. He emphasized that they were the ones who should apologize for thoughtlessly drawing their swords. The young man asked what the people from the Hua family were doing there. Had something happened? The man said that unfortunately they could not reveal their intentions. Yang Feng interrupted him and said that recently members of their faction had begun to disappear. The man shouted that he couldn't say such things. Gu Yangchun thought that the flower squad wasn't weak enough to just get lost. It was strange. The man said that's why they decided to comb through the forest, and this one said he sensed the energy of their people and ran ahead. He thought that judging by everything they were saying, they were talking about the energy coming from his body. He mentally asked the old man what he should do about it. The old man said that everything was fine. He blocked the flow of energy and now the young man was invisible to them. He asked if they thought the young man could be the source. The man said that he thought he was right and asked if the young man would allow it. Yang Chun mentally asked the old man if he was sure he had blocked the energy because it seemed like they could still feel it. Shin Cheol told the young man to show the men the stone he was hiding. He immediately followed Shin Creol's advice and showed the men the plum blossom stone. They were amazed when they saw it. The man said that it was the treasure that their leader had lost. Yang Feng exclaimed that now he understood. Their energy was coming from the boy because he was carrying the stone with him. Then the man asked the boy where he had gotten the plum blossom stone. Jumping out of the carriage, the young man apologized for not introducing himself earlier. The boy said his name was Gu Yang Chun and he was from the Gu clan. He was on his way to Manhwa to return the stone because his clan had borrowed it. They began to talk about the Gu clan among themselves. Someone asked if it was the same Gu clan. Yang Chun did not understand how the men of the Hua family reacted to his clan. Then a man remarked that the boy was from a prestigious clan. He asked them to accept his apologies for their hostility towards him. Yang Chun replied that everything was fine and asked if they had any grievances against the Gu clan. Yang Feng said he would like to ask something. Gu Yangchun asked what exactly. He began to ask if his sister was always like that but was unable to finish his question. The men stopped him by covering his mouth and kicking him. The leader told Yangchun not to worry about him, but Yangchun said he had to intervene. The man said that everything would be fine, and the young man said that he would leave it then. Realizing that this was because of the question about his sister, Gu Yangchun asked if his sister was causing them problems. The man smiled vaguely and replied that of course not. Yangchun noticed from his reaction that she was clearly causing trouble. The young man said that it seemed his sister had caused them trouble and he apologized for that. Yangchun said he would take her home on his way. Hearing this, the man asked in surprise if Gu Yangchun was taking her back home. The news that his sister would be taken home brought satisfied smiles to the men's faces. Seeing the men's reaction, Yangchun asked anxiously if something was wrong. Turning to the young man, the man took him by the shoulder and asked him to follow them. He was very alarmed by this behavior and wondered what she had done. It was already quite late when the girl appeared at the door of the house. As soon as she stopped at the door to knock, she immediately heard someone tell her to come in. Gu Yensu opened the door and called out to her teacher. Noticing her teacher, she entered. She said that it must be scary to come here alone every night, but she continues to come. The girl immediately rushed to hug her teacher and asked if she was okay. The teacher replied that as soon as she saw the beautiful moon, she felt better. Hugging her teacher again, Gu Yanso said that it was good that she felt better. The woman said that it seemed like she would soon stop visiting her. The girl asked what she was talking about and assured her that she would always be with her. Then the teacher asked if she wasn't going back home to Shangxi. The girl hugged her teacher even tighter. She asked if she didn't want to go back to her family. Gu Yanzuo thoughtfully repeated the word family and replied to the teacher that they were not her family. The teacher sighed and said, okay. After all, it was not her place to discuss someone else's family problems. Looking at her teacher, the girl told her not to talk about herself like that anymore. The girl reminded her that before she fell ill, everyone knew her as the flower sage. Looking thoughtfully out the window again, the teacher said sadly that those were regalia from the past. Then she asked how much time she had left. She quickly dealt with the demon wolves that suddenly appeared in her path. Namgun BA stood among the blood of the demon wolves. She had won, but she did not enjoy this battle. Her gaze was heavy and weary. The girl just sighed when she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the gates of the demon world were opening again. And they were red, which did not bode well. Deciding that it was better to avoid a confrontation with high-level demons, the girl quickly began to run away from that place. Yangchun informed Sol Oi that the people of the Hua mountain family would also be eating, so she needed to prepare more food. Shin Cheol said that the warriors of Mount Hua had divided into groups. Some were standing guard while others were setting up camp. Yangchun asked what he needed to do to make it leave his body. The old man replied that if he knew, he would have left already. The children of Mount Hua were surrounding them. Yangchun told the old man that he had more questions. The old man emphasized that he was not old, but Shin Chul, the eternal sword of Mount Hua, and the 8th leader of Mount Hua. Noticing the boy's gaze, Shin Cheol told him not to look at him with distrust. The boy said that this time he would trust him. The old man interrupted him and told the boy not to worry because he was not interested in his decaying body. The young man began to say that someone who was already dead should not be saying such things. But the old man stopped him. He said that the young man was talking too much for someone who carried such filth inside him. Gu Yangchun anxiously asked the old man what he meant and if there was anything else in his body. Shin Chol sighed and called Yangchun dear, asking if he didn't know what was in his own body. He asked him to ask the boy a question first. His question was what had happened to the bloody demon. Sighing, the boy said he knew. The old man could not be the eternal sword of Mount Hua. Yangchun replied that the bloody demon had been defeated by the eternal sword of Mount Hua. He asked how he could call himself that when he did not know his fate. The boy replied that he was asking himself the same thing. He said that for some unknown reason he could not remember his last battle with the bloody demon. The young man said that in any case he would like to hear the answer to the question of what had happened to his body. Did he know anything about it? The old man clicked his tongue and remarked that the young man did not believe who he was. He asked why he should tell him anything. After that, Shin Chol stated that simply put, he also did not know what it meant. He said that from his point of view it seemed strange that the boy couldn't feel anything. The old man added that there was something cruel in the boy. The old man said that he was in control of it for now, so he didn't need to worry. Yangchun asked if it was that serious. Shinchul asked if the boy wanted to check it out, but even when Yangchun refused, the old man did what he wanted. A dark matter began to envelop the boy. It was dark and thick and, like fog, penetrated his body, touching him. The boy tried to cover himself from the darkness. The old man said that he thought it was enough. It was quite difficult for him to breathe after the fog. It seemed to have penetrated inside the boy. He asked what it was. But the old man clenched his fist and said again that, as he had said before, he was in control. Yangchun asked why something like that was inside him. The old man replied that he didn't know either. Shinchul noted that the young man had many questions, but that was all for today. Yangchun asked what he was talking about. After all, it was because of him that the young man had so many questions. The old man told the boy to look up. The boy was surprised but looked up at the sky. Yangchun said there was nothing there and asked what could happen. Something like a meteorite flew past the boy, leaving a bright trail behind it. Realizing who had arrived, Yangchun shouted indignantly, asking why he was doing this. Yangfeng answered Yangchun's question, saying that there was wisdom known on Manhwa since ancient times. To the young man's surprise, he explained that the wisdom was that if you want to find a friend, you must fight him. Shinchul said that he could see that the spirit of Manhwa was still intact. Yangchun asked what he was talking about. He found this strange and asked if this was how the locals asked others to spar. The man smiled and said he was sorry because he had never seen a martial arts master in action. Surprised, Yangchun asked if Manhwa wasn't full of martial arts masters. This made him feel a little awkward, and he replied that perhaps that was true. Embarrassed, Yangfeng looked away. Yangchun said he understood. The old man remarked that he was still very young, even a child. The boy thought to himself that this was the youngest elite master of Manhwa. Even without talent, he was like a wall. If such a person wanted to get along with his peers, it only reinforced their feelings of inferiority. Hearing his thoughts, Shinchul realized that the boy obviously knew this firsthand. Gu Yangchun said he agreed to spar with him and emphasized that it would only be once. Delighted that he had agreed, Yangfeng thanked him for the opportunity and bowed to his opponent, as was customary. Suddenly, someone rushed past Yangchun so quickly that he didn't even see who it was. At high speed, the unexpected guest knocked Yangfeng off his feet, who had just offered to start sparring. The impact was strong enough to throw Yangfeng into the river. He fell into the water with a splash, splashing everything around him. When the uninvited guest stopped in front of Yangchun, it turned out to be Ba. The girl smiled at Gu Yangchun and said that she had finally found him. That day, there was a heavy, cold rain. He sat with her on a long, deserted street. The boy leaned over the wounded girl who was unable to get up because of her injuries. She touched his wet face and asked if he was crying. Yangchun told her not to joke with him because it was obviously raining. But the girl replied that she assumed he wasn't and that it was so sad. The boy asked her why she had done it. Yangchun said that she could have run away on her own and asked again why she had done it. Why didn't she run away but instead came back and shielded him from those deadly attacks? The girl closed her eyes and thoughtfully said that she did it just because. She asked if the moon had risen yet, and Yangchun replied that it had. Then the girl opened her eyes again and said that they were both here and that was good. Yangchun heard footsteps behind him through the sound of the rain, getting closer and closer. The boy exclaimed, "Wow!" and remarked that he didn't know that there was something like friendship among demons. Could it even be love? He told him not to worry because he would soon join her. Yangchun stood up and turned to Meteor Blade, saying that he would keep his promise. Releasing his inner energy, Yangchun turned to the boy and promised that he would not die so easily. Gu Yangchun was alarmed when he saw Ba and asked her why she had come there. Ba took a few steps forward toward Yangchun to answer him, but she stopped when she saw an armed man pointing a sword at her. The warrior of the Hua family drew his sword and asked Yangchun if he knew this girl. He said that if he didn't know her, then with his permission he would quickly cut her down. Looking around, Yangchun noticed that he had not come alone, but with other warriors of the Hua mountain family. Yangchun thought that this bitch had attacked a warrior of the Hua mountain, and he couldn't help her just by saying that he knew her. On top of that, he couldn't come to terms with their engagement and the fact that he was her fiancé. Since Yangchun remained silent, Ba herself said that he was her fiancé. Silence hung in the air, and the surprised faces showed that they were waiting for confirmation from him. Even old Shincheol chuckled in surprise when he heard that the boy had a fiancé. A little embarrassed, the young man confirmed Bia's words about the engagement. Shincheol asked why such a beautiful lady was engaged to such a guy. Yangchun told himself not to get angry. Pulling himself together, he asked the girl what she was doing there. She replied that she wanted to meet him. Yangchun indignantly asked the soldiers if they weren't preparing for battle with this woman. Why were they looking at him like that? He asked Bi why she attacked him if she wanted to meet him. Shincheol called Yangchul a kid and told him to look at the girl. Shincheol noted that the girl could barely move. She must have exhausted all her inner energy because she hadn't slept in order to catch up with him. In his opinion, would she be able to distinguish people from demonic animals? The young man mentally replied to the old man that, in his opinion, exhausting oneself to the point of not being able to tell one from the other was commendable. The old man remarked that this confirmed how much she wanted to see him. Gu Yangchun said that this incident with the warriors of Manhwa would not go unnoticed. But when the young man looked at Yangfeng, he saw that he did not look angry or upset. On the contrary, the young man looked admiringly at Ba, who was standing modestly opposite him. Noticing the boy's admiring gaze, Yangchun thought that this idiot must be in love. When Yangchun asked him if he was okay, Yangfeng suggested that they fight right then and there. The guy laughed at the suggestion and shouted that his body was fine. He had no choice but to keep his word and fight Yang Feng. However, even while holding his sword, Yang Feng couldn't take his eyes off the girl he liked so much. They all settled down to watch the boys spar. Wee Sol Ah, as always, brought cookies with her for a tasty snack. Seeing Yang Feng's gaze, Yang Chun sighed and said that he was indeed in love. The old man asked the boy if he was jealous. Yang Chun wondered what he meant. After all, he had accepted his request out of the kindness of his heart. He just hated that he was using it for his own purposes. Shin Cheol said that he had no choice but to do the same. Yang Chun asked what he would gain from this victory. The old man called the young man an idiot and asked if he wasn't at all interested in how strong he had become. While eagerly eating cookies, Wee Sola asked Namgung Bia why she was there. Did she come to see Wee Sola? Weemun warned her not to bother the lady from the Namgung clan. Mu Yun said he hoped the young master would not be harmed. Honghua replied that the young master would be fine. One of the warriors of the Hua family asked his comrade who he thought would win the sparring match. He replied that he apologized to Mr. Gu, but wasn't it obvious? He was a real monster and they had all seen his talent. He added that the young man might joke around from time to time, but when he got serious, it was no laughing matter. Yang Feng released his inner energy, which enveloped him in a powerful whirlwind of plum blossom petals. This energy even impressed the supreme sword Wei Mun. He gasped in admiration. His eyes flashed with readiness for battle, and Yang Feng announced that he was about to attack. Everyone watched the boys with bated breath, clearly worried for the young master Yang Chun. The warrior of the Hua family was so impressed by what he saw that he even opened his mouth in surprise. Surprise was also evident on the face of the supreme sword Wei Mun. Releasing his fiery inner energy, the boy said that it was just as he had thought. He did not have as much fire as his sister. Seeing the fiery energy of his opponent, Yang Feng felt a little uneasy. Noticing this, Gu Yangchun asked what was wrong with him. Was he really scared of him? Clutching his sword, the boy smiled and replied that of course he wasn't afraid. Immediately after these words, Yang Feng rushed to attack the boy as he had warned. Gu Yangchun remained calm, waiting for his opponent's attack. Approaching, Yang Feng swung his sword for an attack, putting all his energy into it. At that moment, Yang Chun struck Yang Feng on the arm holding the sword and pushed it away. Then he struck the boy's torso with his other hand while he was exposed. Finally, Yang Chun added internal fire energy to his fist to deliver a more powerful blow. It worked just as Yang Chun had expected. Yang Feng was unable to withstand such a blow. They opened their mouths in amazement when they saw how easily the boy had defeated his opponent. The warrior of the Hua family was simply shocked by this result, as he was one of the best. Even Yang Feng's sword was shattered into several pieces by his fiery blow. Seeing how strong the boy had become, Supreme Sword Wei Mun was alarmed. Yang Feng, disappointed by his quick defeat, admitted that he had lost. All eyes were on them. No one had expected such strength from the boy. Wee Sola tried to stop Namgung, who had abruptly stood up from where they were all sitting. Grabbing his sword, Namgung Ba told him to fight her. Yang Chun thought she must have lost her mind. He replied that she couldn't see that he had just finished. Her lips twisted in offense and her eyes filled with sadness. Yang Chun wondered what was wrong with her. The boy wondered if she was angry because he had refused. Shin Cheol replied that she wasn't. The girl was probably just upset. Thinking that leaving her in this state would make things worse, Yang Chun suggested they compete next time because it was already late. Taking the boy by the hand, she replied that she would, if he promised her. Alone, Yang Chun decided to practice controlling his new inner energy a little. Watching him, the old man Shin Chol laughed and exclaimed that the boy was quite a monster. He noted that the boy was so young and had already learned to use the core and asked what it was. Yang Chun replied that he had just started playing around with it, so there was no need to flatter him. Shin Cheol said that in that case he would rephrase it. He said that the boy was very talented if he had learned this at such a young age, but he advised him not to overwork himself. If he opened it, he would lose control. The boy asked if it resonated with his energy. The old man replied that it did. The more Qi he used, the less control he had over the core. The old man emphasized that something more serious, such as a burst of flame or his hands catching fire, could lead to trouble. Standing up, the young man said that this was not enough. Suddenly, he heard that even despite his victory, the old man was still dissatisfied with something. Gu Yangchun saw that the warrior of the Hua Yang Fong family had come to him again. The young man was surprised to see that even after the sparring, he had come back. So he asked what he wanted. Yang Feng bowed respectfully and told Yang Chun that he was very grateful to him. Then Yang Chun asked him what he was thanking him for. He replied that because of his narrow-mindedness, he was not sure why Yang Chun wanted to teach him, but he had learned a very important lesson. Shin Chol proudly remarked what a remarkable young man he was. Instead of dwelling on his defeat, he had decided to clear his mind. Yang Chun wondered why he was constantly spinning around and risking his life while training. And this guy, after one battle, was talking nonsense. Shin Chol again called Yang Chun a kid and said that he was too petty. Yang Feng said that this was not what he had expected, but he was still glad that he had learned something. To be honest, he thought he was the most talented among his peers, but when he met him, a new world opened up before him. Yang Feng added that Yang Chun had influenced him more than he could imagine. The boy thought that he already hated him. The old man told him to shut up and listen. Yang Chun wondered how he could shut up when he was thinking his own thoughts. Bowing respectfully again, Yang Feng said that he was once again grateful to Gu Yangchun. A memory surfaced in the young man's mind of when he had last seen Yang Feng in his past life. Yang-chun thought he couldn't stand him. Shin Cheol asked if he was serious. Wee Sola turned to her grandfather and asked if he had seen it too. Waving her arms, Wee Sola exclaimed that the boy with the flower was so clumsy and had lost. Wee Moon smiled but asked Wee Sola to be a little quieter. She emphasized that they were in trouble. Her grandfather asked her what kind of trouble they were in. The girl exclaimed that the young master was getting engaged soon. Wee Moon confirmed this and asked if that was so terrible. However, Wei Sola hysterically shouted that it wasn't, and her grandfather was very surprised by her reaction. Noticing her grandfather's gaze, she became embarrassed and, lowering her eyes, said that Wei Sola did not know what an engagement was. She shouted again that only Wee Sola had the right to do anything with the young gentleman. She screamed that he should ask Wee Sola for permission. Her grandfather told her to calm down and that he would explain what an engagement meant. Her eyes grew large and round when she learned what an engagement was. After the battle with Yang Feng, some moments became awkward. Wee Sola began to whine and take offense at something. Wee Sola was very quiet and looked sad. She just stirred her food on her plate from time to time. Watching her, her grandfather noticed this and asked Wee Sola if she was feeling unwell. The girl shook her head in denial at her grandfather's question but remained silent. Then Yang-chun asked her if she was okay and why she wasn't eating but just picking at her food. He said that if she wanted to skip dinner because of sweets, she wouldn't get any more. Meanwhile, Namgung Bia aimed to take a piece of food from the pot. However, in a moment, Wee Sola snatched the piece that Namgung Bia was aiming for. Wee Sola put the piece in her mouth and looked at the girl indignantly. Not understanding what had happened, Namgung Bia tried to take another piece. But as soon as her chopsticks approached the piece, Wee Sola snatched it again. Quickly putting the piece of food in her mouth, Wee Sola began to chew it angrily. Finally, Wee Moon couldn't hold back and asked Wee Sola in a threatening tone what kind of manners she had. The girl was embarrassed and clenched her chopsticks. Her body trembled with tension. Unable to bear it, the offended Visol A jumped up and shouted that he was a fool. Immediately after that, the girl simply ran away from everyone, ignoring her grandfather's remarks. Yanshin, not understanding what had happened, asked Namgun Ba if she had done something to her. The girl shook her head in denial. Hiding behind a tree, Wee Sola sat down and began to eat to calm herself down. Besides whining and acting out, there was one more thing that really annoyed Yang-chun. Muan asked in surprise if the young master had slept well. Yang-chun replied that he had and thanked him for standing guard. He thought they had only set up camp for a few days, but it felt like he had slept outside more than at home. The boy hadn't even had time to wash his face when the half-naked Yang Feng appeared behind him and asked if he wanted to train. Yanshin thought that there must be a law in Manhwa that forbade them from wearing shirts in the morning. Shinchol said that a fighter's body always reflects his spiritual state and method of accumulating qi. Shin Cheol noted that the stronger a tree becomes, the more beautiful its flowers are. Yangchun thought he knew that. Then Shin Cheol said that Yangchun could also use some training. Looking at Yang Feng, the boy said he was very grateful for the offer, but that he was busy with something important. Yang Feng asked in surprise if Yangchun was busy with something important and if today was a special day. In response to Yang Feng's question, the boy laughed and asked if he had forgotten. They stopped in front of a long wooden bridge that led to the top of the mountain. Looking at the bridge, Shin Cheol said emotionally that it was still the same as it had always been, strong and elegant. They were invited to eat at one of the guest houses at the foot of Mount Hua. Yang Chun asked if the residents of Mount Hua always climbed so high. The man replied that of course they did, as it was part of their way of life. The young man wondered who had come up with the idea of gathering a faction on top of a mountain. Shin Chol replied that he had thought the same thing at one time, but it was good that the people of Hua Mountain were so understanding. The warrior asked if they could spend the night there and leave in the morning. They would prepare a room for them to sleep in. But Yangchun asked if they could leave now, considering that he had the treasure of Mount Hua. Looking back at the long staircase, the warrior of Mount Hua asked if he could do it. Then Yangchun said that since they had invited them, how could he refuse? The warrior said that they would climb the mountain and inform them that he would arrive in the morning. He then asked Yang Feng to stay here and accompany them to the mountain in the morning. Yangchun asked if it would not be better for Yang Feng to go with them. After all, the elders were probably waiting for him. Looking at Yang Feng talking to Muen, Yangchun thought that even the elders obviously disliked him. Soon Wei Soleil appeared with food and apologized for the long wait. Smiling, the girl happily announced that she had brought his jiaozi to the young master. He was delighted with such a dinner and thought that finally they were the love of his life. Holding out a glass to him, she said she had poured him a glass of water. Taking the glass, pleasantly surprised by her attention, Yangchun asked what had come over her. Laughing shyly, the girl asked if Sol A had tried hard enough. Yangchun thought that a few days ago she had been upset about something, but now she was literally glowing with happiness. For some reason, he really wanted to praise her, so he stroked Sol A's hair. She was very pleased that the young gentleman appreciated her efforts and paid attention to her. She smiled contentedly. The boy said that he wished she would always behave so nicely. The girl exclaimed that Wee Sola always behaved like that. Namgung Bia took one jiaozi and handed it to Yangchun, telling him to give it to A. Yangchun was surprised by her action and wondered if he should eat the jiaozi at all. Sol A's expression suddenly changed and she looked angrily at the jiaozi. She quickly grabbed the jiaozi that Namgung Bia had handed to Yangchun and ate it. The girl began to chew the jiaozi vigorously, casting an indignant glance at Namgung Bia. At first, Sol A was surprised by Sol A's behavior and looked at the girl with concern. However, the situation seemed childishly funny to her, and Namgung Ba just smiled at the girl. Watching the girl's antics, Yangchun silently asked to be allowed to eat in peace at least once. His huge machete hit the stone floor loudly, creating an eerie echo. The sound made him tremble even more with the fear that had already overwhelmed him. Sitting on his throne, he asked again who had found him. The man replied in a trembling voice that it seemed the people from Mount Hua had noticed him. He snorted and said that those bastards from Mount Hua would hardly be able to get anything else out of this. The man said he would send a report to the main castle. The other man threatened him not to be late. He had seen people lose their hands for being late. He noted that the man probably understood this very well. Then the man said that the main castle had given them an order. He said that a divine doctor had appeared in Shangxi. Hitting the stone steps again with his machete, he asked again about the divine doctor. The man confirmed this and said that they had stopped in Anhui but seemed to have arrived in Shangxi. He said that he had just sent his men to find out their exact location. Rising from his throne, he turned to Bechong, who was trembling as he reported to him. Pointing his machete at him, he emphasized that he had never said to use their people. Bowing his head even lower, Bechong said that it was an order from the head of the castle. The latter said that it was no longer the case, so now they had to capture or defeat the doctor. Bechong replied that he had been ordered to lock him in their underground prison. Throwing his machete over his shoulder, the man grunted and said that it was so boring. He asked if he could kill anyone who got in their way. Bechong confirmed this and said that the only order was to imprison the divine doctor. Hearing about the opportunity to kill someone, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Saying that it would be fun, he left, leaving only a dark cloud behind him. The sun was already rising when his hand reached the top step. Gasping for air, the boy asked who had built this sect in such a place. Shinchul told the boy that he had been climbing like this his entire life. Yangchun said that perhaps he could have taken the sect off the mountain while he was still alive. Yangfeng asked if he didn't understand the important lesson the elders wanted to teach him, and explained that nothing could be achieved without hard work. The boy wondered if he really wanted to teach a lesson, and Shinchul replied that he didn't. He just wanted to finish off the man who had created the sect on top of the mountain. Wei Sola reminded the young master that she had said she would carry him. He refused and said that he wanted to preserve what was left of his dignity. He asked why she didn't look tired, and Wei Sola replied that it was because she wasn't tired. Looking up, Yangchun saw Namgun Bia in front of him, holding out her hand. Taking her hand, he asked if she was tired. Namgun Bia replied that she wasn't very tired. When the boy stood up, Namgun Bia bowed her head to him. Shinchul said, "Wow, she's really going for it." Yangchun was surprised by this gesture and asked why she bowed her head. Shinchul said what an idiot he was. Wei Sola looked irritated as the girl bowed her head to the young man. The boy wondered if it was a sign that she wanted him to stroke her head. Shinchul called the boy an idiot and added that if he knew, he should do it. He mentally replied to Shinkul that it was fine and reached for Namgun Ba's head. However, Wei Sola's hand instantly found its way to the girl's head and began to stroke it. Wei Sola ran her hand through Namgung Bia's hair several times. Yangchun's hand just hung in the air in surprise. Namgung Bia stroked Wei Sola in response, and the girl exclaimed happily that she had done it instead of the young master. The girl smiled sweetly, biting her lip when she looked at Yangchun again. After all, he was standing there with such a surprised look on his face that it was impossible not to smile. Finally laughing, Namgung Bia said that maybe next time. Looking back at the stairs, Gu Yangchun asked about the others who had been climbing with them. It turned out that only his maid Hanghua was left behind, and the rest had already gone up. She shouted that she apologized to the young master. She was fine, so she asked him to leave her. Yangchun shouted for someone to go after Hanghua. The door opened and the elder who appeared in it laughed and said that it was him. The elder said he had been waiting a long time. However, Yangchun did not understand who he was talking to. A gray-haired man dressed like all the warriors of Mount Hua was coming toward them from the gate. Shinchul said that this must be the current head of the Hua Mountain sect. Yangchun asked in surprise who this elder was. Imagine Yangchun's surprise when the elder approached him, put his hands on his shoulders, and joyfully exclaimed that he had been waiting for him for so long. He said that finally the elders would stop yelling at him. They were so angry with him when he lost their sacred stone while drunk. The boy who had been shaken could barely say that his name was Gu Yanchun, and that he was from the Gu clan. Yangchun tried to explain why he had come here, but it wasn't that simple. The elder laughed and said that Gu Ryun had sent a message before the boy arrived. The sect leader said he had heard that the boy was here to return the stone and his sister. He then asked if he was right. Yangchun thought that praising God and the second elder's explanation would speed up the process. The young man replied that everything was as he had said. The elder said that he could see that he had not written everything. Yangchun asked what he meant. The elder's expression changed and he replied that it was the energy inside his body. Yangchun's eyes widened in surprise. This remark also alarmed him. The elder glanced at the supreme sword and said that there was something else he had not mentioned. Weimun looked away as if these words did not concern him, and the elder sighed. He then remarked that in any case, the boy must have been tired from his journey. He ordered Shin Hyun to prepare lodging and food for their guests. Shin Hyun nodded approvingly and told the guests to follow him. The elder said that they could talk later inside and invited them to enter. Shin Cheol asked if he really thought he would be safe after swallowing the treasure of Mount Hua. He added that the boy should not worry, but in the worst case, he would simply die. Yangchun replied mentally that it sounded pretty bad for him. He apologized for not letting him rest and calling him right away. The sect leader said that he had to understand that a person who had absorbed the energy of Manhwa could not be left in the courtyard of the house. He replied that he understood. Then the elder repeated that he said he was only a treasure of Manhwa, and then suddenly he was absorbed. Yang Chun thought that he was telling the truth but kept quiet about the elder Shin. That was the best option for him. Shincheol noted that he was just training. Then he fell asleep and woke up when he had already absorbed the energy, and Yang Chun confirmed this. The elder said that it was hard to believe, both that he had absorbed the energy and that he now had two types of energy. It was really hard to believe. The young man replied that it was true. The elder grunted, stood up, and said that was fine. Since he said he came for his younger sister, he should follow him. Getting up from his chair, Yang Chun asked the elder where they were going. With a laugh, the elder asked if he thought he would remain intact after absorbing the energy of Manhwa. The young man calmly replied that he would. The elder asked why he was reacting so sluggishly. Yang Chun said he was sorry, but the elder's expression was the same as Elder Lee's when he joked with him. The elder shouted indignantly, asking if he had said that he looked like him. What a thing to say. The young man thought that he was one of those people who argued about something when they were drunk. They were all the same. The cult leader said that enough joking was enough and walked away from the table, leaving the stone there for some reason. He told Yang Chun to follow him to meet his younger sister. Sitting opposite her teacher, Renhua was excited and couldn't take her eyes off her. The girl waited impatiently for the doctor to finish the examination and announce the results. The doctor asked how long ago it had happened. She replied that it had been about 4 years. He asked what had happened. She was about to answer when she felt sick again. The woman coughed and blood appeared on her lips. The teacher covered her mouth with her hand and Renhua immediately rushed to her to give her a napkin. The woman thanked her and wiped the blood away. She said that it must be a forbidden technique. The doctor said that if it was a forbidden technique, he would have noticed it immediately during the diagnosis. He found it strange. She called him master, and he immediately told her not to call him that. Then she addressed him as elder and asked if she could ask how much time she had left. He replied that if things went badly, she had 2 months, but if she was lucky, she could hold on until winter. Hearing the doctor's words, her body trembled again, and the woman replied that she understood. Hearing the doctor's words, Renhua became even more upset and stared at the floor. The doctor looked into the patient's eyes, and his gaze was as if he were looking into her soul. He saw what she had been like before the disease took control of her body. Now there was nothing left of that warrior woman. Sitting in front of him was a woman who was barely able to control her body's tremors. Then the doctor said he would do everything in his power so it would be better for the children to leave. Renhua began to protest. However, the teacher sternly said her name, and Renhua noticed blood on her scarf. To meet his sister, Yang Chun had to climb the mountain again. He asked if this was a form of torture. In the morning, they had climbed stairs, and now they were climbing a mountain. Smiling, he asked if he didn't understand the meaning of Manhwa. The profound meaning was that nothing could be gained without effort. Yang Chun silently asked the elder why he hadn't moved the faction when he was alive. He replied that because of such leaders, Manhwa had not moved anywhere. He didn't care about these teachings because they were nonsense. Renhua left the house, wiping away her tears. A boy followed her. When she noticed her brother, she stopped abruptly, surprised by the unexpected encounter. Seeing his sister come out of the house in tears, Yang Chun was alarmed. She asked him why he was there. Suddenly, she screamed when the boy walking behind her bumped into her. Grabbing her head, the girl cried out. The boy also grabbed his head because he had also hit himself hard. After scratching the spot where she was hit, Renhua told him to watch where he was going. Then she turned her attention to her brother. His appearance disturbed the girl. Yang Chun released his fiery inner energy when he saw the boy walking behind his sister. He pushed the door hard with both hands when he arrived at his castle that day. He was standing on the balcony at the end of the blood-stained corridor, as if waiting for his arrival. Hiding his face behind his fan, he said he was glad that he had returned safe and sound. Noticing Yang Chun's mood, he said that the boy seemed angry about something. He asked why the boy was so angry. Perhaps it was because someone had died. Yang Chun put all his anger into an energy blast, but the other man withstood it. Smiling, he said that everything was the will of the leader, and right now, he was clearly not very grateful. The guy came really close to him and looked him in the eyes. He was still smiling. Enraged, Yang Chun swung his fist to get even with this sneering monster. The man told Yang Chun to remember that the leader was above him. Yang Chun stopped without hitting him. The man's face became serious again, and he turned to the master, covering himself with his fan. He reported that the supreme leader had died and that the supreme spirit would die today. And the supreme sword had lost his hand so that the heavenly demon would lose interest. He asked who he thought should take care of the rest. He asked the boy to think about it because the faction leader was counting on him. Yang Chun's hand tightly squeezed the boy's throat. He had almost lifted the boy off the ground. The girl was terrified when she saw the force and hatred with which her brother had grabbed the boy. The internal energies inside began to mix and take control of the boy's body. The elder covered the boy's eyes with his palm and tried to restrain his energy. He whispered to Yang Chun that it would hurt a little. The doctor was surprised when the door to the house opened again, and he appeared before him. Upon entering, the elder said that it was wonderful that the divine doctor was here because he had a patient for him. He said that this old man was a divine doctor. He was the best doctor of their time and could cure any illness. He had cured him. And this is the famous swordswoman of Manhwa, the blooming queen of the sword. As he already knows, she is his sister, Gu Renhua. She is a student of the Queen of the Sword. This boy is the grandson and student of Dr. Jagal Hayuk. He cannot speak, so if you have any questions, please ask the doctor. The elder asked Yangchun to explain why he started strangling the boy. Yangchun thought that was the end of him. To tell the truth, when he saw him, everything went blank. However, he doubted that they would accept any excuse as an answer. Yangchun looked at Jagal. He remembered that he had never heard that he was his grandson, and how did he manage to find him faster than the Hao faction? The young man thought that everything was not going according to plan. On top of that, old Shincho was not responding. He did not know what to do. Since the boy remained silent, the elder asked if he remembered anything. Yangchun found a way out of this question and asked the elder how he had guessed. The elder replied that he wasn't sure himself and glanced at the doctor. The cult leader turned to the divine doctor and asked if he could examine him. The doctor told him to leave and emphasized that he would not help him. The Sword Queen said that he must be Yangchun. The boy asked in surprise if she knew him. She replied that of course she did. She said that she and his mother had been close friends. Yangchun was very surprised to hear this. The woman smiled and told Yangchun that she was very happy that they had finally met. The blooming Queen of Swords remarked that he really looked a lot like his mother Chunhee. Yangchun asked if this was true and wondered if such a thing was possible. The woman replied that his aura was exactly the same. She said that she felt that he had a quiet but very good heart. Yangchun thanked her for her kind words. At the same time, he noticed that the doctor was about to leave. Then the elder shouted that he had a dragon grass leaf and asked if the doctor would examine the boy for the dragon grass leaf. Sighing, the doctor said that this would be the last time he would do anything for him. The elder exclaimed that he knew he would agree. The divine doctor took Yangchun by the hand and tuned into his energy. The doctor scanned his internal energy and core. The energy was of different colors, from light to dark. He didn't hold the boy's hand for long, then let go abruptly. The elder asked if the young man was all right. The doctor replied that he would not say that the boy was fine. The divine doctor looked at Yangchun and declared that the boy was a walking corpse. Yangchun asked what he meant. The doctor explained that several energies were swirling inside his body. He emphasized that he was curious how he was even able to walk. Yangchun thought that he had absorbed many different things, but he didn't think it would cause any problems. He thought he had everything under control. Perhaps it was because of that thing old Shincho Ryong had mentioned. Shincho Ryong immediately appeared and declared that that thing had nothing to do with it. Gritting his teeth in irritation, the boy mentally asked Shincho Chul where he had been. Shincho Ryo replied that when the guy lost control, their connection was severed. The old man added that it seemed that thanks to the doctor, his fears had been confirmed. Yangchun asked what he meant. He explained that what was keeping him alive was preventing other energies from getting out of control. But it seemed that it could go crazy on its own. The young man asked what he should do now with the energies in his body. The doctor replied that he should either get rid of them or pray that the boy would not explode from them. The divine doctor said he wouldn't be surprised if it happened right now, and added that there was nothing else he could do. He said that to put it simply, his body was so unstable that he could die just taking a bath or even eating dinner. The doctor said that everything was much worse than he had thought. Yangchun replied that he understood. Renhua looked at her brother and asked why he was so calm when the doctor said he was going to die. Yangchun replied that he was still alive. Renhua then said that he could die at any moment. The boy told her not to worry about him and to get ready because they were going home. The girl immediately hid behind the teacher and said that she would not return. Yangchun said that was fine. Hearing such an unexpected answer, Renhua asked if she could really stay. Yangchun asked what she thought her father would say if he couldn't bring her home because she didn't want to. He pointed out that she knew that it wouldn't matter anyway. The girl clenched her teeth in dissatisfaction. The elder noticed that the girl was hiding behind her teacher from her brother, so he told Yangchun that it was his first day on Manhwa. Then he asked if he wanted to rest in his room. The boy agreed. When the boy left, the doctor said that the boy was strange. The Sword Queen asked if he thought so too. She noted that even when he was told he might die, he didn't even blink, as if he had already given up on life. On the way back, Shinchol asked if the boy could eat after such news, whether he had decided to eat while he was still alive. Yangchun replied that he just didn't think about it that much. The boy said that he had sinned greatly and that this was his karma. Old Shinchiol asked him what he was talking about, since his life had just begun. Opening the door to his room, Yangchun noticed that the bed was already occupied. Namgung Bia was sitting on the bed, and Yangchun, surprised by her presence, asked what she was doing. She replied that she was getting ready for bed. He asked if she was going to sleep there, and Namgung Ba replied that she was together with him. Yangchun reminded her that the sect leader had said he had prepared 2 rooms and asked her to go to her own room. The girl said that she had been told there was only 1 room. Yangchun asked again if that meant the leader had given her 1 room, and she confirmed that he had. The boy thought that he should have been more careful, knowing that the head was acquainted with the second elder. Smiling, Yangchun said that in that case he would go to Muan and wished her a good night. He was already at the door when she grabbed his arm to stop him. He looked back at her and Namgung Bia said that she would just hold his hand. Yangchun covered his mouth to hide his smile. Namgung Ba asked if he was laughing. Yangchun apologized and explained that it just looked funny. A slight smile also appeared on her face, and the girl noticed that Yangchun had also smiled. The boy replied that he had and smiled again. Then he wished her a good night. He was about to leave, but she grabbed his hand again and stopped him. Yanchun turned back to her and asked what else she wanted. The girl put his hand on her cheek and basked in his touch. She looked at him with eyes full of tenderness and suggested they sleep together. Late that evening, the head of the Hua Mountain sect met with the Supreme Swordmaster Wei Mu. Wei Mu apologized to the head for disturbing him at such a late hour. The elder told him not to worry about it, as he was bored anyway. The sect leader said he had heard that he was looking for the Divine Doctor. It also seemed that Shaolin and Wudon were looking for him. Wei Moon confirmed this. Then the elder asked in surprise if he hadn't found him yet. Wei Meng replied that he had sensed a great chi barrier that the elder had put up to hide the doctor. The elder said that he still didn't go to the doctor even though he felt him. Wei Meng said that he thought it would be better to ask first. Then the Supreme Sword asked the head if he could meet with the Divine Doctor. He replied that the Divine Doctor was busy with someone else. Even if he went to him, it was unlikely that he would help him. The elder added that if he did him a favor, however, something might change. Once, Sol asked Namgung Ba if she knew where babies came from. She replied that it was simple, and Sol asked how it was done. She replied that if they slept holding hands, a stork would bring them a baby. Yang Chun looked wearily out the window where the morning sun was already beginning to peek in. Namgung Bia slept quietly next to Yang Chun, who sat staring out the window. The boy silently told Shin Choryul that he hadn't slept all night. Shin Choryul replied that he was more surprised that nothing had happened between them. He silently asked Shin Choryul not to talk nonsense in the morning, because he was already tired. Shin Choryul remarked that Yang Chun had finally decided to sleep with her. He replied silently that he had no choice. She looked like she would beat him if he refused. Shin Choryul laughed and said it was good that his maid couldn't see this. Yang Chun asked if it really mattered. The young man added that, come to think of it, she was always nervous when he was around Namgung Ba. Yang Chun said that if they didn't want her to see it, they needed to leave quickly. Feeling a heavy gaze, Yang Chun looked back and realized that it would be impossible to hide it. Wei Sol Ah was already standing by the bed. The girl seemed to have turned black with anger. Namgung Ba also woke up and began to sit down on the bed next to Yang Chun, who couldn't take his eyes off Wei Sol A. The girl asked Wei Sol A if she had slept well. She replied indignantly that Ba was still selfish. Tears welled up in Wei Sol A's eyes, and she said that she also wanted to sleep with the young master. Wei Sol Ah repeated once more that she really wanted to. Yang Chun thought that here we go again. But to Yang Chun's great surprise, Namgung Bia's answer was unexpected. The girl replied, why not? Smiling, Namgung Bia said that Wei Sol Ah could sleep with them. The girl was delighted and immediately jumped onto the bed between them and began to settle down. She exclaimed that Wei Sol Ah was so happy to be able to join them. Only now did Yang Chun understand what she was talking about. The door opened and Yang Feng appeared, wishing them good morning. The boy had hoped to see only Yang Chun there, but he saw two more girls with him in bed. The smile disappeared from the face of the always smiling Yang Feng. He seemed stunned by what he saw. He quickly said that the leader was looking for the young master and immediately closed the door behind him. Shin Cheol told Yang Chun not to worry because the warriors of Mount Hua did not spread rumors. As soon as the boy came to the elder, he said that he had heard that he had slept with two girls at once. Being young must be wonderful. Old Shin Cheol said he didn't know that the faction had changed so much in a few years. Yang Chun asked the elder why he was looking for him. He replied that he wanted to hear what had happened last night. Yang Chun nodded and said that in that case he would leave, but the elder stopped him. He asked if it wasn't particularly important, but if he remembered the small house he had been in yesterday. Yang Chun asked if it was the one where the Queen of Swords lived. The sect leader confirmed that it was the same house and began searching for something in the sleeves of his robe. Taking out a scroll, he asked if the young man could take it to the Divine Doctor. Taking the scroll, the boy said that it was no problem, but why him? The boy replied that most of the warriors of Mount Hua did not know about the Sword Queen's illness. He asked if Yang Chun understood why. Yang Chun replied that the head did not want everyone to know that the symbol of Mount Hua was ill. The head noted that this was the problem. The elder said that if he went to the doctor again, he would scold him again. He couldn't ask other students to do it, lest rumors spread. He added that it would be good to have someone who owed him a favor, someone who could be asked to deliver this scroll. The boy clearly understood the cult leader's hint. He said that Yang Chun could now leave. Renhua said she would be back soon and began to descend the stairs to the main settlement. The girl went to the market square to find the necessary food and herbs. She decided to go into the largest shop to make sure she got what she needed. After a while, the girl finally left the shop with her bag slung over her shoulder. Renhua looked in her bag to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything. The girl had already started climbing the stairs when something in the forest caught her attention. It was a family of deer that had come quite close to the stairs leading to the top of the mountain. She noticed how tenderly and lovingly the mother licked her fawn, how the little ones huddled close to their parents. Renhua remembered what her family relationship was like, how cruel and cold her father was to them, how she feared his anger and hid behind doors, not daring to show herself to him. The sad girl said she would not return home and continued to climb the stairs. At one point, the girl disappeared from view, simply stepping onto one of the steps. Someone peeked out from behind a tree and asked where the girl had gone. Had she noticed them? Another man replied that a clumsy girl like her was unlikely to have noticed anyone. The man jumped onto the stairs and said that there was something else there, and waved his hand in the air where the girl had disappeared. In that place, he felt a flow of energy that created a barrier and hid everything behind it. He snorted and exclaimed that the old man had created a huge barrier with key energy. This meant that the divine healer was definitely under this invisible dome. The man told the others that they were going back. The leader would take care of everything. The girl was very surprised when she saw Yangchun, who was barely climbing the stairs. Feeling that someone had stopped behind him, Yangchun turned around to see who it was. Realizing that it was his younger sister, Yangchun asked her why she was looking at him like that. Renhua, trying to hide her excitement, asked her brother what he was doing there. The boy replied that he was not there of his own free will. He said he needed to take something back. She rushed forward and told him to hurry up in that case. He sighed and said he would be happy to. As she got up, she remembered the doctor's words that his body was so unstable that he could simply die while taking a bath or eating dinner. Sighing and barely moving his legs, Yangchun said in surprise that it wasn't hard for her. Turning to her brother, the girl stretched out her hand and shouted for him to give it to her. Renhua firmly told her brother that she would carry what he was dragging instead of him. Yangchun asked if she was worried about him. The girl immediately waved her hands indignantly. She shouted that it was nothing. She just wanted to do it because he was moving as slow as a turtle. Continuing to climb up, the boy said that she didn't need to be so rude and added that he would rather do it himself. The girl looked sadly at her brother, even though she had been yelling at him just a minute ago. In fact, she was worried about him. Renhua kept thinking about how to start the conversation. She quietly muttered about his health and how he was feeling. Looking back, Yangchun asked his sister if she had noticed that Dr. Zhuge Hyuk's grandson was behaving strangely. When his sister replied that she hadn't, Yangchun said that was fine and continued up the stairs. Shincheol watched Yangchun's sister and saw that she was worried about him. He told Yangchun that she seemed like a nice girl and asked why they were always arguing. The young man replied silently that he didn't know himself. Old Shincheol looked at the boy and asked if he didn't care. He thought he couldn't say no, but his body was a much bigger problem. Shincheol pointed out that she was still a member of the family. Yangchun looked at Shincheol in surprise and asked if he was talking about his sister. He replied that he was. Who else could he be talking about? The young man thought to himself that he thought he was talking about the doctor's grandson. Then he added that everything was fine, and he didn't care about her at all. Hearing this, Shincheol asked if they were really related. Unfolding the scroll, the divine doctor began to read carefully what was written there. After reading it, he looked at the young man and asked if this fool had sent a seriously ill young man to deliver the letter. Yangchun confirmed this. Yangchun wondered what could have happened between them. It must be something terrible if the doctor hated the chief. He said that he thought it must be difficult for Yangchun. The boy replied that it was not at all. After all, he could not ignore the head's request. Then the doctor asked how he was feeling. Smiling, the young man replied that he had no problem so far. Hiding the scroll, the doctor said that was good. The doctor seemed quite calm and balanced. Suddenly, his face clouded over and he asked the young man if he was afraid of dying. Not knowing how to answer the doctor, Yangchun remained silent and looked down at the floor. Sighing, the doctor said that it didn't matter and that he shouldn't have asked. Then he added that the boy could leave. Standing up, Yangchun obediently replied that it was fine. Renhua sat quietly next to her teacher. When Yangchun reached the door, she quietly asked if he was sure he was feeling okay. Without even looking back, Yangchun said he was leaving. She said okay. The door closed behind him and Renhua lowered her head and said that he was a fool. Returning, Yangchun met with the head of the sect. He asked if the boy had delivered the scroll. Yangchun replied that he had and added that he had cursed the head while reading it. The head laughed and said that was normal considering what was written there. The sect leader whispered to Yangchun that he was interested in how the blooming queen of the sword was doing. He whispered back that she was asleep when he arrived, so he couldn't say. The boy noted that the divine doctor was watching over her so she would recover. The head said that would be good. The elder said that they hadn't seen plum blossoms in so long, and added that it felt like all the misfortune had fallen on them at once. Yangchun wondered what misfortune he was referring to. Shincheol asked if he had forgotten that the children of Manhwa had begun to disappear. He added that, in addition to this, the Supreme Sword and Ju Hyuk were here. This was also a misfortune in its own right. It occurred to him that each of these events was a problem in itself, but when they all came together, it was even worse. A man arrived with a report on the results of the search for the Divine Doctor. He eagerly asked if they had found the Divine Doctor yet. Knowing what would happen if he said no, the man reported that they had only found the place where he might be. Then the leader stopped smiling and said that it meant they still hadn't found him. He replied that, considering that a barrier had been erected at that place, the doctor was most likely there. The leader stood up and asked threateningly what he meant by most likely and behind the barrier. Taking a few steps forward, the leader said that he hadn't found out anything useful. Swinging his machete next to him, the leader said that he had decided to return anyway. He loomed over the man like a mountain and asked Bai Chong if he was wrong. He replied that he was. It was all his fault and he was unforgivable. The leader agreed that this was true and swung his machete. For failing to complete the task, the leader cut off Bai Chong's arm and asked if it was so difficult to find a decrepit old man. His body shook with pain and he muttered through clenched teeth that he was sorry. Smiling, the leader said that he spared him only because he was kind. After all, there was no one smarter than him here. Bai Chong sighed and croaked that he was very grateful to the leader for his mercy. Sitting back down on his throne, the leader said that there was no point in sending them back. He leaned on his huge machete and said that there was a barrier. Fine, then they would do that. They would go through the barrier and see if there was a holy doctor there. The leader added that if he was there, they would bring him back. If not, they would kill everyone. Then he asked if it was a good plan. Bai Chong replied that it was a wonderful plan. Yang Chung had already started yawning. Shinchul said that few people could create problems every day like Yang Chung. The boy thought to himself that he felt like he hadn't done anything special. He woke up, delivered the letter, talked to the leader, and the day was almost over. Shinchul said that if the boy had finished everything, it was time to go home. The boy replied that he had no reason to stay. His sister said she wouldn't come home and he had returned the stone, so he would go home as soon as he got ready. Suddenly, he heard Wee Sol-ah calling the young master and looked back. Wee Sol-ah was running down the hallway trying to catch up with the young master. Wee Sol-ah slipped and started to fall. Yang Chun asked what she was doing there so late since her room was on the other side. The girl asked in surprise if he didn't remember. Yang Chun asked, equally surprised, if he should. She reminded Yang Chun that he had promised her that they would sleep together that night. He replied that he didn't remember at all, but the girl exclaimed that he shouldn't worry because Wee Sol-ah remembered well. Shin Cheol said that the old man also remembered. Yang Chun asked if her grandfather knew about it. She laughed and said that everything was fine. Her grandfather had gone somewhere. The boy asked anxiously where he had gone. The girl replied that she didn't know, but it was obviously something important. Yang Chun asked if she knew when he would be back. Wee Sol-ah replied that she didn't know. The boy thought that he wanted to return home as soon as possible, but it was obvious that he would have to wait. Shin Chul asked if it was normal for servants to leave whenever they wanted in their time. Yang Chun silently told him to just accept it. Shin Chul said that the world had definitely changed, but another surprise awaited Yang Chun in his room. Namgun Bia was sitting on the bed again. Sighing heavily, Yang Chun said, "Don't tell me they're all going to sleep together." Wee Sola, like a cat, immediately jumped under the blanket and began to crawl under it to settle down. Settling down on the other half of the bed, Wee Sola happily called out to the young master. Now both girls said in unison that they wanted to sleep with him. Without saying a word, Yang Chun immediately rushed out of the room to avoid this strange situation. But Namgun Bia rushed after him with the intention of bringing him back. Exhausted from the day, Wee Sola slept sweetly and soundly as always, drooling. Namgung Bia also slept peacefully, quietly snoring on her side of the bed. Yang Chun was forced to sleep in the middle of the bed between the girls. He tried with all his might to fall asleep. He managed to doze off when Wee Sol-ah's hand hit him right in the face. Opening his eyes, Yang Chun wondered what was going on. He tried to get up but couldn't. He mentally turned to Shin Cho Ryong and asked for help because his arm wouldn't move. The old man said that he was an ungrateful young man. Shin Cho Ryul said that he could get up himself, so why was he asking for help? The young man explained that she had hugged his arm so tightly that he couldn't move. Shin Cho Ryong said that the young man was lucky and didn't even realize it. Yang Chun wondered if there was anything that could be done. What if someone saw him? He only had time to think that he would be in big trouble when Ren Hua entered the room. The girl froze in surprise when she saw the girls in her brother's room. And on top of that, 2 girls were sleeping with him in the same bed. Yang Chun turned his head toward his sister. Ren Hua said she would wait outside and immediately rushed out of her brother's room. The boy thought that she was going there too. Or maybe it was customary on Mount Hua to break in without knocking. Shin Cheol said that maybe it was because it was his bedroom. Looking at the girls, Yang Chun said that first he needed to wake them up. Moving the fingers of the hand held by Weasel, Yang Chun told her to wake up because a bug was crawling on her. The girl immediately jumped up when she heard about the bug. Yang Chun thought that one of them had woken up. Now it was time to wake up the second one. Without thinking twice, Yang Chun pinched Namgun Bia. Wee Sola jumped on the bed and shouted, "Where is this bug?" Namgung Bia indignantly asked why he had hit her. Yang Chun thought that it had never occurred to him that it would be so difficult to wake them up. Finally, Gu Yangchun left the room and asked his sister what she was doing there. The girl replied that the teacher wanted to see him. It seemed that she regretted not being able to talk to him last time. Ren Hua turned around and emphasized that if she had known he was sleeping with girls, she would have come later. Yang Chun asked if she meant to come here just to tell him that. She replied that she had come here for the Jade Fire tournament and decided to stop by, so he shouldn't worry about it. Yang Chun asked if she was also participating in the tournament. She replied that she was a disciple of Mount Hua, so wasn't that obvious? The girl said that in any case, she had already said everything she wanted to say, so he could go and have fun with his monsters. To the young man's surprise, she repeated that the girls who were always following him were just monsters. Suddenly, her smiling face changed to a surprised one, and the girl fell silent for some reason. Yang Chun looked around to see why his sister had changed so suddenly. It turned out that the girls were standing behind Yang Chun near the open door of his room. The boy asked why they had come out. Namgung Ba asked who the girl was. Wee Soleil also asked. He replied that it didn't matter, and Ren Hua gritted her teeth in anger. The girl turned abruptly and headed for the exit, not wanting to talk to her brother anymore. Ren Hua remembered how she used to be little and look for her older brother. She had already started crying and told him to come out because she couldn't find him. Her sister noticed a twig swaying on the bushes and looked closer. Yang Chun jumped out and growled like a wild animal, scaring his little sister. Frightened, little Ren Hua began to cry. Yang Chun immediately began to apologize and calm her down. Yang Chun apologized again to Ren Hua, who was still sobbing. The boy said he didn't want to make her cry. The boy asked his sister what he could do to make Ren Hua forgive him. The girl looked at him and asked him to punish her sister Yeonso because she says that her mother is Yeonso's mother. She added that she was always scolding her. Yang Chun asked if Yeonso had done that. She confirmed it. Stroking the girl's head, Yang Chun said he understood. He suggested that perhaps she said that because she also considered her his sister. Renhua stuck her sword into the ground and knelt down, leaning on it. Saying that she was tired, Renhua began to get up. The girl forced herself to raise her sword again and began training, honing each strike. A few minutes later, the girl fell to the ground next to her sword again. It seemed to her that she was not succeeding and that she had no strength left. The girl threw her sword at the nearest tree. She began to get angry that she couldn't do it and shouted that it was so annoying. Suddenly, a girl appeared and, raising her sword, Renhua said that it didn't matter how hard it was for her. Handing the sword to the girl, Namgung-ba added that she should never put down her sword. Renhua recognized her and thought that she was the same girl who was chasing her brother. At first, she wanted to thank her for the sword, but thinking of her brother, Renhua snatched the sword and said she didn't need her help. The girl stood up and asked what she was doing there. Namgung-ba said that she thought she was very close to Yangchun. Renhua asked if that was why she was following her. When Namgung-ba replied that she had and asked if she couldn't, the girl replied that that wasn't what she meant. Then Namgung-ba said that was fine. Annoyed, Renhua thought that something was wrong with this girl. She thought that there was nothing wrong with her because she was always running after that idiot. Noticing how excited the girl was, Namgung-ba told her to relax. The girl explained that she was gripping the sword too tightly and advised her to loosen her grip a little. Turning away, she asked if she had ever held the sword on her own. Renhua indignantly added that she shouldn't try to teach her if she didn't know anything. Namgung-ba replied that she would then suggest testing it in a sparring match. The girl asked what she was thinking but agreed. After getting ready, Renhua asked why she wasn't taking out her sword. Namgung-ba replied that everything was fine. She would fight without drawing her sword. Angered, Renhua said that she should do as she pleased. Telling her not to complain later, Renhua rushed to attack the annoying girl. Dodging the first attack, Namgung-ba repeated that she should relax. However, Renhua had no intention of listening to the stranger's advice and attacked again. She was surprised that the stranger was able to block and restrain her attack. She tried to attack the girl again. Namgung-ba shouted again that she needed to relax. Namgung-ba pointed her sword at the girl, releasing her inner energy, and said that was how it should be done. But Renhua tried to attack the girl again, ignoring her internal energy. In the end, she failed. Exhausted and defeated, she sat down with her head bowed. Then Namgung-ba asked if she was hurt. Renhua couldn't take it anymore and asked what was going on between them. Getting up, Renhua asked why a strong girl like her was chasing after someone like him. She said she didn't know what she saw in him, but that he wasn't worthy of her. Renhua told the girl that she was too good to be with such an intolerable freak. Pulling out her sword, Namgung-ba said that he was not a freak. Renhua was surprised and asked why. Raising her sword, Namgung-ba said that if she said so, she would have to be punished. Her sword was almost upon the girl when Yangchun appeared and blocked the blow, standing in front of his sister. Covering his sister with his body, Yangchun angrily asked what they were doing there. Namgung-ba lowered her sword and said that the girl had called him a freak. The boy did not get angry or upset, but simply asked what the big deal was. Such a reaction to a personal insult surprised Namgung-ba. It seemed to her that the guy cared about the girl, so Namgung-ba asked again who she was. The girl shouted that who was he to take her side. Renhua asked what she meant by his side. Then she indignantly asked who had asked him to do so and declared that she didn't need his help. Renhua turned to leave and shouted as she walked away that she was grateful for the training. Yangchun asked why she wasn't minding her manners and remarked that she looked like she had taken etiquette lessons. Namgung-ba asked again who the girl was. She asked if she was wrong, why everyone was scolding her. The boy said he didn't know what she was thinking, but that the girl was his sister. Hearing this, Namgung-ba asked if she was his real sister. The guy replied that of course she was. Then Namgung-ba turned pale and exclaimed in a frightened voice that it was the end for her. After what happened to Renhua, Namgung-ba wandered around in a daze. Yangchun couldn't understand what had happened, but Namgung-ba muttered that it was all over. After such a difficult day, Yangchun returned to his room exhausted. When he opened the door, he saw a happy Wee-sol-ah already settled in his bed. Seeing Yangchun, she greeted him. The boy asked why she was there alone. She replied that she didn't know and said that she hadn't seen her sister today. Wee-sol-ah suggested that she must have gone somewhere. Hearing that even Wee-sol-ah hadn't seen her, Yangchun wondered where she could have gone. Yangchun asked Wee-sol-ah when her grandfather would return. She replied that she didn't know either. He thought that the Swordmaster's outings were getting longer and longer. With a snort, Yangchun said that he would just wait. He had something to do. The settlement's market square was quite crowded despite the hot sunny weather. A merchant said that if they had come here in such heat, they should come closer. After all, they had a lot to offer. He boasted that he had monster skins and bones brought by the Alliance itself, so they could take a look and not be shy. Gu Yangchun asked the merchant who was boasting about his goods if he had any magic stones. The merchant was surprised and asked again about the magic stones. Yangchun confirmed and said that he wanted the ones brought yesterday. The man became a little alarmed and asked the boy what these magic stones were. Disappointed, Yangchun said that they did not have them here either and gloomily walked on through the market. Muen turned to the young gentleman and said that, in his opinion, no one was selling them here. The young man thought that it was the heart of a monster and its most important part, but when it was torn out, it became useless. But since he had the ability to absorb them, they weren't so useless to him. Judging by what the doctor said, the main reason he was still alive was his ability and something else inside him. He wanted to test it by absorbing the magic stone. Gu Yangchun said that then they would have to hunt monsters. Muen said that this could also be a problem. In recent years, the number of monsters has decreased. The boy was surprised to hear that there were fewer monsters and asked what was going on. The guard said that in the end, they did not leave empty-handed but with information. While the young master was away, he learned something that could help the warriors of Manhwa. Yanchun thought about the condition of the Sword Queen and the whereabouts of the Divine Doctor. If anyone else found out about this, it would be disrespectful to the leader. Therefore, they would have to go without Muen. So Yangchun suggested returning because he was hungry. Muen supported the suggestion. The young man said that he was very curious to see what Wee Sol A had prepared for dinner this time. Putting a burnt fish on the table, the girl told the young man to enjoy the fish that Wee Sola had cooked for him. Looking at the plate with something black on it, the boy asked again where the fish was. The girl immediately burst into tears. Yangchun asked her to stop crying. When he came out, Muyun said that Wee Sola said she would cook something else so they could rest. Yangchun told him to go rest, as he still had something to do. Muen said he could go with him, but Yangchun replied that it would be better if he went alone. The girls were training again on the clearing in the forest. Namgung Bia gave advice on how to use the sword better. Namgun Bia said that the girl was taking 2 big steps and needed to relax a little. Suddenly, they heard a rustling of leaves behind them and turned around to see who was there. Yangchun came out of the bushes onto the clearing and asked what they were doing there. Renhua asked him if he couldn't see. She was training with her sister. He asked in surprise what she meant by her sister, but just yesterday they were ready to kill each other. Her sister replied that she was angry at him, not her. Yangchun thought that she was still acting that way, even after he had defended her. Renhua said that when she thought about it, she was wrong, but Namgung Bi came anyway and apologized. That's why she asked her to teach her. Yangchun sighed and remarked that the sun was about to set. He then suggested that they leave, as it was time for dinner. Namgung Bia suggested that Renhua go with them, but she felt shy and remained silent. Noticing her reaction, the girl turned to Renhua, but at that moment, Yangchun shouted, asking where they were. If they didn't hurry, Wee Sola would be upset. Hearing this, Namgung Bia said she would go ahead and immediately set off. Renhua asked if she was her sister. Renhua did not follow her but stayed behind. The girl looked at her hands. The skin on her hands was worn and covered with cracks from constant training. Looking at the ugly wounds on her hands, the girl remembered something from her past. Her brother yelled at her not to follow him because her appearance annoyed him. The girl stopped and called her brother. She wanted so much to be with him. But an irritated Yangchun shouted that he had already told her not to call him that. Her brother then simply walked away without even looking at little Renhua. The little girl looked sadly after her brother. The boy shouted after her to shut up and live her life in peace. Remembering her childhood hurt, the girl grabbed her sword again and continued her training. Closing her eyes, she saw her teacher, the blooming queen of the sword, Hua. She thought she even heard her teacher tell Renhua to blossom. The market square was noisy again. Merchants were offering fresh food and incredible silks. She thought that it was quite noisy here because of the preparations for the festival, but at least the kebab shop was finally open. Renhua was very hungry because she often skipped dinner due to her training. A little girl tugged at her and pointed to the drool that had run down her chin when she saw the kebab. Renhua told her to forgive her, but that it was for her sister. Renhua said she was finally going to eat and almost took a bite when she thought it would be better to take it to her teacher. The teacher was feeling unwell and hadn't left her room, so she brought her dinner. The teacher thanked her and asked Renhua to leave the dinner. The teacher asked if the girl had eaten dinner herself. Renhua replied that she wanted to eat after her. Then the teacher said that a warrior should not go hungry. She told her to go to the market and buy something. The girl loved and cared for her teacher very much. She felt very sad. She looked at the appetizing kebab. A girl approached the little girl and asked where she had gone, as her sister was looking for her everywhere. She noticed that the little girl was holding the kebab. The little girl pointed to the girl who had walked further down the square, and her older sister shouted that she was very grateful. Her steps quickened until the girl started to run. She thought about how she wanted to stay with her teacher. She had so much to say to her teacher and had almost reached the stairs when she heard hysterical male laughter. She wanted to tell him about the advice Namgung Ba had given her and how they had even sparred together. Then Gu Yangchun appeared. Suddenly she was attacked. The man appeared out of nowhere and attacked her with a machete. However, Namgung Ba appeared in time and grabbed the girl just before the machete struck. His attack was so strong that he was sure to finish off his victim right away. The girl looked at the man who attacked Renhua. He snorted and said that this was not what he expected. He said he liked it and asked if such a beauty had fallen from the sky, and not just one. Renhua jumped up and asked who he was. He replied that he didn't think she knew him and said his name was Hellchalk. Noticing that she had grabbed her sword, he asked if she would put down that toy. The man said that such things were not fitting for a beauty and that it would be terrible if she hurt herself. Namgung Ba jumped between them again and told her to run upstairs and warn the others. Renhua wanted to argue, but Ba told her to pull herself together and assess the situation realistically. She couldn't help her now. He asked if she was serious about fighting and added that he was a little busy. Then he suggested that she think again. Namgung Bia told Renhua that if she wanted to protect someone, she had to think about what she needed to do first. She replied that she would be left alone, and Namgung Bia told her to run. Noticing Yangchun, Wee Sola exclaimed that the young master had already woken up. He replied that he had just woken up because he had to go somewhere. Why Sola asked where. The young man replied that he had to go there first, then here. He had a lot to do. The girl asked if she could go with him. He thought that the doctor's shrine was a secret, so he replied that he would go alone. Disappointed, Wee Sola said that her grandfather told her to stay with him. Knowing her weakness, Yangchun said he would bring her some barbecue. Her mouth immediately watered and she told him to hurry up. Yangchun told Wei Sol A to sit there and not cause any trouble. She replied that he didn't need to worry. She wished the young master good luck and added that she liked more meat. The boy sighed and said that he was very tired from training. Shin Cheol exclaimed that everyone should just look at this fool. What was so special about this little mantis-like boy? Everyone from Namgun's daughter to the maid was hanging on him. Yangchun asked why he was insulting his appearance. Besides, he didn't look like a mantis. Shinchul disagreed and pointed out that he was cross-eyed. Yangchun asked if he was the last person who should be concerned about someone else's appearance. Shin Cheol replied that he didn't want to say it, but did he really think that his name was carved in stone only because of his merits? Then Yangchun asked, what about the fact that even ugly people can achieve success? Suddenly, Yangchun saw Renhua running towards him. His sister was running very fast and calling for her brother. Yangchun asked what had happened since she had suddenly started calling him brother. Could she have eaten something bad? She told her brother that something terrible had happened. He asked her to calm down and tell him what had happened. The girl shouted the name Namgung Biya. He was surprised and asked what had happened to her. Renhua said that she was in danger. Meanwhile, Namgung Ba was already fighting with the man who dared to attack them. He thought he had come here for the doctor, so why was he bothering with her? Waving his machete again, he asked if he needed to get a little more serious. He added that he didn't want to ruin such a pretty face. His blows became faster and more frequent, but Namgung Ba managed to block them. She managed to duck, and his huge machete flew right over her head. The girl stubbornly tried to hold him off, but with each new blow, it became more and more difficult. Namgung Ba barely managed to dodge this combination of several light blows and one powerful strike. Jumping away from that spot, Namgung Ba rose high above her attacker. Missing his target, Helchok shouted, "Just look at her," and added that perhaps it was time to finish her off. The girl didn't just hang in the air, she used her family's technique to attack him. Helchok looked at the girl's movements and thought that this was the Namgung family technique. He had not seen it since the Great Battle. Dodging her attack, he added that her technique was quite weak and, on top of that, slow. He attacked her again. But the girl reacted in time. He thought she had dodged again, but realized it was a trick. Making a clever diversionary maneuver, Namgung Ba attacked her attacker. Her attempt was quite good, but Helchok was able to block her blow. Helchok laughed and asked how the beauty was related to the Namgung family. He thought that first it was the Gu clan, and now the Namgung clan on Mount Hua. What was going on here? After her attempt, he noted that it was an interesting trick. However, she had probably never taken anyone's life before, which was why she lost. Namgung Ba tried to attack him again, but he blocked her blow and struck her in the next moment. Attacking her, he said that her energy must have been exhausted and sarcastically asked if that was what new warriors were like now. He informed her that he had blocked her chakra and ordered her not to move. He had something else to do. After that, he would return and they would have some fun. Namgung Ba mentally noted that her energy was completely depleted. If she was caught, she would become nothing more than a toy. She heard the man say that it was true. They had gone so far and hadn't even posted a guard. What was their goal? But he would understand everything once he broke through. The girl thought that she would not be able to see Gu Yangchun and would be left alone again in this terrible place. She could not accept this and had to find a way to return everything to the way it was. Namgung Ba tried with all her might to open her eyes. She heard a familiar voice advising her not to do it by force, but she managed to do it anyway. Yangchun said he knew she wouldn't listen to him if he told her to run away, so she should at least hide. Helchok tried to break through the barrier that the elder had put up to hide the divine doctor. After making sure that Namgung Ba had regained consciousness, Yangchun set off to stop Helchok. In her past life, Namgung Ba had sacrificed herself for him. He didn't understand why she was so stupid. She needed to save herself back then. A thought suddenly came to his mind. After a life full of regrets, no one would be waiting for him on the other side. So he just waited for the inevitable end. And either it was fate or he was just lucky, but he got a second chance. And with it, hope that he didn't deserve. He thought that this time he would be able to fix everything. But then he thought that maybe it wasn't true. What if this life wasn't a second chance? What if it was a repetition of the same thing? What if it was his punishment? Yangchun was terrified by the thought that he could repeat the same mistakes. He thought he would never let it happen again. There would be no second time. Activating his fiery inner energy, the boy rushed to deal with his tormentor, Ba. Helchok continued to pound on the barrier. After hitting it hard once more, he shouted that it was starting to crack. The man added that he never thought it would be so easy. Suddenly, he noticed the boy heading towards him. Yangchun's fiery fist was already approaching his face when he turned around. The young man hit Helchok first in the face and then punched him hard in the chest with his other fist. He only stopped when he caught his machete. Helchok grunted and said that the guy was a real scoundrel. Then he asked if he was from the Gu clan. Looking at the guy, he said that he wanted to visit them, but it seemed that the young gentleman had honored him with a visit. Helchok thought that this scoundrel wanted to kill him. So this guy was the son of the fire demon. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but in the end, he was just a young man. Yanchun did not wait for him to get up and immediately continued to attack the man. Barely blocking his blows, Helchok shouted that there were no such people even in the Castle of Dark Night. Then he attacked the boy, but Yanchun managed to dodge his cunning blow. The boy managed to turn around and jump over the machete with which Helchok was attacking him. Surprised, Helchok exclaimed that this was unbelievable. Then he laughed and said that the boy wasn't so bad after all. Finally, he had a worthy opponent. Feeling excited, Helchok began to attack the boy with greater persistence. Yanchun dodged and took a few steps back. Then Helchok shouted that he was scared and emphasized that he was no match for his father. Taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted by the conversation, Yanchun resumed his attack. Deflecting and blocking the boy's blows, Helchok laughed smugly and exclaimed that this was a real battle. Helchok was carried away by the excitement and began to swing his machete even faster. Yanchun thought to himself that the fool should calm down, because if he lost his mind, he would be in danger. After all, his desire to destroy only created openings for attacks. The guy attacked Helchok again. Suddenly, the boy felt a hellish pain in his stomach that immobilized him. Noticing that something was wrong with the guy, a grimace of satisfaction twisted his face. A strange voice rang in Yanchun's head telling him to eat him. Strength returned to Yanchun's body and he began to push Helchok's machete away with his hand. Barely holding onto his machete, Helchok thought he was going crazy. This young man was a real monster. He managed to free the machete and swung at the boy again. However, the boy instantly dodged the attack. Helchok thought again that he had never met anyone like this, even in the Castle of Dark Night. Gu Yangchun instantly appeared next to him again and aimed to strike. Yangchun's blow was very powerful and passed through the entire body of the burly Helchok. After that, he immediately collapsed. Namgung Bi saw flames burning around them. Yangchun sat on top of him and continued to beat the man. He repeatedly raised his bloodied fist and struck his opponent's battered body again. Unable to watch, Namgung Ba shouted for Yangchun to stop. She covered her nose to keep from vomiting. The girl thought that this was the worst smell she had ever smelled. Namgung Ba thought that he was already dead, so why wouldn't he stop? Yangchun turned around at her scream. His eyes looked like an animal's. The girl thought, not this. If even Yangchun had become like this, then what? She rushed to stop him. Hugging him, she begged him to stop because it was over. Without letting go of him, she screamed that she begged him not to become like this. The rage in the boy's eyes faded, leaving only a weary and dazed look. The boy collapsed at Namgung Ba's feet, exhausted and lost consciousness. She tried to shout to him. The mercenaries asked their commander if there was any news from the unit leader. He replied that there was none. Someone suggested checking, as it had been a long time. The commander replied that he knew, but they should stick to the plan. Therefore, they would have to wait a little longer. He said that at dawn they would meet with the leader of Manhwa. Suddenly, he noticed someone entering. Seeing an old man walking confidently toward them, he asked who he was and how he got there. The old man's eyes flashed, and he asked threateningly if they had attacked the children of Manhwa. He pointed his sword at him and told the old man to answer if he didn't want to lose his head. He asked again who he was and where he came from. Those were the commander's last words. In an instant, his head flew off his shoulders, and Weimun said that they were quite brave for second-rate bandits. The bandits were stunned by how the old man had instantly dealt with Commander Bei, but they still did not understand how he had managed to use the sword. The Supreme Swordsman said that a sword is more beautiful when it remains in its sheath. The same can be said of the malice in another's heart. The elder said that he had found out who was behind the disappearance of the children of Manhwa. It was Helchok, a young warrior from the Dark Night Castle. He added that he could not leave his post, so he would have to ask the Swordmaster. Then he turned to Weimun and asked him to kill them for the sake of the children of Manhwa. The Supreme Swordsman said that those who had even a shred of conscience left should surrender. One of the bandits ordered to finish off the old man. Another added that if they left him alive, they would have problems. As soon as the bandits moved toward the old man, he used the energy of the sword. With a snort, Weimun said that he hadn't expected anything else from these fools. Opening his eyes, the boy screamed in pain that was coursing through his entire body. He said that he had finally woken up and asked him to lie still and be quiet. The doctor inserted another needle and Yangchun cried out again. He asked him again not to move. The divine doctor said that he had woken up 2 days later. He ordered him not to move, because if even the slightest point moved, his chi would disperse. Yangchun asked in surprise if he had slept for 2 days. The doctor confirmed this. Then the young man noticed smoke coming from the doctor's mouth and asked if he had attained transcendence. The doctor replied that he had burned the yin moon and put it in his mouth, and if he was joking, then he was fine. The doctor then reminded him that he had already told him that he was a walking corpse. If his energy became confused and he tried to use it, he would die. He noted that despite the fact that his energy was almost depleted, the boy had somehow managed to calm it down. The guy was surprised but said he was more interested in whether his sister and Namgung Bi were okay. The doctor told him not to worry because, as he had seen, nothing serious had happened to them. It was late at night and exhausted from excitement, the girls fell asleep on the floor, waiting for news about Yangchun. Muen was dozing next to them. Wee Sol Ah began to talk in her sleep. She asked the young man if the medicine would help. Yanchun gazed thoughtfully out the window at the starry sky and tried to remember everything in detail. He thought about how he had unknowingly killed a person for the first time. But what had happened? He had heard a strange voice telling him to eat him. There were still many things to figure out in this life. For starters, what the doctor had said. He decided to check how stable his energy was. The young man felt that his meridians were still stiff, but this body was young and should recover quickly. Gu Yangchun opened his eyes wide. He said anxiously that this couldn't be. He felt demonic energy inside him. Putting down the glass, he asked who was the leader of the defeated Shachi squad. He was told that the squad was commanded by Yahello. The head snorted and said that even though he had not reached the flower dimension, he was an outstanding warrior, and he was clearly not one of those who would die so easily. The head then asked who had killed Hellchok. He was told that Manhwa was hiding this information, but they had found out that it was a young warrior. He ordered them to find out everything immediately and send Rakshasa to the sanctuary. The chief thought that their plan was barely progressing, but they were almost there. She sat in a dark place completely naked. Only her long hair covered her body. Seeing her grandfather working in the yard, Wee Sol Ah happily called out to him. He asked his granddaughter what had happened. Wee Sol Ah told him that the young master was with his sister Namgung Bia, and that he said he had recovered. Weemon laughed and remarked that the boy had recovered so quickly because he was young. The girl turned to her grandfather and said that she really wanted to learn how to fight. Then she slowly took a sword from behind her back. She looked at the reflection of the starry night sky on the water, occasionally creating waves. Yanchun sat silently, lost in thought about what had happened the day before. The woman said that the wine was excellent today and added that it must be because of the moon. After drinking a little more, she said that it would be nice if the commander joined her. But Yangchun looked away, not wanting to give her any reason to talk. Not hearing the desired response, she glanced at the guy who had ignored her wishes. She slammed her foot hard on the water, sending hundreds of droplets flying. Cold drops of water splashed onto Yangchun's face, but he continued to sit impassively. The woman noticed that the commander had a strange look on his face. Wiping away the drops, Yangchun said he was sorry if his gaze had offended her. She replied that he need not apologize, as she did not care much about him. Pouring more wine, she asked if he sometimes remembered someone when he looked at her. Yanchun replied that he didn't. She said that perhaps it was the girl who was dear to his heart. She added that such lies did not work on her. Yangchun repeated his apology. Smiling, she said that if the demon princess found out about this, she wouldn't like it. Yanchun replied that he would try to come to terms with it. The woman said she was curious about the wanton woman who had captured his heart. The woman asked if his mind would be okay if she killed her with her own hands. She drank some more wine and thought about something with a satisfied smile. To get to where he needed to go, Yanchun had to climb the stairs up the mountain again. It was difficult for him, and on top of that, it was hot. The boy cursed and said that every time these hateful members of Manhwa. Barely breathing, the boy added that the warriors of Manhwa loved these stairs very much. The elder asked if the divine doctor had already healed the boy. Yangchun confirmed this and added that he was not seriously injured. The head said that as the leader of the faction, he had to apologize for getting him involved in this incident. The boy asked if it was not yet time for the Hua Mountain ceremony. After all, it was so important for the faction. The elder replied that the ceremony should have already begun, but they had decided to postpone it for a couple of days. The young man was very surprised that they had postponed one of the most important ceremonies. He wondered if it was because of the disappearance of the students. The faction leader said that in any case, he didn't know how to apologize to him, and asked him to get some rest. He added that he would visit him again soon. Yangchun replied that there was no need, as he was probably very busy. He would visit him when he could. The boy thought, oh well, whatever. He had already returned the stone, so it was time to go home. The elder told the boy to wait because someone wanted to see him in the courtyard. Yangchun began to think about who it could be. Namgun Wee Sol A. Could it be Yang Feng? Yangchun went out into the street and stretched. He noticed how beautiful the air was in the mountains. The boy said he didn't see anyone yet. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ren Hua standing behind the gate. But when he looked back, she quickly hid so as not to catch his eye. The next moment, Yangchun saw someone push his sister out and ask her what she was doing there. The girl looked at someone and asked if she had to go. They replied that she did. Yangchun asked his sister why she was standing there. She immediately shouted back that nothing was wrong. Ren Hua approached her brother but couldn't bring herself to start a conversation. Closing her eyes, she told him to listen because she would only say this once. Ren Hua quietly asked if he was okay. He asked her what she was saying. His sister shyly asked again if he was okay and if he had recovered. The boy asked why she was whispering. He said that of course he was fine, otherwise how could he walk? She whispered something again. Yangchun asked why she was muttering under her breath again and asked her to speak louder. Then, offended, Ren Hua shouted in his ear that she was thanking him. After that, she immediately rushed away. Yangchun shouted after her that she had completely lost her mind and asked why she had shouted in his ear. She shouted at him to shut up. Namgung Bia entered the courtyard and told Yangchun that Ren Hua wanted to thank him. Looking after Ren Hua, Namgung Bia added that Ren Hua was just very embarrassed. Yangchun said that was true. If she was really grateful, she could have just come back with him. Pointing to her bandaged hand, he asked what was wrong with it. Namgung Bia replied that she had been told to wear it when she went outside. Yangchun said he didn't know she was hurt so badly. She replied that everything was fine and that she only needed to wear it until tomorrow. Namgung BA asked if he was sure everything was okay. Then the boy noticed that they were talking as equals again. Looking at her, he remembered what had happened that day, how she had helped him stop. Yangchun finally replied that he was fine and thanked her for helping him back then. The girl clearly did not expect him to thank her. Yangchun asked what was wrong with her face and explained that he just wanted to thank her too. The boy said that if she didn't like it, they could just leave, but fell silent when she touched his hand. Holding the boy's hand, Namgun BA replied that she liked everything. He took his hand away and said that he didn't remember what had happened, but he knew for sure that she was on his side. Yangchun added that it occurred to him that she should know about it. A blush began to spread across her face. The boy remarked that thanks to her, his sister was okay. Namgung BA abruptly turned away from him. He only managed to finish his sentence before she started to run away. Yangchun asked her where she was going, but she didn't respond. Then Yangchun exclaimed, "What's wrong with these girls today?" Climbing the stairs again, the boy simply fell at the top. He said that it was the mark of Mount Hua. He turned to the old man Shin Cho and suggested that they kill whoever had come up with this. Yangchun remembered that since that battle, the old man had never responded. He wondered where he had gone. The guy saw the smiling face of Jagal Hayok and asked what he was doing there. Yangchun thought that he was making fun of him. As he sat down, Yangchun thought that he must have come to visit the Queen of Swords instead of the doctor. It occurred to him that if the boy was mute, how could he have spoken in his past life? He thought that if he remembered correctly, Jagal Hayok had said that those who rose up against them, and those who dared to raise their swords against them, would become nothing but a bloody trail. Jagal Hayok had proclaimed that now that the world had fallen at their feet, their unity was growing stronger every day. Yangchun thought that perhaps he was deliberately silent. He didn't know what he was up to, but he couldn't let his guard down. Opening the door to the Sword Queen's house, they found her in bed. She asked who had come. Then Yangchun greeted her and said he had come to visit her. She gladly invited him in. The young man deliberately walked past him to catch his attention, but he did not say a word. Yangchun apologized to him again. The Queen of Swords said she was so worried about him because she heard he was in some kind of trouble, but she was glad he was okay. Yangchun said he was very grateful for her concern. She apologized for meeting him while lying in bed. The boy interrupted her and said that everything was fine. The Flower Queen of the Sword said she had heard that he had saved Renhua and emphasized that it was a wonderful deed. Listening to her, Yangchun felt something familiar. He wondered why he hadn't felt this way before. Although she was very weak, the Sword Queen still tried to smile. She said that Yangchun was a wonderful brother. Yangchun thought that he knew one thing for sure. He could sense demonic energy, and judging by everything, it was as pure as that of a heavenly demon. This was the same disease that was slowly consuming the Sword Queen. But the question was, where did she get it? Could she have crossed paths with him? Demonic energy cannot be simply overcome. What kind of person would be able to endure such a turbulent thing inside themselves? She said it would have been nice if he had come a little earlier. They could have had a nice lunch together. The boy replied that everything was fine. Then she took him by the hand and said that he was her friend's son. The Queen of Swords said she had to be healthy so that he could be at peace, so it would be good, but she didn't finish her sentence. Yangchun felt the energy flow through him as soon as she took his hand. He screamed and pulled his hand away. He didn't know what it was. The art of demonic absorption. Could it really extract energy from people? The doctor said he had already told him to close the door. The draft was terrible. Noticing Yangchun, he asked what the boy was doing there. Renhua was practicing sword art again. She relentlessly honed every step and strike. She tried to balance on the edge of the abyss to overcome her insecurity. With each swing of the sword, she recalled episodes from the situation when she was attacked. The girl remembered how he said that he hadn't expected this and asked where such a beauty had fallen on him. Then he told her to drop the toothpick. She thought it didn't make sense. The frightened girl didn't know what to do. His ugly smile was etched in her memory. She also remembered Namgung Ba's order to hurry up and tell the others on Mount Hua. Namgung Ba shouted at her to get ready because there was nothing she could do now. She told her to run and she ran, throwing away her pride, her responsibility, and even her savior. Renhua thought that her teachers had not told her about this. The girl continued to swing her sword. He asked Ms. Gu if she was still training. When Renhua looked back, he asked if she wasn't afraid of overdoing it. Yang Feng held out a flask and offered her some water, adding that she could drink the whole flask if she wanted to. She recognized Yang Feng. He was the youngest warrior of the Blooming Sword Order. Renhua wondered if he would be afraid if he were in her place. Renhua remembered the doctor's words that everything could have ended much worse if it weren't for her brother. Therefore, she must thank him when he wakes up. He asked if it wasn't strange that her brother, with all his strength, was able to defeat a half-demon. Even a girl from the Namgung clan couldn't do it. He said he knew his energy was confused, but he didn't know he could use it like that. Looking at her unconscious brother, she thought that he was weak and selfish. She thought that everyone was following the path of a warrior while she was just clinging to her teacher and behaving like a spoiled child. The girl wondered how she would blossom if all she knew was how to run away. With these thoughts in mind, the girl raised her sword. Yang Feng was a little surprised and asked if she would continue. If so, he would leave the water there and she could return the flask later. Renhua said that it wasn't necessary and that he shouldn't worry about it. After that, she immediately got ready to leave. While the boy was closing the flask, Renhua had already run far away from him. She ran as fast as she could. As she ran, she told Yangfeng to forgive her. The girl remembered her teacher's words. She said that Renhua was in no hurry. No matter which path she took, whether it was sadness, pain, envy, or jealousy, it didn't matter. When she showed her teacher the flower on the tip of her sword, they would smile at each other. Renhua climbed the stairs to the top of the mountain when it was already quite late and dark outside. Approaching the door, the girl assumed that her teacher had not yet had dinner. She was about to open the door when she heard the doctor shout at him not to make fun of him. The boy shouted back that it was true. Renhua recognized her brother's voice. She remembered how she had shouted in her brother's ear and felt a little embarrassed. Not wanting to see him, she wondered why he was there and what she should do now. The doctor shouted again, asking if he wanted him to believe it. Then he asked what he knew about medicine. Yanchen shouted that it wasn't even in her. Then the doctor asked how else the disease could be cured if not with medicine. He shouted, asking if the boy even understood what he was talking about. Yanchen shouted that of course he did. The boy said that with the help of his technique, they could cure the Queen of Swords. Renhua rushed into the room, alarmed, and asked if he was serious. Hearing Yanchen's words, Renhua asked if he could really cure her. He replied that he wasn't sure. Renhua asked why he was talking as if he could. She pointed out that even the divine doctor had given up. Yanchen replied that if the doctor agreed, he would do everything in his power to cure her. The Sword Queen asked Yanchen how he planned to do it. The young man replied that he would use a secret technique of the Gu clan. He said that he could neutralize the impure energy using heat. He added that he could feel it, and that the energy was eating away at the Sword Queen from within. The doctor continued to look at the boy skeptically. Yanchen said that he felt it when they touched hands. Then his fire began to drive out that energy. The Queen of Swords asked if this was their secret technique and added that she didn't even remember such a thing. The boy thought that of course it had nothing to do with the techniques of the Gu clan. In fact, it was the art of demonic absorption, but if he told her about it, she wouldn't believe him. Therefore, he must first convince her, otherwise the Queen of Swords would meet her end. She would not be able to withstand the demonic energy and would die. And even if she survived, she would leave everyone behind and disappear without a trace. That was how it was in his past life. The boy thought he wasn't sure he could change the future with this method, but he decided to try anyway. Renhua pulled him by his robe and asked her brother again if he could really heal her. Her eyes filled with tears and she asked her brother to save her teacher. Looking at his sister, Yangchen thought that she always acted as if she needed something, but at least she helped him make a decision. Yangchen turned to the divine doctor and asked for permission to heal her. The doctor replied that even if he could extract the impure energy using his technique, it was not designed to save people. He asked Yangchen if he was ready to take responsibility if the Queen of Swords died. The young man remarked that he meant that he would simply stand by and watch the queen die. If there was a chance, they had to take it. The doctor jumped up in anger. He shouted at him not to speak so carelessly and accused Yangchen of playing with the patient's life. She told him to let him try. After all, she didn't want to just disappear. Besides, he had already tried everything else. The Queen of Swords noted that Yangchen was right and that she felt something different. She said that this was enough for her to try another way. The patient turned to Yangchen and said that even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be his fault. She added that she didn't have much time left, so she wanted to believe in him. Then the divine doctor warned that if anything happened, he would intervene immediately. Under the watchful eye of the doctor, Yangchen prepared to absorb the demonic energy. He thought that in his past life, these hands had taken hundreds of thousands of lives. It was quite ironic that now they would save someone's life. Yangchen felt intense pressure. He thought that this must be the responsibility the doctor had spoken of. The young man decided that he would do it anyway, otherwise he would not be able to protect anyone. Then Yangchen placed his hands on her back to absorb her demonic energy. The demonic energy flooded over Yangchen like a wave. He felt it begin to flow. After scanning all the demonic energy flows, the boy was amazed by its quantity. The thought flashed through his mind that it was simply a colossal amount of pure demonic energy. Yangchen thought that it was simply a miracle that the Queen of Swords was still alive. The dark demonic energy had almost completely taken over her body. There was very little left and soon the queen would be unable to fight. The boy knew that things were bad. If he lost his concentration for even a moment, it would be the end. He had one more question, the answer to which he was not sure he knew. Could he absorb so much? But he had made up his mind that he could. After all, it was his karma to endure this. He had to get rid of these parasites that were devouring the Sword Queen's body. Yangchen concentrated on his fiery inner energy and forced it to move through his body. His flames began to displace the dark demonic energy, and Yangchen seemed to begin to absorb it. The demonic parasites began to leave the Sword Queen and headed for Yangchen's body. In an instant, the boy felt a hellish heat in his body and took his hands off the Sword Queen's back. The boy began to fall. He heard his name being called but did not have the strength to answer. He heard a demonic voice in his head saying that the taste was different but still delicious. Unable to resist this force, the boy simply began to lose consciousness. She advised her to raise the sword a little higher. V Soul. A tried to follow her instructions. After making a lunge, the girl asked if she should do it like that. She confirmed that she should. The Divine Blade said that the girl had become much stronger. The girl replied that it was all thanks to her. The girl said that her grandfather was angry when she told him she wanted to learn martial arts. He was so upset. Wee Sola started crying, but suddenly she heard a woman's voice telling her not to cry. Then Weasel Ah saw a beautiful girl who promised to teach her sword technique. Smiling, she said that at first she was afraid that she had used her body, but now she thinks she is better than her grandfather. Wee Moon found Weasel Ah, who was hiding to practice with the sword, and called out to her. He shouted that he had already told her not to touch the sword. Hiding the sword behind her back, Weasel Ah mumbled that she was just standing there. Yanchun opened his eyes and groaned again in pain. He felt it in every part of his body. As soon as he remembered the recent events, he immediately sat up and called for the Sword Queen and the Divine Doctor. He asked where they had all gone. The boy groaned again. Yangchun thought he was feeling that nasty sensation again. He thought that judging by the raging demonic energy, he must have absorbed it after all. Gu Yangchun decided to check on the Sword Queen and headed for the door. When he left the house, he saw his sister standing and looking up at the tree. Yangchun called out to his sister, but she just stared up at the sky and smiled as if spellbound. He became curious about what his sister was looking at so intently, and Yangchun also looked up. He was amazed when he saw the blooming Queen of Swords training again. The Queen of Swords was jumping from branch to branch and flying around like a bird. Stunned, Yangchun thought it might be a transformation, but soon realized that she was returning to her normal form. She looked healthy and full of energy. Her moves looked fantastic. Landing, she said that he had finally woken up. She told him that there was something she wanted to do. Noticing her teacher, Renhua immediately rushed to her. The girl looked so happy. Renhua immediately rushed to hug the Queen of Swords. Hugging the girl, she thanked her. Then she looked at Gu Yangchun and said that it was all thanks to him. He thought that it wasn't a good time for that. Yangchun began to say that he just wanted to help. Yangchun almost jumped when he heard the voice of the Divine Doctor behind him. He pulled the needles out of his head and said it was excellent work. The doctor noted that he had indeed been able to disperse the energy that was blocking her flow. The Divine Doctor added that it was quite interesting and asked for permission to study his method. The young man thought that was impossible. He couldn't tell him everything. Nothing smarter came to mind than to simply try to run away from the doctor. Namgung Ba looked sternly at the young man and asked him where he had been the previous night. Hearing such an unexpected and strange question from Namgung Ba, Yangchun choked. He put down his glass and started coughing. Namgung Ba asked again where he had slept. The young man wondered why it felt like he had been caught cheating. Technically, he was her fiancé, but still. Yangchun said that he had been training and was so tired that he collapsed right there. She asked if that was true. Yangchun asked why he would lie. The young man wondered why he was being interrogated. Namgung Ba loudly put her chopsticks on the table and said that he should have told her where he was going. She was worried about him. The girl got up from the table and told him not to forget about it next time. Then Yangchun asked where she was going in the middle of dinner. Namgung Ba replied that she was going to practice. When the girl left the room, Yangchun sighed heavily and said that it was difficult. Looking at the dejected Weasola, Yangchun asked her what was wrong, as she was not usually so quiet. Weasola immediately burst into tears and tried to say something but started spitting. Yangchun asked what the hell she was doing. She hissed through her mouth full of food but replied that her grandfather had told her not to talk to him. He had yelled at her so badly. Yangchun shouted that she should stop talking with her mouth full. He couldn't understand what she was saying at all. After telling her to finish eating, the boy thought it was just a nightmare. He already had enough problems as it was. But a bunch of demonic energy was one thing. He was more concerned about where old Shincho had gone. The boy thought that maybe the voice he heard when he absorbed the demonic energy was somehow connected to his disappearance. It seemed like Shin Cheol had said something like that, as if he was holding something inside him. Thinking about the dark energy, Yangchun asked if that thing had eaten him. His thoughts were interrupted by Hanghua. She announced through the door that he had a visitor. The boy asked who it was. The door opened and Renhua entered. She said it was her and apologized for interrupting his lunch. Yangchun asked why she was following him. She knew how difficult it was to get here. She told him to shut up and said she was following him because she liked him. She also said that his energy was returning to normal. She quickly thanked him for healing her and added that she owed him more and more lately. The boy said that she had climbed those stairs just to tell him that. Did she really have nothing better to do? His words greatly annoyed his sister. She shouted at the teacher that now he could see how unbearable he was. But then she appeared in the doorway and told Renhua that everything was fine. She added that such a debt could not be repaid with words. Then she asked why he was surprised. Shaken by her appearance, the boy replied that he was just glad she was okay. The Queen of Swords said that she herself did not expect to get back into shape so quickly. Yangchun asked if she meant that she was completely healthy. She asked him in return what he thought. He replied that it seemed so and noted that she looked much better. She said that she had come because she wanted to thank him. She told Yangchun that if he ever needed anything, he should just ask. She was ready to give her life for him since he had saved hers. Yangchun replied that she shouldn't offer her life. After all, he had gone through so much for her. Smiling, the teacher said that it was useless anyway. Therefore, she would do everything she could. He asked how she knew that he would not ask for something foolish. Taking him by the hand, the Queen of Swords replied that it was because of what she had seen. That was why she doubted that he would ask for anything bad. Surprised by the Queen of Swords' confidence, Yangchun wondered where she got that idea. After all, he was the one who had killed all the disciples of Manhwa. Even though Renhua's death was not their fault, he simply needed to vent his anger. The Queen of Swords said that if he couldn't think of anything, he could tell her next time. But while she was here, she asked for permission to ask for one more favor. Looking at Wee Sola, she said she was sorry for interrupting their lunch, but she couldn't leave because she needed to talk to Yang Chun. Then Renhua asked if she needed to leave as well. She looked at Renhua and replied that she would just quickly tell him something, so she could wait for her outside. Renhua replied that she understood and reluctantly went to the door. Yang Chun looked at Wee Sola, who hadn't moved, and asked why she was still sitting there. With her mouth full, Wee Sola asked if she could stay there and added that she was Faiki Fai Fufka. Yang Chun simply pushed Wee Sola, who stubbornly continued to eat, toward the door. Leaning back in her chair, the Queen of Swords said that it felt so good and added that she hadn't felt that way in a long time. She said that she and his mother were the same. They constantly talked, laughed, and argued over little things. Then she said that she was getting closer to the truth. The Queen of Swords asked if he remembered the last days of his mother. The Queen of Swords said that Renhua was still very young, and that the members of the Gu family had kept everything a secret. She then asked Yang Chun to tell her everything he remembered. He remembered how the wind fluttered her dress on that cold, snowy winter day. They came to that place together with his father, who forced the boy to watch. He was cold and scared. Yang Chun gritted his teeth and asked his father why he had brought him here and what he wanted from him. His father replied that he wanted nothing and asked him to just stay alive. She said that everything was ready and asked Yang Chun to take care of Renhua. A bright opening appeared in the air, and she said that if he was ready, she would open it. Opening the gate to another world, she stopped right in front of them. Then, looking back at Yang Chun, she asked her son to forgive her. Tears rolled down her cheeks like rain. She took a step forward, and Yang Chun rushed after her. He called out to his mother, but she did not look back. The boy begged his mother not to go, but it was useless. She entered the gate and disappeared. Everything around him seemed red from the light coming from the gate. But in a moment, the gate closed, and everything returned to normal. Yang Chun stood alone on the empty, snow-covered lawn. His mother was gone. Yang Chun continued to call for his mother, but she had disappeared without a trace. The boy began to cry. His father seemed unmoved. He told Yang Chun to remember that those were his last tears. Tears streamed down the boy's face. His father emphasized that from now on, even if he wanted to, he would never cry again. The boy's pain turned to anger, and he shouted at his father to tell him where his mother had gone. His father told Yang Chun to follow him. He said he had something to show him. Bringing the boy to the right place, the clan chief told him to look closely. Thanks to this, the Gu clan exists. The clan leader said that this was his burden, and that someday it would become his burden. Turning the glass in his hand, he replied to the Sword Queen's question that he could not say. The Sword Queen immediately asked if she was in our world. Yang Chun replied again that he could not say. Putting down the glass, Yang Chun said that if she continued to ask him, his answer would not change. She stood up and said that she understood and that she would not ask any more questions. Smiling, she ruffled his hair and asked him to forgive her. She noted that it must also be a painful subject for him. The Queen of Swords said she heard that Renhua was being helped by a sister. Was it the same one who had lunch with him? Yang Chun asked about the sister in surprise. She whispered to him that she was too young to be a sister. Then who was it? Yang Chun replied that he didn't know. The boy thought it was strange that Renhua said that. It didn't seem like her at all. And if anyone taught her sword technique, it was most likely Namgung Ba. The Queen of Swords said that since everything was over, he should get ready to go home. She asked when he was leaving. Yang Chun replied that he would leave right away. However, Renhua did not want to return. Then the blossoming Sword Queen said that was just like her and called out to Gu Renhua. The girl was standing near the door, so she immediately heard her teacher calling her. When she approached, the teacher asked if she really didn't want to go home. Renhua was a little embarrassed and replied that she was just worried about her, to which the teacher replied that she should at least return once. Renhua did not know what to say, but her expression said it all. The Queen of Swords said that since that was the case, how about she go with them? Her offer pleased Renhua but alarmed Yang Chun. Renhua happily asked if she was really going with them. As they were leaving, the Queen of Swords confirmed and added that she also had business with the Gu clan. She also hadn't heard what Yang Chun wanted. Yang Chun shouted for her to wait and asked if the Sword Queen didn't have to protect this place. Turning around, she smiled and asked if she was supposed to protect Mount Hua. Then she said that it was more like they were protecting her here. Pointing to Renhua, Yang Chun said that she had said she wouldn't go anywhere. But Renhua said she would follow her teacher to the ends of the earth. Yang Chun asked why she had changed her mind so quickly. The girl replied that it was her choice. After all, he had come to take her away, so let it be. Noticing Namgung Bi, Renhua called out to her sister. The Queen of Swords looked at the girl Renhua called her sister and remarked that she was obviously the one who had saved Renhua. Taking Namgung Ba by the hand, the Queen of Swords thanked the girl, which surprised her greatly. She said that Renhua had told her so much about her sister, who always helped and cared for her, and she was just as wonderful as she had heard. Yang Chun wondered why Namgung Bia was embarrassed. Was it because of the compliments? The Queen of Swords said she had heard that the girl was Yang Chun's fiancée. He gritted his teeth when he heard this. At the same time, the Queen of Swords noticed that they were both so kind, and she was sure that they were right for each other. Then Yang Chun asked how she already knew about it. Wee Sola noticed her and was surprised. When the Divine Sword appeared, Wee Sola offered to train the girl and added that they needed to finish what they had started. Agreeing, Wee Sola immediately followed her new friend. Yang Chun called out to her and asked where she was going, but Wee Sola did not hear his question. Turning to her teacher, Renhua reminded her that the Jiwa festival was coming soon. She asked if the teacher would go with them, and if so, why not go after the festival? The teacher replied that it was a good idea and asked what Youngchun thought. He replied that if she had already decided to return, there was no stopping her, so he would also go after the festival. Clapping her hands joyfully, the Queen of Swords exclaimed that it was decided. The Queen of Swords looked at Renhua and chuckled thoughtfully. The girl asked the teacher anxiously if something was wrong. She replied that now that she could see her in the light, she wanted to ask if she had gained weight. The girl asked indignantly what she meant. Laughing, the Queen of Swords said that she was so worried about her useless teacher that she completely forgot about training and apologized. Youngchun barely restrained himself from laughing and snorted into his palm. Then the Queen of Swords asked about sparring with Youngchun. The boy was indignant and didn't understand, and asked what was wrong with her. The teacher said that starting tomorrow she would teach him again, let the girl warm up first. Renhua told the teacher that she could do it herself. The girl emphasized that she had never missed a training session. The teacher put her finger to her nose and said she didn't want to hear any excuses. Getting ready for the fight, Renhua asked her brother if he really wanted this. Yanchun indignantly asked if she was going to pretend and reminded her that this was sparring. Then he told her to show what she could do. Renhua gripped her sword tighter and immediately moved to attack her older brother. She remembered that evening and their conversation at dinner. She ate a few small pieces and turned to her brother. Little Renhua asked her brother to finally tell her about it. His sister told him to stop pretending he didn't know. Youngchun replied that she was the one pretending. The girl said that their mother had been gone for several days and that their father didn't care. She added that it was all very strange. Youngchun grumbled for her to shut up and eat. Then his sister screamed, asking how he could say that when their mother was missing. Tears streamed from her eyes. She said that they didn't know where she was or what had happened to her, or if she would ever come back, and he was sitting there stuffing his mouth. Through her tears, Renhua asked if he didn't care at all that their mother was missing. But the boy couldn't allow himself such weakness and turned his pain into anger. He overturned the table and shouted that she should stop whining. He shouted that he had already told her that he didn't know where she had gone, but she kept asking him and he was tired of it. Yanchun leaned over his sister and said that their mother was dead. Then he asked his sister if she was happy now, if she felt better. Little Renhua asked if it was Dad who killed Mom. Youngchun replied that he didn't know and told her to ask him herself. There was so much anger in his eyes. Youngchun yelled at her to stop thinking about her, shut up, and move on with her life. He threatened his sister that if she dared to speak to him in that tone again, he would not be so lenient. That is why Renhua distanced herself from her brother and hoped she could forget. She wanted to forget her mother, her brother, and the unfortunate Gu clan. She thought she could do it if she stayed on Mount Hua. Renhua firmly decided that her real family was her teacher and she would stay with her. Their sparring ended in a few minutes. Youngchun told his sister that her technique was still clumsy. He added that he had to admit that she was quite strong and fast. It seemed that the Queen of Swords had trained her well. The girl sat down and asked her brother if they could go back to the way they were before. Yanchun grumbled in response, asking her what she was talking about, and added that it was too late. Without saying another word to his sister, Yanchun left her alone. She quietly remarked that her brother hadn't said no. The sun was already setting behind the mountain peaks, leaving only a pink glow on the waterfall. Muen decided to practice while he had some free time on one of the rocky outcrops of the turbulent mountain river. He lunged and parried. He repeated the technique over and over. However, his thoughts were elsewhere. Drops of water bounced off the rocks and flew upward. Muyen saw his reflection in one of these drops. With a single swing of his sword, Muyen cut the drop with his reflection in half. Gritting his teeth in anger at himself, he tried to understand why. He was tormented by a feeling of guilt. Sitting next to his unconscious young master, he asked why he had done such a thing and why he had left on his own. Muyen asked for forgiveness. He thought he knew that his master did not want to see him. He also understood that he was no longer needed, but that did not mean that he was absolved of responsibility. After all, his role was to be the sword and shield of the Gu clan, and he intended to fulfill that role. He was tormented by a question. While the young master was risking his life for others, what was he doing at that moment? He continued to cut through the waves with his sword, trying to quell his anger and find answers. Muen thought he was pathetic. He was the one who trained to protect others. But if he couldn't do it, what was the point? His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. A girl asked her sister if she was sure this was the place. Then she noticed that it was too high up. That voice definitely belonged to Wee Sol A. Muen thought he must have imagined it. There was no way Wee Sol A could have come here. He heard her say that she was fine and that she was going to continue. The girl asked if she should go as usual. Vi Sol A exclaimed that her feet were wet, but she would go on anyway. She asked again how long she should keep her eyes closed. The voice replied that it would be a little longer. The divine sword told her to concentrate until her movements became natural. The girl replied that she would, but she was still trembling. What if she fell? The divine sword said that everything was fine and she was doing well. Then it ordered her to perform the third form. Vi Sol A lunged forward and swung her sword. The divine sword commanded her to repeat it again. She repeated the combination again and exclaimed that she had done it. The divine sword confirmed this and told her to perform the fourth form. Watching closely, Muyan thought that maybe he was dreaming. Or was it really Wee Sol A? And it looked like she was talking to someone. But the most important question was what she was doing there. It was so dangerous. The young master would have gone mad if he had seen it. The divine sword told her to try to combine all the forms and ordered her to begin. Muan kept his eyes on V-Sol A, who was practicing with the sword at the very edge of the waterfall. The girl managed to smoothly combine all the forms that the divine sword had taught her. Then the divine sword told her to try the 5th form, and V-Sol A replied that she would try. Vi-Sol A jumped up and did a somersault with her sword in the air and landed back in the same place. She said it was excellent, and V-Sol A exclaimed that her sister had praised her. Watching V-Sola, Muyun wondered how she did it. Could she have been training in secret? He had always thought she was just a girl who loved sweets. Sighing, Mu'un wondered what he was thinking. He told himself that he would never become better if he just looked at others. Gripping the hilt of his sword more tightly, he thought that now he needed to look ahead and train harder. After all, it was his duty as a defender of the Gu clan, and he was responsible for it. Suddenly, Moyan heard a girl say that it was enough behind him. He turned around and saw Vi-Sol A in front of him and asked her when she'd arrived. The girl said that all he needed to know was what he had to do. Muyan asked what she was talking about. She did something, and the energy emanating from her struck him with extraordinary force. The divine sword told him not to limit himself. Sometimes it is better to break the rules. Barely able to stand, Muyan exhaled and asked what had just happened. But when he looked around, he saw no one. Confused, Muyan called out to V-Sol A, but she was already gone. Everyone who had come to the festival was walking around the market square, looking at the goods in the shops. The merchants were shouting that everything was on sale and offering to sell while supplies lasted. The taverns were filled with people enjoying local dishes for lunch and engaging in lively conversation. The streets were also very crowded. Couples strolled under the light of the street lamps, resting from the heat. The night sky was lit up with fireworks that resembled the symbol of the settlement, the plum blossom. Yangchun said he didn't think he would stay here until the Jiwa festival, but here they were at the festival. Savoring the fruit, Yangchun added that since they were already there, they might as well rest before the trip. He said he just wanted to clarify and emphasize that she would go straight home. Yangchun asked if she understood and explained that her family would be up in arms. The girl didn't answer, and Yangchun noticed that Namgung B.A. was already dozing on his shoulder. At first he thought it was cute, but then memories made him anxious. Sighing, the boy said to let her do what she wanted and didn't wake her up. He continued to watch the festive fireworks while she dozed on his shoulder.